looking good. It's looking good.
Okay.
So that'll be our.
Brought to you by the trash that we are.
Mm-hmm.
Well as
Does the trash represent us or the decade? Who knows? It's interpretive art.
Oh, okay. So I just recently there's I've been watching YouTube documentaries a lot because it sounded stupid and then it got too interesting. So actually watching them. And there's one on modern art where they're just taking children. And the children are like, there's a famous child, like, oh, that's great modern art.
Yeah.
And then the people that were doing the documentary got a bunch of children and made other ones and said it was by
a
things.
thing.
And like they
Yeah.
put them up and like all
And
of these
people-
art
yeah.
critics just like
They ate it up.
And they ate it up and said like, oh, how much would you value this? And like hundreds of thousands of dollars. Like, dude, a kid that doesn't know a goddamn thing did that. What
Yeah.
the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, no.
And it was brilliant.
Yeah, modern art sucks. Modern art's it's garbage. I hate it. And that's coming from someone who had to study it for a degree.
Yes.
Like, yeah, the more you know how the fucking sausage is made, the more you hate it. So, yeah. Alright,
You know what? I'm okay with how the sausage is made. I love that it's fucking intestines and
Oh,
stuff
actual
like that.
sausage is delicious.
Yeah.
But metaphorically, how
Yes.
the sausage in almost every other aspect of life sucks.
Yes.
But yeah, so we're gonna talk about our best and worst games of the decade. Ah! And so I figured we would start off first with not either of our favorite games of the decade, but society's favorite games of the decade.
Okay, yeah.
So
yeah,
before we make our horrible judgments, everyone can see what your horrible judgments as the community is for both the best-selling and the highest critically acclaimed games of the decade.
So best and we're selling, or
Just the best. It's
Just
all.
the best.
It's all
These
the
are all the
good.
best.
This
These
is
are all
all
good.
air
Okay.
quote good
okay.
of the last decade. So we'll. Yeah, there we go. Oh wait, transition. So. So the sad reality of gaming consumers.
Yeah.
So first, we'll be going through each year and looking at the 5 best-selling games. I could not find a consistent website to give me this information, so it might be off a little bit, and it might be only North America. You'll, especially by seeing what's the top of every year, might say, yeah, it's North America. But yeah, so 2010, top-selling games of 2010.
That's definitely America.
Yeah, we had.
Like, I get the Super Mario's, but like, yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, Black Ops, Madden, Halo Reach, Super Mario Bros. Wii, and Red Dead Redemption.
Halo Reach wasn't that bad of a game.
It just got the remake, and people are loving it.
I think Reach is one of my favorite Halo games, and I'm not really the biggest FPS player. But like,
even just Halo player. But like, I remember Reach was the one that a lot of people were like, yeah, it actually went a little above and beyond.
Yeah, it was interesting.
So, yeah, that was 2010. Best-selling games of 2011. Again, Call of Duty.
Yeah.
Just Dance 3. Skyrim came out.
Oh no.
Battlefield 3 and Madden.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So this is a thing that I've always thought. Like, there's always that the general populace is correct. No, the general populace is dumb.
Yes.
I mean, they can.
It's always been clear.
It's the average of people, not the best of.
Yeah, exactly. What sells the best is what appeals to the average person. What gets criticized the best is what appeals to the aficionados of whatever that culture is. Because the best rated isn't always the best either. It's just kind of like, oh, well, that's unique, so it stands out.
Yes.
Type of thing. So it's what you would expect. 2012. You got Black Ops 2, Madden, Halo 4, Assassin's Creed 3, and Just Dance 4.
Good.
Yeah. You notice like one new entry shows up in the top 5.
No, but I'm just glad that one of those is on there because I got words about it.
So 2013.
I've got hands.
Grand Theft Auto 5.
Okay.
Yeah, popped in. Pokemon jumped in. Got
Actually,
the 5
mine was 13. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And FIFA took over Madden's spot. But yeah, pretty much got our shooters, got our sports. 2014, we got
More Call of Duty.
more Call of Duty, more sport, Destiny. Hey, there's something new. Grand Theft Auto is still top selling.
Minecraft.
And Minecraft. I think that was just after Microsoft picked up Mojang.
Is that the image of AIDS?
No, that's Ebola.
Ebola. Okay.
Yeah,
Sorry, I saw Sorry Africa, and I figured either.
that would have been 90s.
That's
Like,
true.
Yeah, 2014. That's when we had the Ebola outbreak come again.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
See, you learn things here. at
Exactly.
WGC,
We're
though.
teaching. We're teaching. We have 2015.
More Black Ops.
Yeah, Black Ops again. Madden. Fallout 4 came out. Star Wars Battlefront came out. Grand Theft Auto still in the top 5 selling
Good
games.
for them.
Yeah, years now. Years after. But yeah. That was 2015 and 2016.
Another Call of Duty.
Got another Call of Duty, another Battlefield, The Division. We got our unique thing coming in. NBA,
NBA
and
NFL.
Madden got our sports.
Sorry, Bernie. I mean, it's not Trump's fault.
Yeah. 2017 got Call of Duty, the other Battlefront. A Mario game jumps in again. Got that
Okay.
again. That odd
2 Mario
and
games.
The re-release of Mario Kart. Yeah. And then NBA got our sports.
Okay.
So, yeah, 2018, Red Dead Redemption 2 took this one spot, which is kind of surprising because I didn't feel a lot of hype for that compared to Red Dead 1.
We had a friend's Christmas with a gift exchange. Someone brought Red Dead Redemption because they had it was supposed to be everything was supposed to be cheap, but they bought a Red Dead Redemption because they had so many like GameStop cards and they weren't going to
Yeah.
use them.
So
So
they
they bought that for the gift exchange. And the way that we did the gift exchange is people had to, if they want to steal someone else's gift, they have to, if I'm going to steal yours, I have to take a shot. And then that person stealing it back, somebody drank, I think, 10 shots
Just to get.
it. And that was the cap. So that was
Yeah.
their N+1. Like, they had already drank a number of them. So they drank like 20 plus shots just to get Red Dead Redemption that they were already playing because their roommate had it. They just wanted their own copy.
Oh, that's...
And they could have easily bought it, but
Yes.
people liked Red Dead Redemption 2,
Yeah.
despite the fact that I've heard mixed.
I've heard, yeah, it's been...
I never played it. It's not mine.
Same, yeah.
Westerns aren't my thing.
Yeah, I played the first one. I was just like, I just don't care for the cowboy thing.
I liked the old game Gun. And that was my fill of Western games. It was fun.
Yeah.
It was a good game, but like meh,
Yeah,
not my style.
but yeah, and then Smash Ultimate it just peeked in there.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Then-
The watch is getting in there.
Yeah, and then of 2019.
Wait, is it? Sorry.
Wait, is something?
No, and wait, was Modern Warfare last year's one as well? What was no?
Call of Duty Black Ops 4.
Okay, that's this. Sorry.
And now it's Call
Sorry.
of Duty Modern Warfare.
Sorry.
Yeah.
So
I
similar.
know,
that, like,
I know. It's almost like, yeah, Call of Duty just keeps making the same game over and over. People keep buying it.
God, people are dumb.
But then NBA, Madden, and then surprisingly Mortal Kombat 11. That one I'm surprised.
This year too. Like
Yes,
I don't
this
even
year.
remember.
I mean, outside of it,
I feel like
they've done a lot of licensed DLC, which
one of my friends that's huge into fighting games, I think, talked about it because he wants Street Fighter V to die because it's cancer.
yes,
But other than that, like, yeah, I didn't hear much about that. Fuck Borderlands.
And Borderlands, yeah.
It's the same. The thing that I can say about after seeing this list is, God damn it, North America.
Yeah.
It's the same goddamn
It's the
games you're
same-
buying every fucking year.
Like Call of Duty is in the one spot, like
No, dude, so
constantly.
often that it doesn't look like it's changing.
Yeah. This was actually very easy for me to write.
Yeah.
I just had to kind of copy and paste and just change one or two entries and just modify some. Yeah. So that's the decade in sales. For critical acclaim, here's the top 50 rated games according to Metacritic. So we have at the number 1 spot Mario Galaxy 2, which I'm a little surprised by.
Neat. I'm more so. Okay, cool.
Like, I played it and I get why. I don't know if it should be the number 1 spot, but I get why it's high up there.
I think that it's high up there because it's probably has a number of. This is Metacritic, so it's both regular critique.
And people.
I feel like there's a lot more people that would be kind of forgiving towards it because it is a Mario game. A Nintendo game in general, I think, just has its it's people that aren't just like, it's got to innovate and do a bunch of other stuff. Like, it's just gonna be like, it was a fun game.
Well, I think I was thinking about this as well, and I think the reason why it's number 1 is because, 1, it's an iterative sequel. It literally is Mario Galaxy 1. Like, after they finished Mario Galaxy 1, the whole team was like, man, it sucks we had to cut out all this content we never got to finish. And, Miyamoto was like, whatever, we'll just roll it into the next Mario game. And they're like, yeah, but this all has to do with gravity and the whole planetoid thing, which won't be in the next Mario game. He's like, oh, well, let's just make Galaxy 2 and then put all the ideas in.
Nice.
And so what we got was Mario Galaxy 2 is actually a much more mechanically, like, intense game. It actually asks more out of you. And the reason why I think people liked it is because they essentially, all these shitty journalists played Galaxy 1, which was essentially a big tutorial. So when Galaxy 2 says do more, they have so much experience in it about they could actually do it and felt good about it.
Wow, I'm a real gamer suddenly.
Exactly. Sounds like, wow, I'm facing challenges that I didn't think I could handle, and I'm overcoming them. This feels great. Oh, but anyone cheating on Sekiro's an asshole. Type of thing. And so, like, that's why I think it has both the community and critic. Because, one, it's a good game. I've seen people actually say it's a better game than Galaxy 1, but it's soulless in comparison. Like, it doesn't... There's no, like, good set dressing or anything that, like, keeps you going. It's just the linear, here's your Mario levels, go. Like, where Mario Galaxy 1 has a whole, like, reason why you're on your adventure. This one's just like, Mario wakes up on a planet shaped like his head. It's a spaceship, fly to various worlds and save the day. That's like it. They don't give you much more.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Breath of the Wild, it makes sense why it'd be highly rated.
Okay.
Red Dead Redemption 2, again, it's an overall rating.
Overall rating, yeah.
Yeah, because I think it took a big hit on the personal or user ratings.
Yeah.
But, yeah, Grand Theft Auto 5, I get why it's up there.
Yep.
Mario Odyssey makes sense.
Yep.
Mass Effect 2, I'm a little surprised to see that high up.
I'm just glad it's not 3.
Yeah.
It's on there. Never mind.
It is?
I see it.
Yeah, there it is at 23.
and that makes sense because it is a number of critics that will only play like a few hours.
Yeah, they didn't beat the game, so they didn't see how shit it got at the end. Skyrim makes sense.
Yeah.
I like Last of Us and Last of Us Remastered
They're separate, but both on there.
Separate, but they take up the slots right next to each other. I also like that the remasters were critically worse than the first one.
I was watching a video on like Google hits on JoJo characters, but the person that did it didn't put Dio Brando and Dio were 2 separate entries, and I'm like, no, they're the same person.
Yeah,
like they're the same exact goddamn character.
Yeah.
And then there was old Joseph,
and young.
and just Joseph, and I'm like, I can see that separation. I can, because if you're specifically searching old Joseph, that's a weird search.
Yeah,
but Dio Brando and Dio are the same person, so why? And I'm like, they should be combined, and they would probably be constantly higher in the ranking. So whatever.
Yeah.
That might have put them above Mass Effect.
Yeah. Red Dead Redemption 1, Portal 2, God of War 2, Batman Arkham City, the Ocarina of Time remake, BioShock Infinite should not be that high up, but okay. Pac-Man Championship Edition, that one's just kind of like...
What?
It just
are these aren't necessarily released in the last 10 years, are they?
Yes. These are all... This was the last decade.
Okay.
Like, Divinity Original Sin 2.
That makes sense.
Super Mario World 3D. StarCraft 2 Wings of Liberty. Minecraft gets the 20 spot. Persona 4. Persona 5. Mass Effect 3. MGS 5. Skyward Sword. Rock Band 2. Uncharted 4. Smash Bros. Ultimate Inside.
I don't even know what Inside.
It was made by the guy who did Limbo, where you're this little boy and yet at the end of the game you become this giant flesh blob monster.
Oh, okay, yeah, no, I know that one.
Yeah, it took me. I was like, which one? Oh, that's right, the meatball one. Forza, God of War 3, Uncharted 3, Bloodborne, Celeste, Street Fighter 4, Witcher 3. I'm surprised Witcher 3 is that low.
Right? Well,
It should really be somewhere in the top 20.
yeah.
At least. Undertale. It makes sense that at least broke the top 50.
Yeah.
Fire Emblem Awakening. That was
The remake?
That's right. That's the Crom
Yeah.
one. Yeah, which makes sense. That
Yeah, that-
revitalized Fire Emblem.
Yeah.
Divinity Original Sin Definitive Edition. Smash Bros. For Wii U. Journey. Xenoblade Chronicles.
Cool.
Mario Kart 8. The Ico and Shadow of the Colossus collection.
So Shadow of the Colossus.
Yes, Shadow of the Colossus. Witcher 3 Blood and Wine expansion.
Okay, I get why those are separate because that
it's
expansion
huge.
is
It's
another
huge.
game.
Yeah. Little Big Planet 2, Overwatch, Bayonetta 2, Forza, and Final Fantasy 14. Shadowbringers.
I get that one being highly rated because it's like, hey, you know that massive disappointment? We made it okay, and people were like,
Yeah.
okay.
We finally made that
Thanks.
game you wanted. Have at it, boys. Yeah, there's our top 50 rated games. Yeah, now we're gonna move into our personal lists. Do you want to start off? I'm gonna do. Do you do a? Because I did, like I said, did my disclaimers thing. Did you do yours?
I did do like here's why I chose these type of thing. So we're going on to worst, yes.
So yeah. Well, first go through your we'll do the disclaimers and then
Okay.
we'll go into worst.
So when I was picking my worst games for the last decade, I found myself mostly remembering my feeling of disappointment.
Yes.
There are games I've talked about on the channel before that got my jimmies in a twist, but it mostly came down to lost potential, games I might have had
Ryan
fun
and
with,
his Jimmy's.
but they left me feeling hollow. When trying to narrow down my list, I felt like I left off some worse games, but I just kind of felt like meh about them. Like
Yes.
technically it's a bad game, but like this other game pissed me off. Also, before we start, here's my dishonorable mention. Because I have that.
Well, let me do my disclaimer first. And
Oh,
then-
yes.
So we'll jump over to mine. John's best and worst. And let's. Oh wait. Over. So yeah, this is just my disclaimers page. The viability of entries. This probably goes for both.
Disclaimers,
Don't get mad at me. Yes. I'm assuming viable entries go for same for both of us. It had to be a game we played.
Oh, that's the only thing that I have. Yeah,
just to clarify, like, because some people like,
Even
how,
games that
how
didn't-
is Fallout 76 not on your list? Like, because we didn't fucking play that because it
No.
looked like trash from the get go.
I didn't want to play it. In
Yeah.
fact, a number of the games on my worst list made me not play some of the games
other-
that I think would have been on my best list or on my worst list.
But yeah, and so yeah, the honorable mentions and winners typically are that left a positive impression, and for me, it was how much would I have regretted not playing this game was my basis.
That would
Like,
that's a nice way.
because it's
doing
because it's
it,
it's the same thing. Like, you know, we were just talking about me playing Dragon Quest XI. It's great, but would I have regretted not playing it? Probably not, because
9.
it's no the newest one.
Dragon Quest 9.
11's the newest. I've been having to Google search.
Is it?
Yeah, it's 11. The one with the fucking purple hero, and Jade, and
Pretty sure that's 9.
It's
It's
11.
IX, not XI.
it's 11. It's one. I guarantee you, it's 11.
Oh, 9. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Which one was 10?
I don't remember. We were talking last week at dinner. Apparently, I haven't played that many Dragon Quests, despite thinking I had.
Was Dragon Quest 10 you like an online only?
Maybe. Because we were talking about 9 or 8 was the one on the DS, and we both played that one.
Number 10 was an MMO.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's why we've never played it.
All right. But yeah, so going back to Like, yeah, it's Dragon Quest. It's great. It's a lot of fun, but I've played it before, so I don't really. I wouldn't have that much regret of not playing it, kind of thing. So it probably wouldn't make my best games of the decade just because it's so iterative of something I've already played before.
It's on my list, but it's not on my
Best.
best.
Yeah. So yeah, and then the crap one is purely much like you. It's about the potential and hype of what it could have been, and it just didn't. And so yeah, it's the possibilities is what's the negative part of the worst. So yeah, if you want to then
Yeah.
start yours.
Just starting off with my dishonorable mentions, so you kind of get a feel of.
Oh yeah,
what
dishonorables.
yeah. So
mentions, yes.
Dark Souls 2. Muddy, uninteresting mess of a game.
That was one I
It-
thought should have added to my.
The thing is it wasn't. I played through it and I still had enough fun to where
yeah,
it's just
that
like
was my-
it's fine.
Dark Souls, yeah.
And it's just it's
just-
almost at that point where like you missed you made an okay game,
Yes.
but you had a good idea that you didn't finish. And I would have rather played a worse game
That
but was
had
more interesting.
ideas. Yeah, yeah. The whole lighting thing.
The whole lighting thing was cool.
Had they
and-
gone through with that, but it made the game like a slog to go through, I would have probably enjoyed it more.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Planetary Annihilation. Love the old TA stuff. But this one just it was always a standstill when you were trying to invade a planet because there was no good mechanics for it.
Yeah.
It was interesting that they had it, but it was just kind of made it feel lacking.
Yeah.
Pokemon Sun and Moon. It was another Pokemon game, and this is just dishonorable. It's not
Yeah,
like
yeah, it's
but
not like
the
it's
reason it's on
horrible.
there more so than anything is they're not changing anything with Pokemon, and I don't play it enough.
It's less Sun and Moon. It's more the
The
series.
series,
Yeah.
and because of Sun and Moon, I'm not gonna play another Pokemon game. In my mind, like I just don't. I
Yeah.
don't see one coming out. I'm not. I don't care about the newest one that was released. But whatever.
Yeah.
Tales of Berseria. The one with Velvet. It's a side story to Destria or whatever I don't know. Their names are all dumb.
Yes.
But the story's fine, but and I like that it seems like you're you're on an assassination mission, so you seem kind of like it's more of a interesting story instead of like friendship is magic type of tales. But the combat was button mashy. Like you get a good combo going. Once you know like this guy's weak to this, you're just gonna go with that one combo you created that's what he's weak to.
Yeah.
And it's only your main character that's doing anything, so your entire party doesn't freaking matter. So where it's like I got bored of it. Walk Fu. Walk Fu is an MMO that was
Really? That's on the negative?
it's on the negative because I loved it when it was released.
Oh, it's what it became.
And then because of all of the interest, they made it it used to be to where like you had to stat out your character to make out whatever you wanted, and it was turn-based MMO.
Yeah.
Loved it.
Yeah, I
Tactical
played a
MMO.
little bit of it.
loved
Yeah.
it. Then what they did was every single level you choose one of two stats to level up. And that it used to be 4 different stats that were depending on the elements. Now it's one stat is 2 elements, the other stat is other 2 elements. And then at level 5, that's when you choose a movement point or an action point. Whereas otherwise you save up your stat points to like get one of those. Like you had to build out your character, and everybody had a vastly different character, even though they're playing the same class. Now everybody has one of 2 characters per class, and it's like, they simplified it, and it killed it to me.
Yeah, I can see that.
It just became dull. It was just another MMO at that point to me.
It seemed like they were mimicking like, hey, Maple Story's popular. Let's kind of jump on that. It's like, no, this is what killed all MMOs was, hey, that WoW is popular. Let's just do that.
Yes.
That's what kills MMOs. That's what kills genres. When one game defines the genre, so everyone just mimics it.
But yeah, that is my that is my dishonorable mention.
So those are just the mentions.
Those are just the mentions. Yeah, it's
didn't make
the thing. Again, I loved Walk Fu when it started, so like I can't. I got a good amount of hours out of it multiple times because friends found it and then they started playing it and I played it again.
Yeah,
I played it during the beta. I played it at Anime Expo and I think E3. I played it a lot at different times. It's just what it then became was like, no, I feel like I could have gone back to you again.
Yeah.
And you were now just like, you should have been my mistress, not a crack whore. So it's like I still have fond memories of
a lot of my negative, my worst list. I'm like, I still like the game, but I like.
There are moments.
Yeah, it's one. Yeah, so it's one of those things. They aren't the games I hate. They're the games that made me sad.
But then there's.
Then there's
my first one.
Oh.
Oh yeah, Assassin's Creed 3 is awful. It is a buggy
also,
mess.
this is you're doing 10 worst games?
Yes, this.
Okay.
But they're in no particular order.
Oh, really?
I did not. I was not
see,
able.
I did.
was not able to order them.
Okay, so
And I could not order my best ones, despite the fact that like I probably could have. Because some of them were like, wow, I wrote a lot of good stuff about that, and a lot of these I wrote a lot of shit stuff about.
Yeah.
Like Assassin's Creed 3 is probably in the top 3 of shit.
yes. Okay.
Buggy mess. Didn't add anything to the core gameplay of an Assassin's 3 game. It ends Desmond's story, which I was buying every core thing.
Yeah.
And every single time you were Desmond, it felt like an interesting game because you like all of the assassin stuff was really cool, and then you're doing it in modern times where guys have guns
Yes.
to where you need to be stealthy, and then you just take a stick and you like break their kneecap, and then you like it seemed cooler when he was the assassin in his white hoodie, so it fit. He's just in a white hoodie. Not everybody back in the day wears a white hoodie because they're all hawks of some kind.
I only played a little bit of the first Assassin's Creed, but I definitely agree from just an outside observing, like 3 is where the series just fell
Shat the
apart.
bed.
Yeah.
It 100% did.
It's lost its it was being very concise.
It was
It was trying to tell a story, but then it realized, well, we can just keep milking all these historical settings to put assassins in and just keep the series going forever.
So they kill off Desmond in this game. And the way they kill him off is they've been like talking about this Adam and Eve having an actual alien device is the apple. They're trying to search for this. You find it, and these ancients kill off Desmond, and that's how he saves the planet because he sacrificed himself.
The noble sacrifice.
The noble sacrifice that was not built up to that.
Yes.
It was not. It was.
Yeah,
it was a letdown.
This was also, I'm pretty sure, like the first entry where like the bugginess of the Assassin's Creed series really started to show through.
There were. I remember one where I was just vaulting over a simple like wooden fence. Just like I can easily do this type of thing in the style that he does it. You know, leg up and like hop over.
Yeah.
As he was going up, he launched into the sky 100 feet and then fell to his death.
Yeah.
And I'm like, what? There were times where I wasn't in a town and guards saw me from that town. And I'm like, no? Like, they have eagle sight suddenly? Like, what the fuck, game?
Yeah.
And it was such a pain in the ass. I perfected every mission. Like, I think you had to go under a certain amount of time, or there were certain like requirements, like don't kill people, don't get spotted, that type of stuff.
Yeah.
I did that. I accidentally did that up until the final mission where you're supposed to like chase someone down and knock them over within a certain amount of time frame. So I found a good path that you actually have to. It's then the hard parkour where you're jumping across things, and it's very precise controls. In a game that doesn't allow for precise controls, to where the camera will suddenly move a little bit, so that way you trying to push forward is you pushing sideways, so you jump in the ocean and fail the mission. And I had to repeat it like a number of times to where I'm like, this doesn't fucking matter. But it's because it was that last one. It's like, you're now aggravating me, and I'm so close to doing this that I just need to do it because I never want to touch this game again. And it was that moment after I did that I knew that I could have gotten that platinum trophy.
Yeah.
If I just went and got like a few collectibles, feathers, whatever the fuck they were in that. Yeah, they were feathers in that game. And I could have looked up a guide to do it, and it probably would have taken me less than an hour. I didn't do it. I didn't want to play the game anymore.
I've had that.
I know that those things get me like a little bit. I have a little bit of that collectible itch,
But no, I've had plenty of those games where you're tolerating the bullshit because like whatever, I'm just gonna finish the game, and then you get to that mission where the bullshit culminates,
Yeah.
and just slaps you in the face. You're like, I'm walking away. Fuck you. I'm
Yeah,
just
no,
walking.
I beat the game. I
Yeah.
saw the ending. I didn't care anymore.
Yeah.
I think that I lent the game to a friend, and I
just never got it back, and you don't
asked for
care.
it back.
Yeah.
Like we traded games.
Yeah.
Actually, one of the games. It's funny.
It leads into.
It leads into my actual next game. I didn't realize this, but it does.
Okay.
I lent him Assassin's Creed 3 because he wanted to try it. He lent me.
Yeah, you keep going because I have 7 games. You got, oh my word,
He
you got
lent
10.
me
So.
DMC.
Uh-huh.
DMC is a better game than Assassin's Creed.
Yes, I would
by
agree to
far.
that. I would. Again, not having played either of them from an outside thing, I've seen enough of both. Be like, yeah, DMC's a better game.
DMC is a competent game.
Yes.
It shouldn't have been Devil May Cry. Mm-hmm. I have to read parts of my thing because I felt myself being real snobbish when writing.
Ooh.
Oh yes.
Is this your elitist gamer knowledge coming through? Ryan?
No, this is me liking punk music and comparing it to this shit. Because I like punk music, and there's a joke that I love to tell about punk music. What happens to a punk band when it gets really good at playing their instruments?
Stops being punk.
Yeah. So how can you take a character that's a metalhead and try and make him a punk? How can you make someone that's goofy but competent
Yes.
at being a badass and make him into someone that is supposed to not be good at things and just have an attitude?
Yeah.
So pure attitude with no competence.
Yeah.
Is how I felt about this game.
That's completely an adequate description of that Dante.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because in a lot of the music is more punk, and in fact they actually
It has a grungier
jacket, it's-
aesthetic.
I watched an interview with the creative director, and he actually stated like, yeah, we tried to give him that English punk vibe.
Yeah.
And they did.
Yes.
That's not
But
Dante.
that's not Dante, and that's not Devil May Cry.
So yeah, you lose the characterization that kind of made Dante feel competent. He's a joke. He's an edgelord.
Yes.
But he leans into it so hard
That you find
he's-
him
find him endearing.
endearing. Yes.
Yeah.
That's what exactly. I hated the concept of Dante as a character for the first 2 or 3 Devil May Cries because I'm like, he's so edge cool guy, but by the end, later as the games kept going, I'm like, he's the same dude.
Yeah.
I got it. And,
You finally get it.
Yes. Well, also the series kind of evolved
They
more
leaned into it. Yes.
they leaned into it.
But
Yeah, the first 2 are very much they take themselves super seriously, and then after that they kind of get more into okay, we get it.
he is eating pizza
eating
while
pizza
killing
and killing
guys,
demons, yeah.
and make sure he has to turn on his jukebox for the
Yeah.
metal to play,
Yes.
so that way you actually have the music playing.
Yeah.
He's I compare him to metal a la Spinal Tap.
Yeah.
He turns everything up to 11 because it's louder. It's dumb.
Yeah.
Everyone gets that it's dumb,
Exactly.
but it's fun. It's not, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you.
Yeah.
I'm Dante. It's like that's you're a punk. You're rebelling against Daddy
Yeah.
Dante,
Yeah.
and you're not doing a good job about it.
Yeah.
And it makes me real sad because Ninja Theory.
Ninja Theory. Yep.
Ninja Theory made DMC, and their control scheme is really nice. All of
Yes.
your devil things are on one side, your angel things are on your
Yeah.
other triggers. So it always feels kind of nice to play.
Yeah.
It breaks down a lot as soon as there's too many enemies and they randomize certain things.
Yeah.
Which okay, camera angles, stuff like that. And they have wonderful concepts. The Alex Jones boss.
Yes.
To where it is you are fighting the loudmouth. Oh, they're trying to get you, and how
Yeah.
the devil world is actually a corporate propaganda world.
Yes.
That
yeah,
actually
I've seen a full playthrough of the game.
transforms the entire world through the you being viewed
No, the
by
level
camera.
design's great.
It's fucking
The
great.
level design's awesome.
And I had fun playing the game until I was doing some of the challenges to earn more health and stuff, and I'm like, oh, it kind of breaks down. It kind of breaks down in the challenges because the
Yeah.
controls aren't as tight as they should be. yeah, it's just really don't shit on your fans, and you would have a better game.
That was a huge problem.
In the first 5 minutes, a white wig flies on him. Not on your life, and throws it away.
Well,
in the end,
like,
he also has white hair.
Yeah.
Like, you
Yeah.
do it anyways.
Yeah. Well, it wasn't even that. It was like before the game even came out, they were shitting on the original fans. So like they just weren't building even good like positivity around the game. It was just, and maybe they thought, haha, it's the punk game, so we're gonna shit on the fans.
We're just gonna be punks. Yeah.
But it's like, yeah, but people actually have an investment into Dante, and for Dante to just flip them the middle finger, it's not. Yeah, Dante doesn't do that.
Dante has a devil may care attitude. He's always had it,
Yes.
which is hilarious for it being Devil May Cry, but
Yes.
he's always had that. This Dante is, don't look at me.
I'm a
Fuck
dick.
you. Like,
Like,
it's just like, no. Dante just wouldn't care.
Yeah.
He wouldn't care, and yet this one's just in your face.
Yes.
I'm saying I don't care. It's like, you clearly do.
Yeah.
You're a 12-year-old.
Yeah. It's a teenager thing.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
That's all you got to say?
That's all I got to say
Okay.
about that one.
All right, move on to number 7. Oh, 10, 9. Okay, 8.
Yeah, I can move on to my 8, which is I've found this out about a lot of things. They're all sequels. It's weird. Even in my honorable or
I
dishonorable
did not
mentions.
play Dragon Age 2. It looked like shit, so I never went near it. I played the demo, and that's what convinced me never to buy
I
it.
think I had a day one release.
Oh, right.
I loved Origin.
Origins was a great starting point for what could have been a revival of fantasy RPG under BioWare.
Right.
And I was super pissed when it all just fucking went to hell.
It's they tried to take a good CRPG and tried to make it have an ARPG, an action RPG feel.
But
It's like,
and Origins did it well
no.
enough. Like the fact that I could pause, but it was
Yes.
still real-time combat, like
Right.
cool. And then yeah, you're right. They got rid of the tactics element.
They got rid of all of the tactics elements. The way that you attack was button mashy. Like even as a
Yeah.
mage, I was sitting there like,
Yeah.
and like he did spins and like,
Yeah.
all, like no, they.
And then they bastardized the lore too. Like they changed.
So something that I don't know
Was
if
it the
this is
Kunari
true.
or whatever?
Yes.
Yeah.
So okay, so few things. All of the characters are unmemorable.
Yes.
All of nothing. I don't
Yeah.
remember shit about this game, and I know that I played a lot of
Yeah.
it. Like
At least half of Origins characters were like memorable.
I remember like all of them. Like Stern, I remember Liliana, I remember Morgan.
That one I don't really. I remember, but I'm like I don't think of her when I think. I think
the
Alistair. I
Golem,
think Shale.
Alistair,
I think
yeah, Shale.
Morgana. And
the gay elf.
he was
He's
okay.
there though.
He's there.
He's there and he's a character.
Yes. But yeah, it's really those three I think of.
The old healer mage.
Healer. I don't remember.
The tower win or something like that.
I don't remember that character at all.
Because yeah, you always get like 2 of every type of character.
Yeah, yeah.
You get the more assassiny rogue in gay elf, and you get the more charisma in Liliana. You get the mage in Morgana, the attack and transformation mage in Morgana, and then you get the healer / buffer in Win or whatever.
Oh, she was like a priest or something,
Yeah.
right? Yeah, I forgot about her.
Yeah.
She had a
But the
Cockney
thing is
accent and everything. Yeah.
That's how they did all of their
Yes,
characters.
yes, yeah.
Alistair was the defensive fighter,
Where
and then
the other knight-
whereas Stern was
It was, yeah, it's the
the offensive two-hander.
Yeah.
And then DLC doesn't count.
Yeah.
Like they don't
Well,
count
there's
for,
also
for
the-
that
yes.
what
then-
they were doing with
yeah.
things. But Shell was also a fucking amazing
Shale was a great
character.
character. Shale was the HK-47 of
Yes.
Origins.
Yeah, it was so good. And I love that us talking about Dragon Age 2 became let's talk about Dragon Age 1 because it was a good game.
Dragon Age 2 is such a piece of shit. You're Hawk, I think,
So
right?
so yeah, you are Hawk. Your last name is Hawk. So I remember hearing something about the first Dragon Age that was based off books, and part 2 was not.
Yeah.
And I never checked it to be true. I have no idea if it's true, but goddamn, does it make sense?
Yeah.
It makes so much sense if that's true because the first game had this rich background that I felt like you could look into. I didn't even bother checking when I wrote this, and I think I wrote that down like Yeah, I'm not even gonna check to see if this is true or not, because it really doesn't matter, because it just fits it better. Yeah, fleshed out, beautiful world, and then you go over to a world that's mentioned in Dragon Age Origins. You go over to where Liliana's from. That's supposed to be like French-ish area, and they change the all of the Kunari.
Yeah.
They become like actual like
Big demon,
horn,
yeah.
bull-headed, like, okay, I get that as characterization. That's actually good characterization. If you didn't already have an entire game where they're just large, kind of Neanderthal-esque men. Yeah, they're just violent men. That's all they're supposed to be. Like, and people treat them as others, not they are actual demons.
What it mostly was the culture shock between the two, because Stern was always like, we do not let women do that in our culture. He was Worf.
He was Worf.
He was basically Worf.
Which I'm glad you brought up. Do you know how he got his name?
Yeah, I told you.
That pisses me off.
It's stupid, but it makes sense.
It makes so much sense.
Yeah.
It's so dumb. I love it.
But
yeah, I wrote a lot about this.
yeah.
Oh wait, no, that goes into Fable. So that goes into my next thing that I was going to talk about. Yeah, the world feels out full and fleshed out by a writer in the first game, and it doesn't.
See, I just verified.
Go ahead.
So you were saying how like the second one doesn't feel like it's based on the books. It feels different. It's because infamously, Dragon Age 2 was written by Jennifer Helper, who's this big fat obese land whale of a woman, and she is infamously quoted as saying, "I think we should be able to have a skip button for gameplay. If we can have skip button for cutscenes, we should have a skip button for gameplay. Because I just want the story." And she's the one who wrote the goddamn
she's a writer.
She's the writer.
So she should just go be a writer and write things and then die from not being able to feed herself.
Yes.
Because she writes garbage.
Yes. She is notoriously known for being a bad writer, and this was the first game she took lead writing role.
How do you I don't understand how people are promoted from being just absurdly bad.
Because look at what Dragon Age 2 was, the point where BioWare started to shit. Like, it just became, that's where they started, we have to force gay characters in the games. Hey, let's just chop out gameplay or gameplay consistency, and let's just make things stupid and rushed. Like, that was where
the entire map of Dragon Age 2 is an overworld map rather than there's like all of like 3 areas you can visit.
Yeah.
Rather than the huge world that it felt like Origins took place.
Yeah. Yeah, no, this was the shit point for BioWare. Now they've made Anthem and they're circling the drain. Yay, BioWare!
But this is sad.
It's sad because I want them to make good games. They've made good games.
And they can make good games. I was just watching a thing on Anthem to where it's like, it sucks that this game is bad because the core gameplay was fun. Mm-hmm. They made a fun game. They just put everything on top of it that made it garbage.
Yeah. Because secretly behind them, EA has its fangs dug into its neck and saying, "No, put in loot boxes. Yeah. That would be great.
You need to keep people playing.
Yes.
We'll keep
Make
people
it a
playing.
live service so that we can continue to drain the people."
That's really what's going on.
Thank you, Emperor Palpatine. Mm-hmm. My last note on this is it feels like the last few seasons of Game of Thrones. It's a team that got the Cliff Notes and thought they could run with it, but probably leaving much of what they imagined they could for their story on the floor.
Okay.
Like, that's how it felt. Like, I'm sure they had a great idea in their head, they just weren't able to put it on page.
Yeah. Yeah, no, nothing starts with just like, let's just make a shitty game. Like, they wanted to make something good. They just didn't do it. So, yeah. Alright, so do you want to move on to your 7 and then I'll start?
No, you can
or should I start my
You should
7?
do 2 and then I can do 2. And
well, no, because that was your 8th.
Yes, and I'll go into my 7th next.
So I can't do 2 because that would be 7 then 6.
And I can do a few and it'll even out. Just because I just
figured we already have your screen up.
That's true.
Yeah,
I could just go on to Fable 3.
Yeah, go on to Fable 3.
And I did this purposely because it's an unfinished game.
It's unfinished game.
I tried to find the perfect image for this. I'm like, no, I need to fit it to where it's not there quite. Other ones, I'm like, okay, if it's centered, it looks right. But this one, no. An unfinished mess of a... like it looks
Yeah.
good. Look at that top. Look, it looks really
Oh,
good.
yeah.
And you know what the rest of that image is supposed to be?
A crown and
Yeah,
everything.
you're reaching for the crown.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I know. I'm familiar with Fable 3's cover art. It's almost like it might make my list.
And I have to start this game. I have to start talking about this correctly. Hello, you.
Yeah. Hello, you. I'm Guru Larry.
I'm Guru Larry. It's a fucking Molyneux game.
Top 5 things I put on me bum. Have you ever seen that? Like, well, do you know what it came like? The origin of it?
No.
Oni was streaming with Ding Dong and Julian, and he did that. He did a Larry Bundy Jr. impression.
Really?
And said, top 5 things I put on me bum. Number 5, the original Donkey Kong. And like, yeah, so like they were just having, and someone made an animation out of that Guru Larry then saw, and so he did his own version when he came back.
Okay.
That's the origin of that
I did
whole
not
thing.
know that at all.
It gets stupid.
God, I love Oni and I love Guru Larry.
I love the internet. I love that.
Yeah.
That's one of those internet things of like,
It's people that don't take themselves serious, so they actually
and
can
have some fun.
with
Yeah,
stuff.
they have some fun. But yeah,
Yeah,
good,
this
good old
this
Molyneux.
fucking piece of work of a game, unfinished mess. The first half that leads to the revolution.
Pretty
works.
good.
I liked it.
I liked it.
I liked it a lot. I
yeah.
was super excited for when I got to the point of I have to rule the country. Like I overthrew my brother, and I was able to do everything. And like I had a little bit of money going because of the way that you can run
Yeah, yeah,
Monopoly,
yeah,
and you do that in every fucking Fable.
Yes.
Like so I had money, and like they also have the treasure chest in your like
In the treasury,
you know,
yeah.
I was trying to build my treasury up to
Yeah.
that, and I'm like, oh, I'm gonna get it.
Yeah.
And then it's a thing of, hey, choose A to be evil and rich. Choose B to pay to be good.
Yeah.
And that's the rest of the game
That's
up
the
until a
entirety
final
of the
battle,
game.
where the final battle, all of your choices up until it didn't matter.
Didn't matter. Yeah.
They didn't add to the final battle. They didn't take away from the final
Yep.
battle. And then the final battle is you versus your friend that is possessed. That is not much of a battle.
It's a recite, because don't you fight him at an earlier point in the game
You
when he first gets possessed?
I don't think you. I think he trains you.
Oh, that's okay.
think
Because
that
that's
he
what.
trains you
Yeah, I
in
was
the
gonna
beginning
say
of
it's
the game,
a
so
it's a
he's already
recycled thing.
Yeah.
That they just gave more HP to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's just like, that's no,
Mm-hmm.
no. You could have been so good. And yeah, I
Yes.
bought the collector's edition of this. It has a nice bind. It's in like a book, so it looks really nice on my shelf still. Has like a gold coin with the fate thing that they have in
Yeah.
all of it. Like that's cool. Why did you fucking suck? And also the pay to be good thing. Like I owned every place. I owned everything in Albion.
Yes.
And it didn't matter. I was being evil the entire game, and then like I got to that, and I'm like, no, because I don't want that destroyed. I'm gonna keep paying to have things good. Except for, I always, I think I had like 2 playthroughs to it. When they said, "Do you want to pollute this one area?" Hell yeah, I fucking polluted that area. Fuck hippies.
boy, oh boy, do me and you agree on something really strongly. As you will soon find out.
Yeah, so yeah, unfinished. All it did was, kick your friend in the face because he got possessed. A disappointing
Yeah.
climax. Oh yeah, disappointing climax of a game to a disappointing climax of a series.
Yes.
Oh, ooh, Ryan,
Yeah.
that is a beautiful thing. I'm sucking my own dick over here.
Yeah,
I like some of the.
I completely agree. I completely agree.
Really?
I-
How do you agree? Is it on your list as well?
it's on my list, but apparently I hated it more than you.
Well, the
Well,
thing-
no, yours is in order.
mine's
Yours not
not-
in order.
mine's not in order.
Mine's in order of most.
The
the
thing
least
is,
to most.
This is the only screen that I actually went out of my way to find something that did something extra.
Yes.
Assassin's Creed 3 is definitely in my top 5 most hated, as well as Fable 3.
Okay.
I don't know
Okay, so then yeah, you hate this more than I did.
the rest. I mean, hold on, let me look. Let me look. Maybe top 6.
Well, you can go over them in a bit. And we'll yeah. Maybe once we get through the list, you can try to catalog yours by number. So that way you can kind of like look back at everything you hate.
Yeah, that's definitely top 5.
Okay.
The rest, my games start getting better from here on. Well, sorry. The next one's awful.
Okay.
But
yeah, so now, alright, so that was your 7. So now,
What is your 7?
first we gotta move over to my edition. There we are. This is my dirty feet, fucking shitty, asinine, insane, insulting, tastes like poop. Why did I play this garbage dildo? Stop giving me AIDS, presumptuous waste of money, ass. Why bother living games of the decade? So we'll go with.
I like
so
it.
again, I only got 7. I couldn't.
I also hate that gif of the
That one,
the tech.
the stream poo of the.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's Tim and Eric.
I
But,
figured.
Yeah. So yeah, my number 7,
Explains why I hate it.
which might be surprising, but I really have some feelings towards it, is Skyward Sword.
Okay.
Oh boy. This game is the blandest of anything Zelda can come up with. And it
But
just.
did it give you AIDS?
No, this one didn't give me 8. That's why it's the least hated. It's the least hated of all my games. It's because it's a, like, as my little notes, it's a long-lasting series, it's experience, but this is the most distilled entry, and it just comes up as bland and lackluster. They repeat so much content. They get rid of so much open area, and everything becomes hallways. Like, just like I could go, yeah, I'll go. Then I go into my actual negatives. We have repeated boss fights. One boss you fight 3 times. Another boss you fight 3 times. Another boss becomes a mini boss later.
Japanese,
But like lazy, like so.
yeah, no, the lazy Japanese.
Not even recolored.
Oh.
Yeah, not even recolored.
Like any new moves?
Yes, new moves,
Okay.
new phases.
Okay,
yes.
that's
But
fair.
same like boss fight premise. Like it's the same basic execution, just new layers. It's just and then there's only 3 areas in the entire game. There's the open sky world, and then there's 3 land, but there are 7 dungeons, I want to say. So how do you get to 7 dungeons? You go back to that place because they just changed it a little bit. And you go back to each place 3 different times. You go through the same area 3 times.
And it's not like changed
It's
all that much.
changed, but it's just like, so like, you can see the middle screenshot I have there. So you go through this area, which is a forest area. Then you come back, and they recycle the worst part of fucking Twilight Princess, which is called the Spirit Vessel, which is that little flower thing on the screenshot. You have to go around collecting little orbs and fill up the Spirit Vessel. In Twilight Princess, it was a way to basically force you into the Wolf Link form to get through an area, and 2, to give exposition, is why they did it. It's a chore, but whatever. This one, it's more interesting gameplay-wise because it becomes the little pedals. Whoops, damn it! No, don't look at that.
I saw nothing.
Yeah, the little pedals on there is your countdown timer, and once that done, a bunch of sentinels all over the map start chasing you, and if they touch you, instant death.
Oh.
And so every time you collect one of the things to fill up the thing, your flower gets refreshed. So you're on a time limit to collect everything in the level and try to find the optimal path. And you got little spotlights you can see there that, like, if you get caught in that, it awakens all the sentinels. So they did it more interesting gameplay-wise. Narratively, it's just do the same area you've already done. Just keep doing it over and over again. And so, like, yeah, there's that. There's the wonky motion controls, which, again, conceptually... What? Go ahead.
I'm just so glad that I never owned a Wii to actually...
Because, you hate motion controls.
None of... Well, I mean, I'm shaky
Well, yeah,
always.
but
so
also it's just
It's not
It's one of
anything.
the... I think Matthew Matasis doing the Zelda series. In Skyward Sword, he says, motion controls do mess up every once in a while, but they're functional most of the time. So why is it a problem? Because pushing a button works 99.9% of the time.
Yeah.
Motion controls work maybe 95% of the time. That's a big difference in things, and what are you getting out of it?
When you have to do things thousands of times, that's a lot of
Yes.
times you fuck up.
And they try to do something interesting because basically every enemy is a puzzle. Because you have the free range of sword, so what it becomes is the enemies can block certain angles, so you have to... And the harder enemies get more arms to block from multiple angles.
That's neat.
It's an interesting concept. but trying to swing the right angle.
Right.
You see the right angle, but you're like, do it, Link, do it, and he just doesn't read.
Motion controls aren't.
Motion controls.
Even today, they are not where they need to be.
Constant and unavoidable hand-holding. This was... I don't know how this got past anyone. So you see a blue rupee. You pick it up. Da-da-da-da-da-da. You get a little message. Blue rupee. This is worth 5 rupees. Okay, you play the game. Pick up more blue rupees. Fine. Save. Come back and play later. I pick up blue rupee. Da-da-da-da-da-da. This is a blue rupee. It's worth 5 rupees. Every item
It resets
resets when you load the game. All the tutorial messages. Yeah. And then on top of that, you have Fee, who's your sidekick character of the game, because you always got a side character. And she's intentionally made annoying, which is part of her personality, but also is just grating on... Like, it makes sense story-wise,
Right.
but then you just have to endure the fact that she's constantly giving you, hey, you should look at that. Hey, you should do... It's Navi turned up to 11. It's worse than Navi. Again, story-wise, it makes sense, and Skyward Sword has a good story. It's got one of the best stories, best character arcs. Like, Majora's Mask slightly beats it, but not by much. Like, this game is like, ugh. Oh yeah, the empty overworld, the giant sky that has nothing in it, so why is it even there? You just fly around a big empty void. Like, why can't I just teleport to the zone that I'm going to?
Why does it matter flying around?
Because they wanted you to flap the Wiimote like a wing, because that makes you fly. Whee! Oh, bland music! The game's orchestrated, fully orchestrated. It's only got one memorable song. And that's that's the main theme, and that's only because it's Zelda's Lullaby from Ocarina of Time put backwards. That's it. Like, there's nothing memorable. Like, it's there's so much wrong, but there's so much good. Like, despite this game, I want to shit on it. It has some of the best moments. It's a game of extremes. There's a fucking dungeon in it called the Ancient Cistern. It's based on a Buddhist temple, so it has like lotus flowers and a golden Buddha-like statue, and it looks fantastic. It's beautiful. And then you go underground, and it's zombies and death and everything. It's got this weird heaven and hell juxtaposition. And I played through the game, and later on, because I was actually going to do a video just comparing this game, like I was going to do a video on it. The dungeon is actually a Buddhist fable. The dungeon is a fable that directly tells the fable. The original fable is Buddha was watching a thief who would go around stealing from people and doing evil things. And one day, while the thief was walking down the road, he was about to step on a spider. And he noticed he was going to do so and said, oh, no, and walked around it. When he died, he was sent to hell. But Buddha and the guy regretted all of his life decisions. But Buddha said, he spared that spider's life. I will give him a chance to leave hell, and fed down a single string of spider silk into hell and said, if you can climb it, you can get out of hell. So he started climbing the little strings, like, yeah, I'm going to get out. But all the other people in hell wanted to climb it as well. Mm-hmm. And so he started... he starts yelling at them, get off, this is my string, I get out. But because he couldn't show the string, it snapped, and he fell back into hell. So when you play this game, one of the first rooms you enter into this dungeon has 2 spiders, but they're up in the sky, they can't attack you. They're stuck up in like a little archway. So unless you go out of your way, they pose no threat to you. And so you go on through the level. Then you go down to this underworld place, which the whole thing of going down there, because the dungeon has that giant Buddha statue, you can move it up and down, and it's basically a big elevator. But when you take it down, the Buddha covers the big treasure chest, like that has the key item of the dungeon. Right. And so you have to somehow get the statue to go up while staying in the underworld. And that's the whole little, like, gimmick of the dungeon.
Yeah.
But it's you trying to steal treasure from you're being a thief.
Yeah.
So eventually you do get the Buddha statue to rise. You get the treasure. As soon as you open that treasure, a bunch of zombie characters come out and try to attack you. And you run. There's a little thread. And you climb that thread. And they start climbing it after you. In this case, you get out because you don't... But it's the fable, it's a Buddhist fable built into the layout of the dungeon.
That's awesome.
That doesn't then go like, hey, by the way, this is a Buddhist fable. And it's like, that's brilliant. And on top of that, it has one of the best fucking boss fights in the game. It's Clocktos. It's a giant golden statue that wields 4 scimitars and 4 arms. And you have to whip its arms apart, then grab its swords and fucking chop it down with its own weapon.
Nice.
It's fucking awesome. And on top of that, it like giggles like a little girl and it's creepy. It's a good,
Okay.
yeah. So, like, see, I can praise the fuck out of this game, but I can also hate the fuck out of this game.
Well, no, it's disappointments.
Yes, exactly. That's
It's-
what. That's
you
why.
did something so cool. Why
Yes.
are you so bad?
I could talk about the fucking time stones and the fucking sand ship and all this shit. There's so many great things in this game. The fact that they have fucking Gaston from Beauty and the Beast as a character, Groose.
Oh, he's the guy that like always wanted to be the hero, and he's
He
following
wanted to be the
you
hero.
around, and
He's like, I'm gonna be with Zelda. He's
Yeah.
100% Gaston.
yeah.
And then he has a full character arc where he realizes he's not the hero, realizes he should do the right thing and help the hero, and then later when you get your ass laid out by the villain who's trying to get to Zelda, he willingly puts his life on the line, stands in the way, and says, "Nope, don't kill me." And it's like he has a full character arc, and he's just a side character. Like,
Something that should be beautiful, but it's in a shit game.
yeah, it's one of those things. Like, it's a weird mix. It's a fucking weird mix. Skyward Sword. So that's why, yeah, my end thing. It's not unredeemable, but it's not really worth a playthrough. It has moments of glory, but the moment-to-moment thing is kind of just boring and bland.
Okay.
That's kind of why it goes in there. So then, all right, so we'll move on to my 6, and then you'll jump to yours.
Okay.
Spore. Yeah. I was so fucking excited for this game. And I don't hate the game either. Like, I actually played it a lot. I bought it, I played it a lot. And it's okay. Like,
You started wrong. Hello, you.
true. No, this isn't Molyneux, this is, Right. SimCity Guide.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Because oh yeah, Spore's not really. Technically, it becomes a god game.
It becomes a
I just think
God-esque
most
game.
god games are
Or
Molyneux.
Molyneux, yes. Like I said, there's a lot of interesting tech. The way the characters are all animated procedurally, like that's crazy. The concepts, going from cellular to space age, and the fact that you get to make every piece of armor, building, vehicle, everything in the game is just fucking fun. But my god, is it shallow! It is such a shallow every stage. But most of the game is so fast paced, you don't mind it.
Yeah.
And then you get to the space stage. That's where the whole
When
game.
that's the last of.
Did you ever play Spore?
No.
Okay. No.
I've seen a lot of
yeah, I'm
videos
assuming.
and exploits and let's do something really dumb with Spore.
Yeah, no, the space stage just becomes a constant.
No one plays it there.
Yeah.
Everyone plays the character, like the creature.
Everything up to that point.
And then like a
And then
little
you
bit
just
of the
stop.
like, and then as soon as you get to the space stage, everyone's like, nope.
Yeah, because it honestly just is, hey, go to the center of the galaxy. Okay, oh wait, this colony needs help defending itself. Oh wait, this colony's being attacked. Oh wait, you gotta keep coming back. Keep coming back to help everything, just to get the little bit of resources to have the fuel to keep flying. And it's just busy work. And there's been mods that help it, but yeah, it's just constant, tedious, busy work bullshit at the end. That does not. It tries to be one of those massive galactic conquest games without any of the depth to like parlay and ally and like use. Because it doesn't matter how many people you ally with, you're always being under attack, so they never come to your aid. So it's like, well, what's the point then?
Yeah.
It's just they were just like, how do you defeat a race? You either befriend it or destroy it. That's it. That's basically how you disarm a race. Like, well, what's the point of an ally if they never help?
Yeah. So
Type of thing.
what bonus is there to befriend?
Yeah. And then the expansion was good. Galactic Conquest. It basically was make a third-person action-adventure mission with all the tools of the game. And
Okay.
so you'd fly to a planet. It's like, hey, there's a mission here. And you could go on story missions and stuff like that. It was interesting. Like,
Okay.
yeah, it's like, it makes sense. The whole game's about creating, so let people create the content that's clearly missing. Yeah, and it worked, but by that point it was just too late. So, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's my number 6. So if you want to jump on back, you
Yeah. If you're ready for this,
go ahead. Boy, oh boy, we share some very strong opinions.
Hey, John.
Yeah, I remember Fez. Fez was so great. It was amazing. Oh boy, Fez. Remember that time it sucked?
I hate Fez.
I hate
There's not a lot of games that I can say I hate. Again, I started off my disclaimers. I am disappointed
Yes.
with a lot of things. The feeling of disappointment. And then there's the memory of Fez. The physical pain that Fez put me in. It started to give me a headache, and I don't get headaches from like motion
Yes.
controls and
Yeah,
VR. Nothing. This game gave me a headache from us playing it together.
Yep.
Okay. If it was just the hype, that like kind of made me annoyed. Just like, okay, but it wouldn't make me hate it. Like it's just okay. It was overhyped. Whatever. That's every other game out there right now.
Yeah. Hype isn't enough.
The game is not self-contained. There are meta puzzles. You need an IFRD scanner
Yep.
to solve some puzzles. You need a team of 4chaners, months of autistic learning to actually solve some of these goddamn puzzles. That's not a puzzle anymore.
Yeah.
That's not a. It's not the. What is the motorbike game that has? There are secret puzzles in some motorbike game to where they're actually giving you latitude and longitude. That's fucking great.
Yeah.
There was a book series that they actually really buried some of the treasure from the book at these places that were like historical places in the book that were in like different timelines.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yes.
Because it's just for that one person. It is not part of the it's not
the
going to
core,
help the game. It's not going to change the game. It's not going to change the book. The fact that you could have found this actual buried piece of gold. It's neat. There's, if you want the endings, requires you to do these things.
Yep.
And it requires that there are the puzzles in it that aren't. The rest of the game, you do not interact with the game. You are jumping around,
Yep.
and you go into puzzle. You go into portals. There is
Yeah.
up. There is jump. Those are the two buttons aside from like movement. Except that no, you actually do need to interact with a number
There's
of
the bomb
owls.
stuff. You have to throw the bombs to blow up walls and things like that. You don't remember that?
I don't remember bombs at all.
There's a part where, in order to get the world to turn the right way, you had to blow up walls that way you could turn.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah. So there's a,
Okay,
there's a little bit.
There's that.
It's a little bit.
But the thing is interacting with other creatures. There are creatures,
Yes.
places. There are crows and everything. But then apparently there are owls that you have
Yep.
to talk to.
Yep.
When and there's no button prompt. It's just you have to go over them, and they are a thing.
Oh.
It's not. It just gives me so. That completely derailed my train of thought. Platforming in this game is pointless. There's no
Penalty for
there's no penalty for
death,
dying,
yeah.
death or anything like. You just restart at the start of the level, if that. Sometimes you just restart at the current screen that you've twisted around, and it's generally not like a puzzle platform to where it is okay, jump now, jump now, jump now. I think there's one section like that.
Maybe.
There's one section like that because it's part of the one where with the screws where you have to actually like and then
that's
they
right,
actually
because they would
flip.
launch you. Yeah.
So there's like one one okay.
Yeah.
There's one okay.
Minor bits of challenge.
There's minor bits of challenge, but they still don't have any threat to them, so they don't matter. It's just going to be frustration over the course of the game.
Yeah.
And collecting things doesn't matter because the story doesn't matter, and it doesn't give you anything. Collecting the heart pieces and this grand mystery, and the internet goes crazy, and people all want to try and help solve. No. That's not a puzzle. That's
On top of that, it's all for just a stupid like meme ending where it's like, hey, you got a different hat. Like there was no real like ending.
Well, yeah, because you beat it once, you get the glasses, which then give you the first person point of view, which then adds to some of the puzzles, which is like, okay, that's a good way of doing it.
Yeah.
But then there's just when you get everything, which I don't think we cared
No,
to
but
do.
we looked it up.
We
and
looked
was
it up,
just like,
and it was you just got
you got like a different hat.
you got rainbows or something like
yeah,
that.
it was
like it was
something-
just rainbows up here.
It was like
Something
a meme
stupid.
reference, and that was it.
You
It's
got
like,
double rainbows.
maybe that might have been
That
it.
might have been
Dear
it.
God. But it's like you'd think for this game trying to prop itself up with so much like depth and like all this work, you would try to give an equal. If you're trying to ask for that much commitment from the player, you would think you'd offer equal commitment back as a reward,
Yeah.
and they do not. Yeah, that is. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Never have to play it again though.
Never have to. Okay. My closing statement.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, I started to get headaches because of it. I can say that this game was so bad that it physically pained me.
Maybe because I was the one playing it most of the time that it didn't feel that way for me, but I can see it.
Yeah, I was just I've never actually gotten a headache from playing a game, and this one gave me a headache
Okay.
on multiple occasions because it was so goddamn. We played for weeks.
Oh yeah, we played a lot of this.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, you wanna go on to your next one, or
Yes, I do.
please go ahead, and then we'll jump over to me. Ooh.
So I didn't get the Royal Edition. This was just the
This
best
was just
picture
the
that I
picture,
could find that
yes.
kind of fit the screen.
I wouldn't have thought this would make your nasty list.
I bought my PlayStation.
Oh, that's right. You bought it for
this game.
Final Fantasy.
So I got the collector's edition PlayStation that
Yes.
came with this game. A troubled development makes sense for the game. Mm-hmm. And I'm strictly talking about the game on release. 'Cause there are
Yes.
other games on my good and bad list that I played at a different time. So certain gripes that people had, I didn't have with
Yeah.
them, or I did have with them, and I never touched the game again. This being one of them. So combat in this game was so simple, a rubber band could play it. That's not hyperbole. Mm-hmm. You could literally hold down the X button with the rubber band, and it will move on to the next target and fight better than most. And because you're holding down X, it will automatically go to the item menu, which will then give you the potion, which will then heal you if you go down. Mm-hmm. A rubber band, you don't have to move either. It will
Yeah.
move you to the...
Yeah.
A rubber band plays this game. And the whole thing about the items, saving your life... A potion, a regular potion. Oh, I got knocked out. Do I use a Phoenix Down? No, a potion revives me.
Really?
Anything revives you, because as long as you're
as
not
long as
quite dead yet...
Oh, you
I'm not
enter
de-
like a
you enter
down
You enter a
state.
down state, and you can use items. You're just like sitting there going, oh, I'm hurt. Potion, I'm fine.
Oh.
If you have 99 potions, you cannot die in this game. And you can have
Neat.
potions, high potions, X
High
potions,
potions.
Phoenix Downs,
Yes.
elixirs, and you can buy all of them.
Yeah.
You could so
Yeah,
money
okay.
is the limiting, and
Yeah.
again, hold down X and you win. Mm-hmm. So the game is not. It has a, because if you try to play it, it will seem like it's challenging because you're trying to do good,
Yeah.
but it doesn't actually have a challenge. If you have the money, it can be done. And people are like, oh, but what about the Armatoys, the thing that's like super hard and like, yeah, apparently people tried. They had put down a rubber band and they did it. They
just had enough healing items.
secret boss,
Yeah.
they just had enough stuff to do it.
That's neat. That's so neat.
So that's the gameplay.
Yeah.
Let's go on to story.
Yeah.
Let's go on to story. So, I don't care about goddamn fucking person in this game. Except for my bros. Because I spent
That's
a good
the one-
60 to 80 hours with them that didn't fucking matter for the game.
Yes.
So, my dad died. I don't care. I never met the guy.
Yeah.
I'm going to meet my girlfriend to elope to marry her. She's in trouble. I don't care. Never met her.
Never met her. Yeah.
My entire hometown is destroyed in the first hour. Mm-hmm. I don't care. I've never been there.
Mm-hmm.
If they set everything in the town, gave me my girlfriend and my dad as my party.
Yeah.
In that town, and I had to do stuff, learn the controls there, and had to
a
fight stuff,
traditional thing in a lot of JRPGs.
and then have her Okay, I'm gonna go off and meet me here. Okay, now I lost my girl that was my healer.
Yes.
Cool. And now I get my bros that are kind of not really any healer. No one's a real healer in it.
Yeah.
Like you can make people your healers, but like
But yeah, if you just
doesn't-
need a potion, you don't need a healer.
you don't need a boat. You just So that doesn't matter. And then my town and if the Empire takes over my town and like, oh shit, yeah, now I actually have a reason to hate these guys. And so there's the 4 or 5 hours into the game, depending on how long you take to actually move on, is when the game is just open. It's open world and you can do whatever you want. If you move past that though, it's no longer open at all. So then every chapter is just you are doing the chapter. It is just this core, but then there's a way in the menu to actually teleport back to the open world chapter. Outside of gameplay, outside of story reasons, you can just do this. So you can go and do all of those things that you might have missed. That's not good. That means that none of this matters. I can always teleport back to when my bros are fine. One of my bro loses his eyesight, but he's still able to fight just as always. And yeah, he learns to fight because there's a time skip. You basically fall into a crystal and everyone ages like 10 years while you still stay the same because you fell into a crystal.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Do you think that'd be a good opportunity to like change things up? If he loses sight, make him play differently.
Make him play differently, maybe, yeah.
He has to take an action like focus and sense enemies every turn,
M-
but then
or-
he can
or-
strike critically more likely or something.
Just make it to where he becomes super magey because he was
Or that,
already a
yeah.
better mage to where now he's just AoE mage only.
Sure. Yeah, he just blows the area up because he's like, that's where the enemy roughly is.
I can hear them, or just like make
Yeah.
him turn his head when he casts or something.
That would be
nothing.
That'd be an interesting thing.
They just give him glasses. They gave he
he has
he
cyber-
already had glasses.
Oh.
Now he has sunglasses. They tinted his glasses.
And that lets him somehow see.
Because
Without sight, or-
that just makes it so that you don't see the scars on his face. And that'll end the world becomes darkness because it's going into darkness. Then you actually go visit your hometown and it's destroyed. So there's assets already there. Then you go and fight the final boss alone. And it's apparently I'm wrong on this. I thought it was Xenogears, but it's one of the one of the Xenogears or Xenosaga games to where it's like you are basically mechas firing at each other in the end.
Yeah.
Like that's all it is. It's no longer the RPG. It's it's a button mash off.
Yeah.
To where you have all of the weapons that you didn't have to collect. There are optional dungeons to collect these other weapons. They don't add to your power in the final battle.
Yeah.
There's no point in them. You just can have the shield as one of your summoned weapons, which is pointless. After you beat the guy in this button mash, which doesn't matter for your level, you die. And that's the end of the game. I don't care about spoilers because no one should play this game.
Yeah. That's also several years old at this point.
But it was the final battle was at least something different.
True.
And
Okay,
also you
yeah.
could technically lose it. Okay, the potion stuff no longer matters. Just before this, you get separated from your party, so it's actually a horror video game, which is very interesting. You don't have all of your friends to help you out, and you don't have any weapons. You have a ring that you can cast death on people, and you have to target them and then slowly do it. So you're charging up, and you basically have to stealth in, do it, and then like hide from guys that could instantly kill you and lose the game, and you just have to revert to a save a bit back, and like those are all interesting. And then you get one of the special weapons, and like then it's back to regular gameplay, and it's like that was an interesting part. And the Xenogears final battle was interesting. The story in the end could have been interesting. I don't have it on the screen, and I actually, now that I'm thinking about it, wish I did. The art that they always have from that one guy.
Yeah.
I
can't remember.
can't remember his name.
Yeah.
But the art is
the watercolor guy, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's of the girl actually kind of like laying, and it has the Final Fantasy 15 there, and it's very pretty. When you beat the game and you die, because she's already dead.
Yeah.
Like she dies as well because they destroy the wedding, so she dies right then. She's the one that's laying there. She's your girlfriend. The princess is dead. you get added to the art, and it actually makes the art beautiful, and it really becomes like a full piece. And it's like, that's great. That is such a cool way to end it. It feels like your sacrifice in dying actually is still just you've changed the game, and the title screen from then on has that, and it's cool. That is super cool. You can then continue to play the game because you can travel back in time, and then your car can then fly because they also have a flying car.
Yes, they have the fly car.
After you beat the game. With several extra dungeons, because extra dungeons.
Why not? Yeah.
And an extra super boss. Like, so after the game's over and it doesn't matter, you can play the game more. It's like, and the extra dungeon. I forgot about this. The extra dungeon, you have to go in alone because only you can have like a little like teleport thing.
Yeah.
You do that, you go in this dungeon alone, so you're without everybody. Zero combat. It is a platforming.
I remember you telling me about
super cool dungeon that is optional. That no one's going. Every other dungeon is like, walk forward, fight, walk forward, fight.
Yeah.
There's one that has like a pathway that you can get knocked off of, and then you actually get knocked deeper into the dungeon, so it's scary unless you fight a guy that's a sword dude on a bridge, and like if you fight him, good on you, because that dude's hard then. He's a Yojimbo type. There's a recycled enemy types. It's not the best controls for it, but it was interesting. It was different. It did something.
Yeah.
And it's so disconnected. That dungeon, the part where you're sneaking around, the final fight, they're different. And I feel like they were definitely made by the different teams of the groups. And then there was the overall, let's just hang out in our car that's on goddamn rails. You can't even drive in the wrong lane. You can kind of swerve. And if you run out of gas, it's just a pain in the ass. You just have to push the car to a gas station or pay to get it picked up.
Yeah.
It's like, it's just, they're minor inconveniences, the game. Oh, I got knocked out. I had to use a potion.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah, I think this one represents Final Fantasy losing its identity. Like, it doesn't know what it is.
It doesn't know what it. And the thing is it could have done anything. You had ideas, and you fucked all of them.
Yeah.
And also, half the story is told in a anime that you need to watch.
That's fucking stupid.
So, but the start of the game, there's so much backstory that you're supposed to know.
Yeah.
Because you're supposed to watch the anime.
Yeah. I hate anything that does that.
No.
Doesn't matter, even if it's game. Like, unless it's the series, i.e., if you played the last game, you know where this one starts off.
I would need to play a bit of 13 to know what's going on in 15. Okay.
I'm fine with that. That's you just banking on my investment in the series. But if it's something, that was my experience of Halo 3, where I beat Halo 2, Master Chief's flying off on one of the Covenant ships. Cool. I start up Halo 3, Master Chief falls from space and crashes into the ground. What? Oh, if you read a book, you would have found out. It's like, I play Halo to shoot.
Yeah.
I don't play Halo to read.
People are complaining about Rose in the new Star Wars, and why isn't Finn and Rose together? It's like, there's a book.
There's a whole thing
that he has a throwaway line in the. There's one line like, "Oh yeah, we're not a thing."
Yeah.
That makes it worth. No.
Yeah.
Fuck your extra content, even though it did come with the game and I'd already watched it online anyways.
But it's still But it still is one of those things of just like, don't like. If it's important to the story, it should be part of the story.
And when it's your reason to fucking care about this place, you seeing the dad die is the actual in the anime.
Yeah.
You actually see the big bad that you later have to fight a bunch of times. The only reason you know he's the one that did it? The anime.
Yeah, the anime. Yeah. Yeah.
Your turn.
Alright.
I'm gonna get water because that started ruining my voice. It's already scratchy.
Why do I have that? So jump over to my screen. There we go. Alright, so my number 5 is Deus Ex Mankind Divided.
I was waiting for that to be on.
Yeah. Well, fucking Jason spoiled it when we were playing Pathfinder last time. Like, because I died, and I'm like, well, I'll start writing on this. And he peeks over, he's like, Mankind Pathfinder. I'm like, shush, Ryan's right there. Shush. Yeah. Shut your mouth, boy. So I loved Human Revolution. To me, that felt like a great revival of Deus Ex. And so here comes the sequel. And I'm like, oh boy, I can't wait for more of the same. And what I got was absolutely more of the same with more shit. So yeah, gameplay-wise, it is almost the exact same game, which could be good or bad depending on how you feel. For the most part, good for me. In fact, it actually kind of fixed one of the things because the speech in the first Human Revolution was overpowered as fuck. Rather than, speech opening up new options for things, speech would just be like, I completely avoid this entire boss fight because I talked. And it's like, that's not satisfying. I would have liked advantages in the boss fight for talking.
I think that we've talked about it before to where it's, or I watched a video on this, or we watched a video on this, to where don't just make speech a gameplay.
Yes.
Make it a mini game.
Well, that's what the whole speech, it was a mini game, but the better you got at speech, the less of a game it became. It just starts saying, this is the right option, take that. Where it's like, why not let me improve my speech to make even these bad options have viable aspects to it? To where I shouldn't offend this guy, but if I do offend him, he leaves behind a key card because he didn't think to pick it up. Like, something like that.
Yeah.
Like, I could piss him off enough that he just leaves rather than just throws me out of the room. Something like that's how speech should be. That opens up new avenues, not it just beats out combat. So yeah, they kind of did fix speech. It was less overpowered. But then the one new thing they put in, which was actually interesting, is after the first game, you apparently sync with the giant city in the ocean that ends the game, where it has 3 different endings, and one is you die, one is you hide the fact that augments were used to turn people into essentially murderous zombies, so that way people can actually get the surgical augments to survive, or you persecute augmented people and join the religious zealots and hating them. So yeah, it's the original Deus Ex had multiple endings. Each one had a valid aspect to it.
Right.
The first one did as well. And this one, it was you took the death route, but you didn't actually die. You get found out. You wake up. Apparently, somebody fucked with your systems and they jailbroke your mods.
Okay.
Is the whole thing. So you have illegal mods in you and the ability to install illegal mods, but they have an absorbent energy consumption. So the more mods you equip, the more stuff you can do, but you can lose power, basically.
Okay.
It's an interest, and it actually, because it gives you your power consumption rating, and you can go above it. The breakpoints is every 100% power consumption. And so if you're over 100%, your UI will sometimes fuzz out. Like you lose your health and your radar.
Ooh.
It's neat, but I have more aspects of things. And then if you go super high, your entire screen will bzz and fuzz out. You lose visibility for periods. And then max, I actually had to look it up to see what the aspects of it were. You can get up to 450% overclock, essentially, where not only do you completely lose sight and audio, your sound just cuts out as well. You get stunned and one of your mods breaks, which is how you level up in the game. You actually lose levels, essentially.
Oh, nice.
And it's that's a neat thing. It's a risk versus reward. I'm becoming OP, but things will backfire on me at random times. Neat. And then one of the very first missions is, here's a battery expansion. You'll never have to worry about that again. So the one neat thing they do, they immediately disable the negative aspect to it. To where you could still overclock yourself, but at that point it's to ridiculous degrees. You would have everything on, and it's so I have all of these all the stealth shit and all my combat shit equipped, which is overclock me. Why would I ever use the combat shit? Because I'm so good at stealthing, I'd never have to fight.
Yeah.
That's the only reason to overclock is for overclocking. That's the only reason that they'd have to do it.
Yeah, that's disappointing.
That's 100. So gameplay wise, that was the big well, you fucked up on that. The game's smaller than the last one, which isn't a huge problem because the central hub world of Prague, where you basically is your hub, is actually very deep and interesting. You keep coming back to Prague, and Prague keeps becoming more martial law, where by the end of the game, you can't walk the streets of Prague without being shot. So you have to stealth through the hub city, which is
That's pretty cool.
That's cool, but like that's interesting. But then you only have essentially like outside of Prague, you have 3 other including the beginning, 4 locations. You go to Dubai after it's been filled with sand. You go to a slum augment area. You go to a North Pole, and you go to a dinner party. That's it. Those are the only other areas outside of Prague that you go to, and then the game basically ends on a massive cliffhanger because it's half a game. They didn't do the full game. It felt like the midway point, like, and the end. It's like, that was unsatisfying. And on top of that, the first game actually does kind of organically flow into the original games because even though it doesn't have anything directly to do with it, you get a post-credits cutscene of like, well, you just took out the big villain of the world. There's a power vacuum. Hey, the villain from the first game steps in to take over the power vacuum. Makes sense. But now that we have this game, it's like, well, how do we explain what happens between that? Oh, now he's got to go butt heads with all the other villain organizations. So this villain that your character, Adam Jensen, never meets and never knows of, you keep getting cutscenes of him, like, dealing with the Illuminati and stuff like that, and it never directly affects you.
So it doesn't matter.
So it doesn't matter.
They're just trying to, like...
It's just trying to weave the stories together to the original game with this being a prequel.
We fucked up.
Yes, and it's just like, no, you could tell a completely separate story. So yeah, it's the end fight of the game is the first boss fight from the last game, just with more HP. It's a big dude with a grenade launcher that you just have to stealth around and catch off guard. Only you get a bigger area in this one. It's such a fucking disappointment. I got into Deus when Human Revolution came out. I played the original 2 before it came out. So I played Deus Ex and fucking Invisible War despite everyone hating it. Mm-hmm. And even it has some redeeming qualities to it. It still is not a horrible game. And then Human Revolution came out and hey, it stuck the landing! Deus Ex is back! And then killed with Mankind Divided. There's no chance of it coming back now, so good job! Oh, and that's right. They also changed a whole bunch of characters too. That was a great. Totally forgot about somewhere I mentioned. Yeah, relies on the last game's established characters, but then changes all of them for the worse. Any new character comes off as bland. Yeah, they would not hire one of the voice actors from the last game because he said crazy shit on YouTube, and so they think he's psycho. So they just hired a sound-alike, where they could have just cut the character out of the game because he wasn't a main character. Like, no, we got to still have him. He's your old boss from the last game. But we're just gonna get a guy who sounds similar but clearly isn't the same guy. And just, yeah, it was such a piece of shit. Really, really pissed me off. Because again, it's got some good parts, but it also has a lot of bad. So yeah, that's my stinky number 5.
Okay. Go on to your number 4.
Number 4 is, hey, Fable 3!
I didn't see this one coming at all.
So the good, interesting setting and premise. It expands the world because we get the desert. We actually go intercontinental.
Yes.
Versus just national.
That is true.
The John Cleese pause menu was great.
Yes. No, your butler.
He's your butler, and the fact that that's the pause menu is that little hub. Like, that's such a smart idea. I loved it.
The full it being if I need to go to the map, I go to the pause and I can actually explore the map that way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then the other positive is flood a town full of hippies.
Hey John, are you my friend? Because I feel like you're my friend.
Oh my goodness!
Did we become just best buds?
The fact that you specifically called that out, I'm like, I made it a bullet point. Like, oh, that's great. And then the gameplay was so fucking boiled down from the second one.
Yes,
which
it was.
Was so because it wasn't. It was clunkier is the problem.
Yeah.
Because the second one was. It rewarded you from jumping between melee, shoot, magic, and you get bonus XP by constantly moving between them. This one was hard to do it because they introduced the firearm shit, where it's like, pow, and like it's slow to shoot.
Yep.
You don't leap as much. Like the combat was just clunkier. Mechanically, it's just a repackaged version of 2, with the only addition being hand-holding. You can hand-hold people now. Isn't that interesting? We're gonna totally do the dog again, because the dog was so successful in 2. Do dog again.
Yeah.
Bastardization of old characters. Poor Reaver there, who was fucking interesting in it and hilarious in 2.
I think that he was one of the better characters in 3. Because he was a character from 2 when they actually wrote
but
some
he's
good characters.
But he still is a like shitty version of what he
himself,
was.
yes.
Which is like, yeah.
But
yeah.
it does make sense that he's there because he is an immortal.
Yes. Oh yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. The game's incomplete, and too much emphasis on manufactured moments. The game was constantly trying to make you feel, and 2's guilty of that as well. The fucking ending. Do you choose money, revive your dog, or your sister? Was the 3 options, the avenues.
It wasn't your sister, it was your lost love, because if you were attached to anybody at the time, they kill them or something.
I think it was the sister. I think it could be both.
I think that maybe because I got married early, they did that.
Because I did the sister one because I think I played through it to do both dog and sister.
Okay.
And yeah, if you revive the sister, you get a letter that says, "Hey, thanks for reviving me. I'm gonna go off. Bye." That's your ending. It's just like, again, manufactured moments. This is supposed to be.
I think that my wife suddenly was back in
Oh,
my house.
and then there was the actual virtuous thing was save all the people who died building the Elvis thing. That was the actual good guy thing to do. Or you take a selfish revive your dog / lover, or just take gold. And so it's just
But the thing is because the dog actually had mechanic stuff,
it made the most sense to revive.
you had to revive your dog.
Yeah. But and so 2's guilty of the manufactured moments as well, but 3 tries really hard to. I mean, that's what the whole fucking second half of the game is.
It's choose A to be evil or choose B to be good or whatever.
And then you beat the game by not playing it.
Yes, the fact that I completely forgot that the money was always accumulating, even if you
when
weren't
you
playing.
So
if you go online with a friend to play the game, you could join each other's monopolies. So however much I'm earning, you are also earning.
Yeah.
It's not split. We're not like an equal partnership. It's we both get that money now.
Yeah, that's how you beat the ultimate evil, real estate.
Real estate.
That's not fun. And worst of the trilogy, too much focus on the concept over gameplay. Gameplay was like 1 is the most gameplay-esque. 2 is the balance. 3 is too much on concept while throwing out actual playing the game.
Yeah, and I like 1 probably the best.
I like 2 the best.
But
I could, it's
because it's mostly an RPG to me.
Yeah, it's a classic RPG.
Yeah.
Where 2 to me feels like what Molyneux wanted to do.
Yes.
Where it's a nice blend of you building your character, but also having it be in an RPG game type of thing. That's why I kind of like it.
Somewhat living world, I guess.
Yeah, it's nice to get the little time jumps you do and stuff. Like, I liked it.
I liked the game quite a bit. I played 2 quite a bit.
Yeah.
I might have gotten 2.
Yeah.
I know I got all the gargoyles.
Yes.
And
and they recycled the gargoyles in this one as well, because that was such a good thing in 2. They just recycle. No. Come up with something. Oh no, they did. They became the gnomes in 3.
They became the gnomes.
That's what it was. Where it was the spirits of the gargoyles put into gnomes, so it was essentially the same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ugh. Fucking. Yeah. 3 was just.
Fuck Fable 3.
Fuck Fable 3. We're both unanimous on this one. So. All right. So what's your number 4? Oh yeah, that makes sense.
It might be. It might.
Oh yeah,
might
true.
be.
It's not technically your number 4 because yours aren't numbered.
They are not numbered.
Yeah.
But it might be that because I recently played this.
Yeah, that it's fresh. The wounds are fresh.
So I probably wrote. I wrote 2 paragraphs rather than every other one actually just being a list of sentences, not so much a paragraph.
Hit the bathroom. You can go.
Yeah, Lost Planet 3 is the modern testament to modern game design in all the worst ways. Open world, sort of, but only really for collectibles that don't matter. Progression system, yes, but only sort of, so that you'll spend that resource that you don't really care about. Third-person action adventure. Yes, let's make him take up 1/3 of the screens and not provide any details of his current status, thus making his size purely block the screen. QTEs. Yep, that's all of mech combat. QTEs. You get to ride a mech. And you can punch and stuff, but that you don't want to punch. You want to wait for those quick time events.
The Lost Planet used to give you this sense of urgency. The energy that you would collect was essentially your life, and it was constantly ticking down because you're on a frozen world, and you needed to move fast, find a place that would fill up your energy and then keep you warm. Like and then if you got hit, you would auto heal because you have energy to spare. It was a good currency, and you valued that currency. Lost Planet 3 has that currency, and it doesn't fucking matter. It upgrades your weapons. Like, ooh, I got a thing for my shotgun. Woohoo. Mechs used to be janky, but fun, and I'll take one. Mechs used to be janky, but they would be fun. They were actually a boon to you actually playing the game. They changed your gameplay style. Getting in the mech in this one is just kind of making sure that you have the mech.
It just feels like you're fat. You're a fat dude.
No. The mech is so big. The mech is like...
That's right, they're huge.
It's like 2 or 3 stories.
Yeah.
It's like, whereas the mechs in the first one
we're
was...
just kind of big
You barely
suits.
fit into it.
Yeah.
It was Exo Squad
Yeah.
versus Mech Warrior.
Versus Gundam.
Versus Gundam. It's not correct
Mm-hmm.
in size. But at least the mechs in the old games felt like, oh shit, I got a mech. That means I'm more powerful now.
Yeah.
I get in my mech. In this one, it's like, I have a QuickTime event coming up. Mm-hmm. Or I need to make sure that I have it close enough to me so that way I have my radar. Because all of your HUD actually only appears when you're close enough to your mech. Mm-hmm. Okay, that's kind of interesting, but I don't care.
Yeah.
The grappling cord. You could traverse everywhere. In both the first and second game, you could use it to grapple onto things, get a height advantage, just get to new places, jump around, platform. This one, it's only select areas so that you could get to new areas to maybe get a new audio log. And the audio logs were great. They really did tell you a lot about the world. But man, it didn't fucking matter. Like, none of it fucking mattered. The teamwork from part 2 was cool. The online, it was neat. It's not necessarily what I liked, but it was a neat concept. No, there's no teams. You don't ever really fight with anybody on your side. You are alone against a very small open world that they block off half the time. Oh, what else can I say? Oh yeah, the game did take modern game design and then just put a Lost Planet skin over top of it.
Yeah.
And they lost all of the game design of the old games that made the games fun and unique.
That
Like,
gave them their identity.
It was like this was
Why is that always the fucking case with these smaller series that do like Dead Space is another example of why can't you just let it be its thing? Instead you turn it into a generic third person shooter.
let it do its thing and let it tell its story that way. Like you don't Isaac is not becoming any better in Dead Space 2 or 3, despite the fact that he's faced it. He's just more cautious. He's just more crazy.
Yeah, he's just more aware. Yeah.
He's just seen Cthulhu at this point, so he's ready to shoot Cthulhu.
Yeah.
That's all it should be.
Yes.
That's all the marker was supposed. Oh god, don't.
Yeah. Don't bring up Dead Space.
I didn't play 3. I didn't play 3.
Yeah,
it's not on my list.
Same here.
Okay, and the last thing before I forget. Fuck Always Online.
Oh yeah,
this game,
yeah.
if it suddenly loses connection somehow, and Steam was going through, I
Yep.
played through all the game. Apparently, it was way worse when the game launched. If you ever lose connection, it will kick you from the game. You're not allowed to play single player.
Yep.
You're not allowed to play single player on Steam
If you're not online.
if you are not online.
Yeah, I fucking hate that was
Why?
ever a thing.
Also, now that I'm looking at this character art, he doesn't look like that. He is one of the worst looking characters in the entire game. Everyone else looks like a human. He looks like a creature.
Yeah.
He looks weird, and he's the main character. He doesn't look like that. Doesn't look like that at all.
Yeah. I don't know if you said it while I was in there, but because we talked about this while you were playing it, but now that it's said and done, was the story decent at all? Because that's what I kept hearing was the actual saving grace of the game was that
story was not. So the story
was good.
The story was better than the Lost Planet stories. The other Lost Planet stories. Lost Planet is not known for their stories. Their stories are garbage.
Yeah.
This one is fine. The thing that pissed me off about the story the most, like, a lot of the characters are just kind of there, and it's just like, oh, I was never your friend, even though you saved me, but you keep being the hotshot and like doing all these cool things. So I'm the antagonist. Oh, I called the Nevik here, the bad guys, and then in the end I become your best friend because you don't kill me. That's it.
Okay.
That's one of the characters' development. That's their full arc. Oh, I called them here. You idiot. You're a dumbass. I'm gonna beat you down, and I beat you down, but I'm not gonna kill you. Why aren't you gonna kill me? Because we are in this together. Oh, okay. Oh, Nevik were assholes. I guess I should have not done that. Yeah, you should have not done that the entire time. And then in the final cutscene, when it transforms to you, like you're telling the story the entire time because your leg is trapped under a rock, telling like your granddaughter or something. And there's a that guy comes in and is like, oh no, you're dying, my best friend. You were such a good man. Like,
Yeah.
that's it. Another character is just there to she's oddly a love interest despite the fact that you're married with a kid, and then in the end your kid and your wife get transported to the planet anyways. So the weird love interest, the space princess that you constantly were flirting with, not really a thing.
Yeah.
Like, and then you always have these. One of the cool things is during some load times, they would load a cutscene of your wife sending you a call, or other people kind of giving their reports, and like that's a cool way of doing cutscenes. Didn't always happen, but like you just have you playing with a ball because you're on autopilot, just sitting there like, yep, you're always recording me. Like, I don't know, we always have to do these calls to make sure that we're not going crazy, because there's all of 10 people on this planet.
Yeah.
But going back to the story, when Nevik arrives, there's just the big bad guy that comes in like, I'm just the bad guy.
Yeah.
Like, I'm just here to be the bad guy.
Yeah.
There's no character development. I'm just going to kill people. Really? Mm-hmm. It's like halfway through the game and suddenly you're just the bad guy? Mm-hmm. We had all of these alien monsters, but then you got to make this human guy come in and just be the authoritarian. No, you guys are discovering things you shouldn't that now are ours, and then we're just gonna randomly kill people because they might rebel. You have an entire military force, and you're going to kill all of the 10 people that are on this
minor people.
Yeah, it's why not imprison them? Why just shoot them in the head?
Yeah.
That's dumb. And then also that removes your collectathon thing. And you can do the thing that you can do in Final Fantasy 15. You can load your save before the incident. You can use all of your progress, all of your extra points that you got. You can load to previous, so that way you can get all of your extra collectibles, turn them in, and get your extra points and bullshit.
Yeah.
Fucking dumb.
All right.
I think it's my turn.
I
think I need to talk about this.
Oh no. No.
I've been playing a lot more of it.
I know.
I keep playing more of it. And as new as I am to the Dawn of War, thank you. I think that you opened my eyes to Dawn of War in general.
Well, you did it yourself when you played 1.
You were telling me about it.
True, I did tell you about it.
And I think that I bought the bundle of 1 and 2.
Okay.
And I was just
we just eventually got around to playing 2, and it was just
yeah. Well, no, it's I bought the bundle because I think we were going to play 2, and then I'm like, well, I'll play 1 then. I'll play through 1 because
it's fun.
And I'm like, this game is great.
Yep.
This is a great RTS. And then playing 2, this is
a great tactics RTS.
Yeah. And then I played 3, and I'm like, what is this garbage? So weird gripe that I'm going to get into just get it out of the way. The UI for the game is weird. All of your units that you buy go into the bottom of the screen, and they're just there, so you can quickly grab them, but you can't group them. You can like shift and collect multiple, but you can't, I don't think that you can like control group them
one
or move them
control
around. I don't think. I don't know if I've played enough at this point. I've played less than 10 hours because it's such a pain to play.
It's a slog.
But the map is not actually in part of the UI, so it's actually just a free-floating thing that you can click at different parts that aren't part of the map, but then you can click in the map. So when you actually like click and drag, and if you click and drag from that corner, sometimes you just click on the map and it's like fuck, because the map changes sizes during the mission. It adds this is the only part of the map that's actually going to be selectable at the start. So you get used to like, this is how I select my guys. I'm just clicking over here and then dragging and dropping. No, there's more of map. So where you clicked before is now map. Because the map changed size halfway through the mission. No. Okay. Generally, I'm bored by the game. The game is slow. Resources collect super slow, and then they get faster as the time goes on. So in the first like 10 minutes of the game, you are either trying to get your upgrade building going, and mind you that's as much of the base building as you need. Like you need one of every building, and then you're done. Then the tech marine or whatever the guy that builds is useless to you.
Yeah.
He becomes completely useless once you have one of every building. There's all of like 5 buildings.
Yeah.
There's not, I need to upgrade this building or add an additive to this building. He doesn't do
Can
that.
they at least repair vehicles or something?
Yes.
Okay.
But then again, you can also sit next to certain things that can
And
repair
just
vehicles.
repair.
Yeah. They're a sensor. They automatically sense invisible units.
Okay.
So they are that.
So they have
do
something.
have some that they die almost instantly in combat though.
Yeah.
To get like 400 requisition takes a good 5-10 minutes. How much does a Space Marine cost?
If it's anything like Dawn of War 2, it's like 300 something.
It's 400.
Oh god.
So 10 minutes, 5 to 10 minutes to get one Space
Damn,
Marine.
that's fucked up. If it's shittier at
And-
doing the large scale stuff than Dawn of War 2,
Yes.
which was intentionally not doing large
Yes.
scale.
And so the thing is at that point, and this might just be the missions that I was playing. I've played through, it looks like half of the campaign at this point, and they're still trying to teach me stuff. They're teaching me the disciplines or whatever the fuck they're called. I have it written somewhere. The doctrines.
Yeah.
That which I find interesting, but then lock you into a way of playing that can become bad, or like, I'm not using flamers on this mission because flamers are bad, and yet I put 2 doctrines in the flamers, and it's like, then that's those doctrines are now useless.
Yeah.
I can't change them on the fly.
Yeah.
And sometimes that type of unit is just pointless. They're using too many vehicles. Don't use. Actually,
Yeah.
flamers are good against vehicles if you use one of the doctrines.
Okay.
It makes them unmovable. It pauses them where they stand, so that way you can get all of your guys to actually surround them, or just keep them at bay so they don't run
Yeah.
over guys. Cool. But you have to use a doctrine for that.
Yeah, to make them.
How powerful are Space Marines when you first buy them in the first game? You get a few units, and you have to like add more of the units and like maybe upgrade them. Yeah, no, you get four or 5 Space Marines per unit, and you don't get to buy extra ones for that unit. They don't get upgrade. You can, for the depending on the type of Space Marine, you can upgrade them from the base. And I think the tactical Space Marines are one of the only units in the game that have selectable upgrades, where I'm going to be a flamer, or I'm going to be the laser cannon ones.
Yeah.
The rest of the units
Are all just
are
linear.
that's what they are, and then the rest and their upgrades are perfectly linear. Like, upgrade health for infantry, upgrade attack for infantry, and then the one thing that I saw was give jump marines swords,
power swords instead of
chain swords.
instead of chain swords.
Yeah.
And so it's just a
It's just straight upgrade of
That's
it's
it.
just better.
that's just it.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah, because even one had variable
no,
upgrades.
you okay? I'm going to add a captain.
Yeah.
I'm going to add other dudes. Oh no, I want grenade launchers for these guys.
Yeah.
I want 5 grenade launchers and 2 sniper rifles.
Yeah.
And that team is now a team of like 8 dudes, and they can handle most things. No, I have to buy 2 separate teams for that will take me 20 minutes to fucking get. But mind you, requisition does increase
Increases
over time.
Yes.
But you also have to then spend to get your base, and then because that's also base building doesn't fucking matter. I'm ranting at this point
Yes.
instead of reading my thing. Oh
but
yeah.
yeah.
It's pure. Again, I played like an extra few hours this last week, and I'm gonna continue to play just
to confirm.
to confirm all of my bias. Apparently they did away with what they did originally. Originally they had a skull system.
Yes.
So as you play, you earn skulls. They did away with that, so you have all doctrines unlocked from the start.
Okay.
You do have to play and level up your characters to get their other skins, which I don't fucking care about. But then also that's why they level up. They don't level up to actually get stronger.
Oh.
That's done away with. So them leveling up doesn't fucking matter. So there goes that fun of the RPG element.
I always thought that this was supposed to try to be a compromise between 1 and 2, but it's
No.
just flat out inferior to either of them.
Yes. You go in with half of both, and you don't actually add up to even the sum of your components.
Yeah.
Sometimes you multiply but no. This one somehow divided. They divided 1 by 2. They've got half a game. Like it didn't add up to 3. It did it wrong. That's the wrong
Yeah.
math. Also, what you see on the screen, those are the 3.
Those are the 3. Yeah, where
The-
every
the-
game
the-
has had 4.
I've not even fought Chaos Marines.
Yeah,
I've only
That's right, Chaos. Yeah, in the
There's not-
original game, Chaos was the 4th race.
because at least you could fight Chaos.
Yeah.
This one didn't even have Chaos to fight.
Yeah.
You fought those are the 3.
That's it,
It's
yeah.
orcs
Humans
versus
and
humans.
or Space Marines.
It's Space Marines versus orcs versus
Eldar.
Eldar, and it's just that over and
Yeah.
over again. Eldar are probably the most interesting from what I've played because they can teleport their base around,
Yeah.
which is neat, and because they have a base structure that actually has a large area of effect that makes your units faster and regenerate shields. It is actually purposeful to actually
To move
teleport
your- yeah.
and then build multiple of those.
Yeah.
No other building. You can't build turrets. You can build them on requisition points. The watch,
Yeah,
the
the
listening
watchtowers.
posts.
Or, yeah.
You can build those, and they have a slight cannon, and they can upgrade how much requisition they're getting.
Yeah.
But they also give you both energy and requisition. Every listening, there's no way to just get power generators to get the energy.
Oh, okay.
It's purely do this and then upgrade. It's pure upgrade. Oh, I want more energy from this. It's not choose more requisition from this listening post or more energy. It's
yeah,
both.
that would be interesting.
Get both. It's there's no choice. There's no choice. Now let's go on to multiplayer. Cuz that's all I played.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh wait, no. Before. One last thing. How long does it take to autosave? Because it autosaves as you complete certain things.
God, really?
It autosaves as you complete certain parts of the map.
And it's not just a autosave.
No, it pauses the game for
God, what was it?
20 to 30 goddamn fucking seconds.
Oh my.
I'm playing a fucking war game and I'm in the middle of a battle and you're gonna pause the game for 30 seconds?
Like,
fuck you.
Yeah.
Mind you, I'm playing 4.0. The version of this game that I am currently playing is at 4. Yada yada yada.
Yeah, it's
when
had
you
a
get
lot.
to 4.0, it should be way different than this.
Yes. Should be clean.
I don't understand how it got this. I don't. Okay, multiplayer Dawn of War 3. So your main base structure you cannot build. Not build multiples of your main base structure.
Yeah.
So base building is
Yeah,
pointless.
you're stuck in wherever
Again,
you start.
You're stuck wherever you start, and you can't build defensive turrets. So once you build your 4 or 5 things that are going to be your types of troops, your tanks, your vehicle factory, your infantry factory, your upgrade factory. I think that's it.
Uh-huh.
And then listening posts on
And then,
stuff.
yeah, on the resource points.
On resource points, which there's a few of them every map. And then most of the maps come down to looking like they're lanes. You have an automatic weird laser turret that looks nothing like from what I know is 40k.
40k.
And you have to take out a power structure that's it's somewhat ahead of it, to where then you can take out that laser turret. That laser turret can wipe armies out. So that, slow going, you can't really get it's built, it's manufactured phases.
Yeah.
You can't rush in this game.
That's what 2 had as well. It had a similar setup to where you had your main base, and everyone's base got 2 turrets next to it. Mm-hmm. But the difference being, because 2 had no base building, you didn't have clutter.
Right.
And so it had a similar, it had a lane aspect to the
Right.
maps. Because
But you had heroes. That's
you
the
had
only thing you
heroes-
were focusing on.
And it was the same thing where the turrets were great at anti-infantry, where once anyone upgraded their base to 2nd or 3rd phase, you had vehicles, which suddenly
You then can
you
mow them down.
You can, so
Yes.
it is a manufactured. Yeah, you can't technically rush, although you could build like a heavy weapon squad.
Yes.
Upgrade it with a range gun and shoot the turrets.
Yes, you could try to
You
rush.
could try it. Yes.
I'm sure there's a tactic for it that,
Yeah.
that can be countered, but okay.
But yeah.
Do you remember in the first one where there's craters and stuff?
Cover. That's right. Cover.
Cover
gone.
And how does it work in the second one? It works with there's actual things that you hide behind.
Cover.
How does it work in the third one?
It don't.
There are places.
So it's
there
physical.
There are physical domes that
Yeah.
if you capture them and have troops
Yeah.
stay in them,
They're
they
tactical
can't,
points. Not,
they're shielded suddenly.
Yeah.
And melee troops can't get inside of them, with a caveat. So that way you're basically just hitting the shield until you can get into them and then kill the troops that are taking over them, and then maybe capture them yourself. Or you can just have the orc hero. Actually, all 3 of the heroes, the main heroes, have a way to remove the troops from the thing, and then you can just walk in to steal it yourself.
they have like AOE.
They have the
pushes.
jump, a grappling hook, which is essentially a jump,
Yeah.
and then an AOE push. Both of them have that, and then the Eldar has I throw my spear, and then I pulse on the spear, which
Yeah.
pushes everyone out, and then someone could walk in. It's just auto, so it's pointless.
Yeah.
If you have a hero against it, it's like, okay.
Where the other 2 games were like, you have all the natural structures around the area which can all be destroyed.
Yep.
Or that tank you were just using blew up. Hey, that's cover now.
Yep.
You had dynamic cover.
So the orcs have a feature to where they can actually take scrap and upgrade themselves temporarily. How do you get scrap?
They become Ard boys. Dead vehicles.
Yeah, and it also just randomly falls from the sky.
I get it. I get it as if the other player starves you of vehicles, you can never use that aspect. But then that's up to you to
also
build your own vehicles.
You can also destroy structures and I think get it from there. But
Okay, but
yeah. Maybe that was just in the mission. I didn't
True,
play orcs
yeah.
because as much as I hate it, I actually like the Eldar the best. And I don't like the Eldar.
Yeah.
I would prefer to play Space Marines.
Yeah.
That's still not my favorite. None of these are my favorites.
Yeah.
I don't like any of yous.
Including the title.
And especially the title.
Yeah, so yeah.
I'm sure I've got more to say, but I don't want to.
Yeah.
Yeah, the custom kits are gone. The fact that you gotta
I'm trying to spend money on my squad that's dying.
Mm-hmm.
No, you have to go back to a point so they can refuel their guys.
Mm-hmm.
There are just some of the doctrines that are clearly better. There's one that turns every listening post into a heal point as well as a place to refuel.
Yeah.
So, repair your squad. What is it?
Reinforce?
Reinforce your squad.
Okay.
That sounds
yeah,
right.
Yeah.
Yeah, like that one's just clearly a good one to have, unless there's suddenly no listening posts on the map, which
Yeah.
then you're just not getting any money forever. Fuck Dawn of War 3.
Yeah.
Okay, I need a new lozenge because that hurt my throat.
Yeah.
Passion.
We'll move on to back to me. Fishing. So, going from Fable 3, my third most hated game was... This one surprised me, but I couldn't deny it. Octopath Traveler.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of people have told me to buy it.
And here's what my... Great initial concept, great combat system, great music, great visual design, and then the charm wears off. So... Yeah, when you first start playing it, it's amazing. The game has one of the best first impressions I've ever experienced in a game. But then you start seeing all the cracks. The class perk limit your system is stupid. So every character has a base class of all your 8 characters, and they can mix and match with any of the other 8 classes. You retain nothing from those classes outside of earning perks. You don't keep the skills.
Okay, I can see that being good. That's Final Fantasy Tactics.
You have a limit of only 4 perks.
That's terrible.
And so what immediately happened was, are you a caster or are you a fighter? Oh, I'm a caster. All right, you get the thing that cuts your magic use in half. You get the thing that regenerates mana. You get the thing that randomly casts a spell twice in a row. And then you get the thing that gives you a 25% chance to take a second turn. Are you a fighter? You get the thing that lets you attack twice. You get the thing that makes you block things for other people, for the mages, so that they don't take hits. You get the thing that gives you regenerating hit points. And you get the thing that gives you a 25% chance to take another turn.
I was waiting for that.
That was it. That was every one of my characters. They all lost their identity
Because they don't.
because it was just the optimum build. It just fell apart real quick, and that's it. And it's because you don't keep any of the spells. So if you took the wizard,
The cool thing about Tactics was you got your secondary class that allowed you to use all the skills still. Because you weren't the class anymore, you didn't have the necessarily best stats for those. Like you might have been a weaker caster suddenly. But yeah, the skills, it was half the reason.
yes,
Ooh, excuse me.
yeah. And so yeah, there's that. Half the stories are god awful, and the other half are pretty good. So like, as the name implies, 8 characters, each with their own story. I can definitely name 3 of them that are fucking awesome. There's Ulbrich the warrior, Primrose the whore, and Cyrus the wizard. Ulbrich is great. He's a former knight of a kingdom who he failed to protect his king, and now he's a loner. And his entire story is, if you don't have a kingdom to protect as a knight, where do you draw your honor from? That's his entire arc. Is figuring out where's my purpose if I have no kingdom to fight for. And so you start off in a village that's been housing him, and he's been training the guards to protect the farmers because bandits raid them occasionally. And so he finds some motivation out of that, but then he goes off to find the guy who killed his king, who was one of his former comrades. So he wants to get revenge. But then, to get information, he had to enter a fighters tournament, where he suddenly finds fighters who fight for glory. They don't kill each other, but they fight for the honor of battling each other to see who's the best. He learns glory that way. He finds the guy who betrayed the king, who has been spending this entire time, since then, defending this small desert village from fucking monsters that live out, and he is completely sorry for everything he did, and this is his penance. He said he will defend this town till the day he dies. And now you have the choice of, do you take revenge, or do you understand that this will do nothing, and you leave him to spend the rest of his days paying his penance?
That's beautiful.
Exactly.
That's a great. That could be an entire story into an RPG.
It's a great story for a character, and that's his whole thing, is just learning where does he draw his honor from now. Without a kingdom to defend, what does a knight do? Yeah. That's his whole thing.
Well, yeah. Well, what is a knight without a
Without a king.
or a
Yeah.
king without a kingdom?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Primrose's whole thing is as she was a child of nobility and witnessed her father get murdered by assassins. She saw each of them had a crow tattoo. One has a left hand, one has a right hand, and one has on the back of his head. That's the only thing she has to identify him from. She then goes into poverty and becomes a whore. She works as a prostitute under a pimp, and you're his best girl. And when you try to leave, the pimp takes your best friend and slits her throat and pushes her off a cliff and says, "You stay with me, bitch," so you kill his ass.
Oh yeah.
Then you go around and you have trying to find leads on all these people because it's finally time to get revenge, because she will not visit her father's graves until she's exacted revenge. And sure enough, she finds one of the guys is visiting a whorehouse. Well, I'm gonna become a whore in that whorehouse, so he gets one of me one of those nights. And it just keeps going, that she keeps just murdering these people without remorse.
That's fucking awesome.
And then the final person turns out it was one of her father's assistants that she was in love with as a little girl, and now she has to confront the idea of her knowing him back then and who he is now. And he takes pleasure out of tormenting her psychologically for it. His boss fight actually stops from the actual boss fight and goes into Primrose's mind, where it's her versus him, and she's fighting the idea of him.
Ooh.
Yes! These are good stories, and they don't involve, I'm the bad guy trying to destroy the world. It's
Right.
personal stories.
Yeah.
It's very interesting. So those are the good ones. The bad ones is Alphen.
Or I'm a bad guy and I'm trying to destroy.
No, it's not. It's
Well, yeah, you didn't tell me about Cyrus. Now,
Oh,
I'm sorry. I'm interested now.
Cyrus is interesting because his entire journey is trying to find a book for the library that's gone missing.
Oh, nice.
And it just keeps going into more and more bizarre adventures. Also, like, women love him, and he's completely oblivious to it.
Nice.
Like, they're always trying to be like, well, maybe we could. He's like, no, I have to find the book. And then just, tally-ho. It's just an
I love those
interesting
characters.
story. To where, yeah, in fact, that's what basically makes the big bad guy of his story is one of the girls from the college that he teaches at. He didn't realize she loved him, so she tries to sabotage him to make him like spend more time with her.
Aww.
Like, yeah, it's 100% just like, yeah, not. But then you get shitty characters like Alphen, the fucking alchemist, who's, I'm gonna be the best alchemist in the world because the best alchemist healed me as a child. All right, I go to this town. I choose to heal a thief, despite the fact he is bad. Oh no, he's bad, and he tried to kidnap someone. I have to correct my wrongdoings. I'm gonna go to this town. There's another alchemist there. We're both alchemists. We're so great. Oh fuck, you're poisoning the locals so that they pay to heal you. I'm going to stop you because you're bad. And it's just, And then, yeah, a lot of the other stories are just bland and don't really do much of anything. And you're like, okay.
They just needed the 8.
You just needed the 3.
Well, no, they just needed the 8 to
yes,
actually fill in the Octopath.
Yes, it felt like filler. And so you think, well, I'm just gonna play the good ones. Nope. Level requirements. You can't do the next mission till you get 10 more levels. Guess what you gotta do to get those 10 more levels? Do everyone else's story missions. So you have, and so even if you even if you want to do the good story because you're like, I'm interested, no, we forcefully break you because there's a level barrier. You can't, there's no possible way to fight this mission. You're underpowered. So you either grind or you do everyone else's stories, which means you constantly are breaking narrative pacing to do everyone else's stories. You're constantly just musical chairing around to everyone's story.
Did you ever play Saga Frontier?
No.
Start of the game, you choose like one of 8 characters. They each have their own storyline.
Yeah.
They can meet every other character essentially on their quest.
Yeah.
When you complete their quest, that's it. That's it. They're like, you just complete their quest. Everyone
Yeah.
has their own stupid storyline. One guy becomes a Power Ranger. It's Japanese as fuck.
Yes.
One guy wants to become the best mage in the world, so you actually have to go around to all of the different planets to get all of their types of magic, and all magic is opposing in every place.
Yeah.
So if you get time magic, you can't get space magic.
Okay.
That type of thing.
Yes.
And but it builds up. Everyone has a very loose quest. Some people have a very tight quest. One girl, the Joker kills her husband or boyfriend, and she was blamed for it, so she has to escape jail and kill the Joker. That's all. I'm not joking. The dude is
Yeah.
green hair,
Yes,
white face,
yes.
red lips. Like, But then all of the stories have those moments of, if there was a fighting tournament, you would have to go there, and some people would actually enter it, and you would face them because during their story they would do that.
Yeah.
And like, it's the overall doesn't fucking matter because you are seeing this at a point in time. All of these people are doing something on these like 20 different planets.
Yeah.
And it's super interesting, and it doesn't like once you
Yeah.
beat one, it doesn't affect another one.
Yeah. That's what I would prefer. Where this one, you basically have to meet up with everyone. You start with one guy, then
Yeah.
you venture around and find the other one.
Is there an overarching like
Supposedly there is.
you just
like,
never did it?
because I did everyone's quests. I'm like, cool. I know there's an end story. Where is it? And I'll just keep doing side quests because there's a million fucking side
Yeah.
quests in the game. So I'm like, all right, I'll keep doing. And nothing showed up. I looked online. People were like, oh yeah, you'll find it. Don't worry. I'm like, okay. I kept playing it, and I just couldn't find it. And at that point, I just stopped caring. I never beat the game. I just walked away from it.
Okay.
Because it was just.
Because I know that one of my friends beat it, but she loves Grimes.
Yeah,
So.
and like I can,
That sounds
and that's the thing. And that's the thing. Like everyone's story does kind of build into the ultimate story. There's like threads connecting them all, which is like neat. I can't wait to see what that builds up to. Oh, you're hiding it from me. Fuck you. So like, yeah, there's that. Do you like this camera angle? Because you will never see a separate camera angle the entirety of the game. The game uses one fixed camera angle no matter what. Enter a new town, it doesn't give you a little like, look at the town. It's just, no, that's it. That's what you see the entire time. Except, and like I was like, okay, maybe the game looks awful if they get close. Maybe, if they do angles, it doesn't look right because it has a very papercraft-like looking aesthetic to it. Except one mission from the Huntress chick, you go to a forest and it does a panning shot of the forest that you're about to enter, and then it goes back to like, you did something with the camera. Do it again. Do it again, damn it.
You're not supposed to be this bad.
I'm like, you know how to do it, and they never do.
You lied to me.
You lied to me. Yeah, everything's this flat fucking angle, and like because the game is an air quote open world, you have a lot of dungeons you go into, which is all shot from the same angle. How do they build all those dungeons? Palette swaps. Same fucking texture, palette swapped over and over again. You got your brown dungeon, your purple dungeon, your green dungeon, your gray dungeon. Just non-stop, same fucking shit.
Tell me more, Al. What
Man.
other dungeons do we got in the shop?
Yeah, just any color. Any color. Or there's cave. Same thing. Cave with different color. Fucking,
We got blue caves.
Yeah,
we
we
got
got-
brown
yeah.
caves. We got a little bit of that green
oh,
cave.
the purple chests. Oh boy, the purple chests. So you could start with any character, and eventually you're gonna find a purple chest. It says you can't unlock it, and you're like, oh, and then it says a thief can unlock it. Oh, so you unlock the thief class. Switch your character. No, the thief.
The thief. You need the
If you
character.
don't have the thief character in your current party, you may not unlock these chests. By the way, you can only swap party members at the tavern. So while you're exploring a dungeon, you see a purple chest. If he's not in your party, you don't get it. And those are the chests that contain weapons, armor, gear, not just
So-
health potions.
So you basically always need to keep the thief in your party. So yet again, you're locked into: are you a fighter or a mage? And you have those are the same builds,
Yep.
and you have to have the thief with you at all times. So options, lots of options.
Yeah, it's such a great idea.
For a second there, you weren't selling me on this. I shouldn't play this game.
Yeah.
You're doing it now.
Yeah, no, it's 100%. It's open, except it's not. That's the whole idea. Like, open world, you can visit any location, any order you want, but you have to do these events in this series in order.
But that's a high level, and we're not gonna.
We're
let you
gonna,
go
yeah,
over
that's
there.
no, that's no good. And then, yeah, characters just don't interact with each other. They really don't. Like everyone's like, yeah, they do. No, what you get is at a story beat, and this character, like Primrose, is like, I found out where this guy's gonna go. A little button shows up. Push this button to see character interactions. You push it, it just shows her and X amount of any other characters in a black void where they just talk about the thing that just happened. That's it. And it's completely optional, and it does not affect anything that happens in the game. That's it.
There is a game on my favorite list that does character interaction super well. Huge cast of characters, including characters that you build yourself.
Yeah.
They're just mercenaries.
Yeah.
And they will sometimes comment on stuff because as mercenaries go, they're like, I better be getting paid for this. Like something sounds scary. They're like, how much am I getting paid? Like they'll do
Yeah.
stupid stuff like that. When they are blank slated characters, they have more character interaction.
Yes.
Like
Where in this
other
case,
characters like, oh, I
every-
know about this.
Yeah, every character is a scripted character. Every character has their arc, and it's a JRPG, which means character interaction is a thing. There's always some sort of melodrama at the very
Dude,
least.
I want to watch that scene.
Yeah.
I want to push the
And
select
no,
button.
so it doesn't matter. It just fucking doesn't matter. It's just flavor text. That's all you get out of those things. You don't get insights or anything like that. It's just, yeah, the open world environment of the game kills the game. This shouldn't be an open world game. This game would work much better if it was standard linear JRPG style.
It makes sense.
It's yeah.
That makes
it's
I mean, it could also be that because it is a Square Enix game, they don't know how to do that.
yeah.
They're so insulated with their design that they don't know. They've heard about the other design, and
Yeah.
don't know how to pull it off.
Like, yeah, there's plenty of great things about this game, and I actually would be looking,
Oh.
if they announced a sequel, I would actually be interested. Because the combat's fucking awesome.
I've heard the combat's good.
Combat's great. You can see right there, every character you fight has these little question marks underneath
yeah,
them, and
they
they're the shield
have
number.
weaknesses,
And
and they have
you
to
have
break.
to, you have to figure out the weaknesses to break their defense. Otherwise, everything you do to them takes half damage. And so, and then you get bosses who can they shuffle their weaknesses.
Ooh, I didn't
and
know
stuff
that.
like- yeah, they can do weird shit, and especially on bosses, every time you break their defenses, that once the shield comes back, you take more hits to break their defense. It gets harder as the fight goes on.
Huh.
It's got interesting combat stuff. I like a lot of it, but boy oh boy, does it say, it's great slogging. Let's just slog you to hell and back. And since it's open world and the narrative isn't linear, it's shallow as all fuck, so there's nothing really keeping you invested. The moment you find a good story thread, but here's a shitty story thread. Enjoy this one when you get back to the good story. Yeah, it's
As much as you are
like if you can find it dirt cheap on sale, maybe.
that's what I've been waiting for because I know it's now on Steam
Yeah,
as well,
yes.
so it's not like I have to buy a system for
But
it.
boy, oh boy, do I not recommend this game as a like, boy, I gotta get my JRPG fix. No, this should be like, budget, sure, I'll play it. Because yeah, if you run into that brick wall like I did, because it's not going to be a numbers game. I can tell you that right now. You don't get to affect their stats. You have perks. That's it. That's the one thing you get to do as a player. Is I slot in one of 4 perks. Yeah, exactly.
Oh, I feel like that
And
would just
also-
frustrate me because it's like, no, give me.
And also at one point there's because you have to unlock every class.
Fuck it, I'm gonna play the Xeno Chronicles or whatever because I know
Yeah.
that's a fucking numbers game.
Yeah, but yeah, you have to unlock every class, and there's 4 elite classes you have to unlock, which just invalidate all of the other classes. So
Of course.
yeah, so you get the super weapons guy, you get the super death mage, you get the super support caster, and I don't even remember what the 4th super
And
class
the 4th
was.
one didn't matter.
Yeah, it's just it's. I would love to see the ending. I just don't want to play the game to see it. It's the game.
Yeah, we can look it up.
Yeah, but that was 3.
Yeah, you should go to 2,
Yeah,
and then
yeah,
I'll
and
do
then
my
I'll do
2, and
yes.
we'll both do 1 as our final.
So my number 2 is Fez. So yeah, to quickly go over what you had talked about. My points: excessively simple audio, visuals, and gameplay. Everything was super minimalistic, and it didn't have to be. Like I understand the square geometry of the world because it has to rotate. That made sense, fine. But
Everything's a cube because
yeah,
cubes.
because pixels, haha. But yeah, the inane dialogue, but it's deep.
And also Mimi.
It's very beamy, yes. But people were so like, no, there's so much to the game. Straight up ripped its main mechanic from Super Paper Mario, which was 5 years before this game, and it did it worse because we would constantly glitch through the levels and fall to our deaths.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. I remembered that. And then, yes, the majority of the puzzles are basic trial and error or minor memory challenges that can easily be overcome with just a little work. But then you have the stupid stuff, which requires things like alphabet deciphering and taking screenshots and the code
Yes.
and all that other shit, which still isn't necessarily smart. It's just expecting obtuse work out of you.
I have a puzzle game for you that I beat in a few days.
Oh, okay.
That I figured we can play for the channel because they only do one where you probably need to
Like,
take a screenshot,
yeah.
and also there's a bug around that one, which is So, but I'll be able to get us around it.
yes. Well, yeah, if you've already beaten it.
Yeah, I've already
Yeah.
beaten it. It took me
An afternoon.
2 afternoons. It's
Okay.
a very long, beautifully done game called Anna's Quest.
Oh, that's right. I remember you talking
Yeah,
about it. Yeah.
I figure because I've beaten it, you can do. It's the correct logical leaps
Yes. And then,
in
yeah.
puzzles, and good puzzles.
And then, unlike any other game, the external stuff, Solving Fest, the media's hype of it, Phil Fish. I'm always
It won a game award 2 years in a row, despite the fact Game of the
It
Year
only came out one of those years.
one of those years.
Yes.
And Phil Fish was one of, or his friends
Friend
were
was
some
on
of
the
the
judging
backwards.
panel.
Like,
Yeah.
like,
And then just Phil Fish himself. Like I always advocate art away from artist, but it's so
and then
hard.
but when you're that big a douche,
Yeah, it's like
you're
when
the biggest douche
he's
in
the
the
he's
universe.
the biggest fucking douchebag, and he's so intrinsically tied to what Fez is that it's really hard to deny it. So like,
Yeah.
yeah, fuck Fez. Fez was a piece of shit.
Yep.
Fucking hated it. All right.
Okay, yours go in order. Mine do not. So
Yes.
this is not necessarily my
Your second.
This is my second.
Yeah. I can see this being disappointed for you.
This
I
is-
completely understand.
Hugely disappointing, and that's the thing that I want to drive. This game is a really good game. It is
Yes.
the best game on my worst list in terms of gameplay and everything else. It might even be better than some of the games on my
Actual honorable
best list.
or best.
It
yeah.
is. It is well designed, good playthroughs. They were releasing content constantly, beautifully done. Not a fucking Monster Hunter anymore. So the thing that I love about Monster Hunter, is feeling like I'm suddenly knowledgeable about these monsters. I would study the shit out of them. I would go up and like, it took me a really long time to cut off the Rathalos' tail when I was using this type of weapon.
Yeah.
Oh, that's because it needs to actually be hit here if you want to cut off the tail. In this one, you have numbers that appear on the screen.
That
Hey,
just- yeah.
I did my charge slash and it did 100 damage right there. Okay, and I hit it right there and it's only doing 20. Okay, I'm gonna go hit over there, and that doesn't
Yeah.
promote experimenting.
Yeah.
And when you back in the day when you were doing Monster Hunter, you experiment with every monster. You had to figure it out. The underbelly made sense to hit at times. Like you you bounced off of other parts.
Yeah.
So you went for the underbelly and like, okay, now I can hit it here. Great. Then you started breaking parts, and then suddenly they became easier to hit and hurt. Like, oh, this makes so much sense. I think 4 introduced simple climbing on top.
Yeah.
And then when you break things, then you could actually really damage them. Cool. This had that too, but you could easily just grapple onto them and
Yeah,
then just climb
anyone
in.
can- yeah.
Everyone can. Everyone has slightly jumps. Just constantly be the insect glaive and fly around and hit until you mount, and then hit them, stab them in the back, and move around them.
Yeah.
But the moving around didn't fucking matter because unless they're gonna run into a wall, then you move to the tail, and they run into the wall with the back, and you don't automatically jump up. Oh, but wait, you got knocked off? You can still use your grappling hook to jump right back on.
Yeah.
Because the game is easy. Everything is simplified. Where is the monster? I know exactly where it's at because I've hunted it 3 times before, so I have all
Yeah.
the knowledge on it. I found one of its tracks. It's over there. Okay, how was that done in the old game?
You had to listen for the yell.
You had to listen for the yell. You had to maybe sometimes have the things.
The
you
little
would
balloon,
start
yeah.
to figure out their hunting areas.
Yeah.
Like they would leave behind traces that were you could figure
Well, they also
out.
had patterns. So
They had
just like-
patterns, and they
yeah.
still have patterns. So you would.
But there's no need to learn the pattern because you just
No,
told
because
where
it's
it is.
automatic, and then once you reach
Yeah.
them, throw a paintball so that way you actually can track it when it flies around.
Yeah.
Cool. Now, hey, I found one of its things and I've hunted it before, so guess what? I know exactly where it's at. Oh, I've never hunted it before, but I've found its tracks a number of times, so I know exactly where it's at. Okay. That's cool in concept, but not in...
Not in execution.
Not in
well, I mean,
execution.
it's cool for the majority of people.
It's
That's what
it's,
it is.
It's what my problem with this game is. It's cool for the majority of people. Its player base died because the people that would continuously play this
Well, yeah, we played
are me.
Yeah, we played Monster Hunter 4 for well over a year.
Yes,
you and Andrew
we did.
would get together and pull up the DSs and be like, all right, let's
it
go.
it was our baby for the longest time. Like, hey,
and we never fully did it. There was stuff we never beat.
I know that I got pretty far into G
Yeah.
rank. There's no fucking G rank in
Yeah.
in World. Apparently, it's somewhat G rank.
There's a pseudo G rank now.
There were harder monsters, but like everything was easy. Every single piece of equipment automatically gives you its perks. So the mixing and matching of armor, you could do whatever the fuck you wanted.
Yeah.
In World, whereas in the old games, like, well, I need 3 of this, and it became a balancing act of like, well, I
Yes.
need that attack up, or I need this thing, so I need 3 of this piece and 1 of this piece, and like, you started building these weird designed things that
Yes.
were just amalgamations of pieces, and it took you hours upon hours to get all those together, and then level them up and everything else. In this one, I'm gonna hunt the Rathian twice in my entire career, because that's all I need to get the one item from it.
Yeah.
And that's it. And I never had to learn much about the Rathian. Like, it was an annoyance when it was around. Like, oh, you might poison me.
Yeah.
That's what it was. It did a lot of cool things. Like, there was
Yeah.
the environment having traps and stuff. I loved.
Yeah.
It felt good to do a lot of stuff, but it also felt like you were more powerful than most of the monsters up until like the Devil Joe. And then even the Devil Joe
Was a joke by comparison of what he used to be.
well, yeah, no, the Devil Joe used to be scary.
Yeah.
Now I was like, oh fuck, it's the Devil Joe. Like that's how I felt about the game. After me and my friend went through most of the story missions up until the Nagigante, where we were taking shots with every mission. We were plastered when we got to the Nagigante, and everyone else that like wasn't that was playing in the little LAN party we did was just kind of like going through it and like, oh yeah, why are you guys so far? It's like, because the game is easy. It doesn't matter that we're this fucking plastered. The game's not hard. And like, I switched up to every single type of weapon because like I wanted a different playstyle because I was too good with the greatsword.
Yeah.
I was too good with the lance. I switched to bow eventually because bow because there's 2 types of armor now.
Yeah.
No, I don't think there's 2 types of armor. It's just that when you have a ranged weapon equipped, you are then in the other armor type.
It just aren't. Yeah.
It just changes it to where
I
like
don't mind.
you
I
take
don't
less
mind that.
damage from ranged attacks now, or you have better by equipping a bow. You have higher elemental resists and less physical resist. If you have a melee weapon, you have more physical resist and less. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's just okay. That's fine, but it was also that moment of like, okay, so all of my armor sets can go for anything. That's fine.
I'm fine. Yeah. The reality is, like, I completely see all of your points, and I've seen it reflected in a lot of people, actually beating a Monster Hunter for once in their life.
Yeah.
But the reality, yeah.
I just realized who you're talking about.
Well, I'm talking about the general public, but it is, it's another direct slight to one of our friends. But yeah, it really does seem like at the end of I think a lot of the quality of life improvements of the game should carry over, but I definitely
Some.
want. Yeah.
Some of, not all of them.
Yeah,
Some-
no, I'm not saying all of them. I'm
yeah.
saying, yeah, obviously, yeah, some frustration needs to be there because otherwise, what are you overcoming? But yeah, I do think it needs to return back to what it was. Just bring in some of the conveniences
Yes.
that World came up with. Because
And-
World has a lot of good ideas.
Keep it pretty, but also I'd still want it on a handheld.
Having it on a handheld was nice.
Having it on a handheld, I think, does something for the game.
Mm-hmm.
I might get into later. Yeah. Let's see. Closing thoughts about this. Takes away the incremental experience where the player takes their time and becomes a master of each and every. Yeah. It's kind of the main thing that like I didn't
Yeah.
feel with the game was I didn't have to master any monster because everything that I did like whatever.
Yeah.
What are we facing? Doesn't matter.
Yeah, it turned the hunting aspect into a stat
Yeah.
rather than something you, the player, did.
Mhm.
And like I can,
Which is weird because I'm usually stat man.
yes,
But
but it's a stat that like, what's the cost of getting that stat? Nothing.
yeah, it wasn't an accomplishment.
Yeah.
Nothing in the game was.
If it was like an armor bone, if you had this armor set, and you could just see it on the map. Fine, when that was in for.
Yeah.
It's like that makes sense. You have one guy.
or you prepare the items for that.
Yes.
Back in the day, it was always like, oh, what are we hunting? Oh shit, okay, I'm gonna bring this,
Yeah,
this.
you would-
gotta make sure I have this set
You
going.
would build a kit rather than being like, no, this is my main gear,
Yeah.
therefore this is what I always take. It was no, I would totally kit myself out for the fight that's about to happen, not just say, well, I'm always the guy with the great sword, so I'm just going to bring whatever great sword I want.
One thing that so the fact that you could change your kit and then also go back to camp and like drop off all of your stuff, yeah.
Really? I think that's not a bad idea.
The thing is like at that point, like you can just keep getting more potions, getting more everything.
Oh, I was talking more equipment specifically.
Equipment, I'm fine with.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I brought the wrong kit. Is a
Yeah.
thing. It's like, or that way you actually can experiment. Like,
Yeah,
oh,
because
crap,
otherwise
I'm
you
really
go
bad
into a
with the
mission, find out your shit sucks, leave the mission, take the mission again, load up the mission. Why not just have it be, oh shit, my bow kit doesn't work on this fight. I'm gonna go switch to my sword and shield.
Yeah.
And it's costing you time in the mission anyway, so you're already taking a negative.
Yes.
So-
Then there was the. No pickaxes or bug nets or anything like that. That I love.
I like, yes,
I
and the
love
fact no
that.
pausing on collecting either. You don't have to do the animation of it's you can run by and just snap.
For
is it only
the everything's
things?
faster at least.
Yes.
So you just grab it like that
Yeah, like
and then
that,
you're done.
That's why, like those
It's
kinds of
not the-
things. Those kind of things I want.
Yeah, those I was happy
As a-
with
as
because
a-
gathering was already tedious.
Yes.
Let's speed it up a little bit. But then and you don't sit there and like pickaxe for like 5 minutes each time getting one item. It's like pick, done. That's the vein. You got this out of the vein.
Yeah.
Like that cool. I'm happy with those quality of lives. Yes,
Yeah.
please keep those coming.
But yeah, I
Don't quality of life the game into nothingness.
yeah,
Though.
I agree. Numbers either. That's one of the key unique things of Monster Hunter is you don't know how much health it has. You don't get any sort of direct readout.
But then you get so I remember when it was you, me, and Andrew playing,
Yeah.
and I knew the
Yeah, you called it because you were putting the numbers in your head.
I was putting the numbers in my head
Yeah.
to where it's just like, okay, I'm gonna hit this guy in the foot one more time. He's gonna be stun locked. Do not hit him in the other foot because I have that ready for the next stun lock.
Yeah.
And everyone's like, what? Like,
Yeah.
and it happened.
Yes.
And they're like, okay. Well, it was against the Xenostre.
Mm-hmm.
Xenostre.
Or it was an ogre.
Zenogre. Yeah, I combine that with Yostra.
Yeah.
Whatever.
But yeah.
But yeah, I hunted it so much that I knew the
You knew the
monster.
patterns, yes.
And I knew how much damage my sword specifically was doing, despite the fact that like things change a little bit.
Yes.
And figuring
Yeah, it has
all that
the
out was
variety.
so neat, and I was the
Yeah.
master of that monster.
Yeah.
Rather than it's like, yeah, I just did 100 damage plus another 100 damage. I'm pretty sure it breaks at
Yeah.
like 300 damage.
Like, I get what they're trying to do, but all they would have to do is rather than having numbers show up, blood splurt. If you hit a weak area, a larger blood splurt.
Yeah.
that's a visual read. That's you going, ah.
I'm hitting a weakness here.
I know- yeah,
And if
I
it's an
noticed the
elemental
weakness.
it's a bigger fire
Yeah, or
explosion. It's
something,
a
yeah.
bigger like
Give
burst
it
of
a slight effect.
Just-
It doesn't have to be like big.
Yeah.
Just give it that little tinge of like, oh, I noticed.
Yeah,
It's training the player to notice, not giving the player numbers to like, yeah.
It's not the 10 10 10 10 10 10 10 10 10 10 like. Anyways,
Yeah. I like I said, I get, yeah. For one, you are a huge Monster Hunter fan, and going into this, it was very obvious. Like it's much easier than it's ever been. So, which is just that's
you're
that-
taking away my fun.
yeah.
But give me a challenge, please.
Yeah, which sucks because you get all these. It's visually beautiful.
Yeah.
There's a lot of variety in it. The seamless world, like all these like neat, interesting things, and then the core gameplay just and it's just like, oh,
Yeah.
yeah. That's why I'm completely like, yeah. I completely see why you were disappointed in Monster Hunter.
But it probably still I wouldn't put it on,
In a bad, yeah.
like it wouldn't be my top 5 worst. Again, this is not
Yeah.
ordered. So if I'm gonna keep doing like thinking about that, like yeah, it was still fun ish. I played probably about 100 hours of it, not 400 or 500 hours in
Yes.
every other Monster Hunter that I
Yeah.
put in. But yeah, moving on to my last one, not my actual number one, but my
Not,
last
but
one.
your last of your
that
narrative.
m-
Oh boy. I'll get you, He-Man.
So I've been playing a lot
What?
of of the original XCOM
Yes.
to make sure what I felt about XCOM 2 was correct. It's what's missing for me. When they updated XCOM to the new
Yes,
XCOM,
Enemy Unknown. and
Enemy
then-
Unknown, I'm like, cool, graphical changes, they're making their own game. And then I thought that they would iterate on top of that to be something of a different game. And what they were going to add, what they added mostly was, hey, you're fighting human enemies a lot. That's kind of the big change between XCOM 1 and XCOM 2 for me.
Yeah, I would kind of disagree.
And then there's the
Like, yes,
overworld
human
map that
enemies.
I absolutely hate for XCOM 2. XCOM 1, you don't have a giant ship that you're flying around. You don't have a base ship.
Yeah.
You actually have proper bases. Which I actually like as an idea better than you just having the one ship that can fly around the world, and then you have the little, like, there's less to do in XCOM 2, I feel like, than there is in XCOM 1 or the
Enemy
original
Unknown,
XCOM. Yeah, Enemy Unknown.
Yeah, just call it Enemy Unknown.
Enemy Unknown or the OG.
Or the original. Yeah.
Now, all of that would not make me put this on the worst.
This again.
That's fair. The amount of bugs that I experienced with this goddamn game, it just hurt. And the thing is I started replaying it just to make sure that, like, okay, maybe they updated it and maybe it wasn't. No, I played one mission, it bugged. And I doubt it's my system. My system should be fucking good. But I've had it to where timer countdowns. You're on the main map or the overworld map, and you have 2 days left before it ticks off and you get some resources. And it goes into the negatives. No, you give me my resources and this should disappear. It went into the negatives and stayed there. It was forever there on my map. No. I hadn't seen this in my most recent playthroughs. I didn't play enough with my most recent playthroughs of it. But that's what I experienced in the original. I've had it to where I've destroyed structures and had floating enemies that once they saw me because I destroyed the structure, they moved on nothing but air into cover. What? That shouldn't have. They should have fallen and gotten hurt from the explosion. Like, that's something. Every mission
is essentially the same goddamn mission. Mm-hmm. There's no real difference. Find every enemy and kill every enemy. The original XCOM had it to where you could take 8 to 14 people on the original craft to go fight 1 to 10 aliens. Generally, you're looking at like 4 to 6. Who wins those missions most of the time? Aliens. Because the aliens have the superior technology, and your guys just die a lot. To where you have 14 dudes because you need 14 dudes at the beginning. And you slowly get more powerful, but they slowly introduce more dudes that are more powerful than you. And you are afraid of the goddamn dark. In the new one, I have 4 guys, and I am wiping the floor with 20 dudes, and I just need to make sure that I don't run too far ahead, otherwise, I introduced 3 more dudes that are now going to be part of the game. Rather than them being off the map doing things, and potentially running into me, there's always that moment of like, I noticed them, they noticed me, now they run into cover, rather than me being sneaky boy like I should have been, and having that moment to actually tactically do some good. No, they're now behind cover. And also my turn is wasted. It's such a dumb, cautious way to play that it makes the game less fun, and that's the winning strategy. And they tried to fix that with XCOM 2.
Yeah.
Because Enemy Unknown had that same problem. And how did they try and fix that? You have 4 or 5 turns to destroy this, otherwise the mission's lost.
Yeah.
And then people hated that, and so they kind of lessened it. You now have 15 to 20 turns. As they updated it, yeah. When it first started, you had very little turns to do
Most of them were 7
Was
to 8
it 7?
turns. Like, that was the typically for your average mission.
It's now like 12 plus.
I've played it not that long ago, unless they suddenly did some weird last minute change.
The one that I was just doing, I think, was like 10.
Yeah,
10 to
the
12,
majority
yeah.
of them was about 7 or 8 turns.
Okay.
So,
But we've talked about it before, but it's manufacturing a style of play. You're not doing it. And also, when it launched, I'm pretty sure it was less.
Yes.
Yeah, because they were.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah.
It was an unrealistic amount to where it's like, this isn't fun anymore.
Yeah.
And yeah, I'm just generally disappointed with the way that the game is overall designed, and then the way that everything was implemented is just garbage. Look. Now, the more I think about all the bugs that I have experienced over the times that I've played, just anytime I want to play it now, I'm just like, no you don't. You're gonna experience some bad shit, and it's not gonna be fun. The weird narrative that they try and weave in there is probably one of the better inclusions.
Yeah.
And I thought it was weird to include. Yeah. Like it didn't fit into an XCOM game for me. Where like the research was the thing that's supposed to like, more stuff is happening, or like these random events are happening, like emergent gameplay is like, because you researched this, you now know about like the Antarctica base. It's like, oh shit, there was a base right there? I was practically right on top of it. Now I know about bases. This is scary because that means they're like, they've been doing stuff right in my backyard. And then you play XCOM 2 and it's like, you've played for 3 months. There's a base that you need to go take out. That's because you've done mission X and Y. Okay, I'll do that, I guess. But overall meh about it. But not my worst game. Would it be in my 5 worst?
Well, like I said, after you go through, because since yours aren't numbered, I would
Yeah,
say
no,
go through all.
That is all of mine.
Oh, that's it. That's your last one.
That's my last one.
Oh.
That's
right. Yeah.
Yeah, it
Okay.
goes into best next.
Okay.
So you can go ahead and do yours, and I will look.
You
I will look for
see if you can number them.
I can get a top 3.
Yeah.
That Fez is gonna be in.
You don't physically hurt me and not.
Yeah. Alright, so my number one worst game of the fucking decade was. No. Broken Age. The Tim Schafer point and click adventure game. Boy, is this one piece of shit. So, first starting with the game asked for $300,000. Got $3.3 million. 11 times it's an asking price.
Holy shit.
But then had to chop the game in half and get outside investors just to finish it. I had to sell the game as 2 parts just to finish and get enough money. Where the fuck did all that money go, Tim? Like, yeah, you have fucking Jack Black and Elijah Wood in the game. I doubt they took up all the money.
Both Jack Black and Elijah Wood have worked in games for
Yes.
less of a budget.
Exactly. They take low.
They actually
yeah.
enjoy gaming.
Yes. And then on top of that, this game came out 21 years after Day of the Tentacle. 21 years of experience in the industry, and he made a worse version of Day of the Tentacle in every fucking way. From the acting to the story to even visual style, it's a bland looking game. Everything looks flat and uninteresting. The characters are basic shape. Oval. Fucking oval.
Oval,
rectangle. Whoops,
yep.
damn it. That's my honorable mentions page.
Sorry.
Stupid touchscreen, yeah. But yeah, it's just, so bland visuals. All of the acting in the game is horrible except Elijah Wood. Elijah Wood is the one redeeming thing. Even Jack Black fucking like phones it in. And I like Black. I liked fucking
Brutal Legends.
Brutal Legend.
Yeah.
He was great in that. I enjoyed that.
That's because it's probably a game that he's passionate about.
Yeah, this one. Well, also he was a complete side character in this one rather than any sort of like mainline character. Where Elijah Wood is one of the 2 main protagonists.
Okay.
Jack Black is a self-help guru that is completely not taking his own advice in the game.
Okay.
That's his role. And also it's a very because he's a guru, he's very soft-spoken, so it's not really suited to who Jack Black typically plays, which is loud and bombastic.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that might be the other reason why he didn't really. But it's fucking bland. Yeah, bad acting. Unremarkable. I cannot remember a fucking song in this game. The music was just noise from anything. Yeah, flat presentation. Everything just doesn't. No depth. Even that big townscape right there. That's a whole town. It doesn't look like it has depth. They rarely ever do a shot where you actually see here's a small town in the distance. Here's the plane you can. All right. Walk all the way back there. It never does anything. Everything has
I feel like we just recently played just a demo or a mini point and click adventure that showed something that there was a little bit more depth. The world felt huge and it was funny.
Yeah.
Oh, I can't put my finger
I know.
on it.
Maybe you, the viewer, can find out by checking out the video. Point and click bundle, whatever I called the video. I don't remember. Point and click collection. Yeah, somebody else did a point and click sequel to Day of the Tentacle
Yes.
and did a great job.
They made I want it more. I
I want the full game. Just the puzzles, so the entire game is about you playing the girl there at the top right and the boy there.
Okay.
And you can jump between either perspective, much like Day of the Tentacle, all the characters
Okay,
in
yeah,
time.
yeah.
It's the same thing. They never do any cross-play puzzle until the very end, and it is the most annoying fucking puzzle. It's the final boss puzzle of the game, which are these fucking little octagonal robots, and in order to get them to do the right thing, you have to flip them over where they have their wires on all these pins, and you have to sit there and string the wires in the correct order. And you have to constantly switch between them to see, well, this robot has this pattern. Okay, switch back to Elijah Wood, string mine up to that pattern. It's just constant repeating, look at the pattern here, go back there, do the pattern. And that's the only time the 2 perspectives is ever used. And and the whole game is about that these characters, despite being the 2 protagonists of the game, never interact with each other until the last scene before the credits. They see each other on bridge and go, hey, and that's it. And that's supposed to be the joining of worlds, because it's supposed to be 2 separate worlds.
Right.
Interact with it because the story is fucking retarded. Yeah, It's a bad story with disconnected and pathetic social commentary. It really tries to wag a finger at society, but it does it in the most obtuse, like, I don't know who you're scolding type of like. So the story is your Elijah Wood's character, the boy, is on a flying ship flying through space trying to find a world that humans can colonize. His mom and dad are essentially robots speaking to him. They don't really specify exactly what. And so, his whole thing is he wants to go on an adventure and stop with this fucking coddling safety thing. The girl is part of a village where it's a village of bakers. We used to be great warriors and fight monsters, but now we realize we can just bake things for the monsters, and that'll satisfy them. And she's mad that she doesn't get to grow up to be a warrior. And then it turns out that Elijah Wood is actually flying the monster that's eating the goods that the village is making. Because for some reason, he's being lied to, him and his family is being lied to, that they're trying to colonize a new planet when they're actually flying around a monster to kidnap people in the real world to take them back to a factory city where they need fresh-blooded humans from outside the city to keep themselves alive. Yeah?
Yeah, I didn't think that Snowpiercer was a good movie.
Yeah, that's exactly. Yeah, who are we getting mad at? Industry? Industry is what we're getting mad at? Okay, says the giant financially backed game industry.
The 3.3 plus millions.
Yeah, the big industrial game. Sure, I guess. It doesn't make sense. It's like I said, bad acting, bad storytelling, uninspired, and I back this garbage and I want my $15 back. Cause fuck this piece of shit. God, fuck you, Mr. Shitface. I cannot hate this fucking. Nobody should play this. Just do not even out of morbid curiosity. Don't even pirate it. Do not even bother. You won't.
I wouldn't even pirate.
I wouldn't
the
even
game.
pirate you. Yeah, I'm 100% straight honest with you. There are so many other good point-and-click adventures you can go play instead.
And its Quest. I highly recommend it.
That fucking Revenge of the Tentacle.
Yeah.
Just that demo alone,
Just that demo
I got
was-
more enjoyment out of that than this entire game. This game fucking sucks. It's such a bunch of bullshit that doesn't go anywhere. It's so annoying. The original Day of the Tentacle is a better point click. 21 years older than this game. And it does way more. The puzzles are more interesting, the characters are more interesting.
I like that. Technically, XCOM wasn't my number one.
Yes.
But I like that we both ended on a. Dude, go play the original.
Go play
the
an
original
old-ass-
game is real
Go play a
good.
dated ass version of this game because it's better.
It's so.
Yeah.
It's so scary and
It's
good.
just,
It's weird that game design sucks nowadays.
Yeah.
I'm an old man. I'm gonna scream at the void.
Yeah. Old man yells at clouds.
Yes.
Yes. All right. So you want to move on to our honorable mentions?
Yeah.
Do you have it on your computer?
I do
All?
not have it on my computer.
Okay.
All I have only.
Do you want to just like
No, that's not the right one.
fly through yours? and then-
Yeah, I figured I'd just because mine are.
Yeah.
Yeah, mine. This says a lot about me. Why these didn't get into my top 10.
Yeah.
More than anything else.
Yes.
They are.
They're all genuinely good games.
They're
They
all
just-
they're all great. I had a good time with them. There's just certain things about them that don't let me be
yeah, they
my
are blowing you
stupid self.
away. Yeah.
Doom is a
The 2016 Doom.
fucking wonderful
Yeah,
game.
yeah.
Yeah. It's fast, gory, beautifully done. Took back to FPS roots and makes you feel like a badass doing it. I'm just not generally a first-person shooter player, so it didn't get me there.
Yeah.
It didn't have the things that I want in a game, but it doesn't make it a worse game because of it.
Yes.
Dragon Quest XI. Perfect representation of a Dragon Quest game.
Yeah.
And once you're done beating it, there's an entire another part of the game to beat because it's
It's long. It's two goddamn games in one.
Yeah.
And that's when it was first released. They've added extra content
Now there's the
since
Switch
then.
one which has
With like extra dungeons and special.
you get to go back to the 2D versions of other Dragon Quest games
Yeah.
because they're affecting the history and you have to correct history.
That's so cool.
Yeah.
They're just,
Also, you can play the entirety of the game in 2D.
yeah, I've heard.
Yeah.
I've heard that you can switch. Like,
You can't switch on the fly, which does suck.
okay.
Like, I think it's because there are actual gameplay changes. Like, combat doesn't work the same in both versions. It's a little different, so that way, because yeah, if you want to play the 2D,
Oh, I assume that it would be random encounters instead of on the.
it's random encounters. There's a couple, I can't remember. I did it for a little bit and went, I want to play the beginning of the game again. Because you actually have to play them as two separate save files. You can't just, you don't just swap.
Oh.
You play through the game separately in its own 2D version.
Oh, neat.
Yeah,
But
so if you-
Jesus Christ.
If you really like Dragon Quest XI, you have a second way of playing Dragon Quest XI.
that would be if I had a Switch, that would be a reason for me
For
to
you to
actually
pick it up.
Pick it up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good on them.
Because
That's smart.
they did all the sprite work of the game. Like, that's fucking stupid.
Yeah, these are
Yes.
honorable mentions, so not getting into them too much.
Yeah.
Kingdom Come Deliverance. I did not play it at launch, and I understand that at launch it
it was
was
buggy.
a buggy
Yes.
mess. I did not, but it
Did not.
I had a
I did not
I had
either.
a few bugs, but the things that it was trying to do did fucking
Yeah.
beautiful.
Yeah, it's on
And
my eventual list to
It's
play it.
I wish that my problem with the game
Mm-hmm.
is because of time quests and everything else. And this is actually what I wrote. I need to replay the game at this point because I have no fucking idea what I was doing because
Yeah.
I took a break, and now it's just one of those games like it's not a forever game, but you're gonna have to spend a good 100 hours so that back to back to back to back
Yeah.
because you're not going to remember how to play well, and it is a very much skill-based combat game. Like, it is statted, but
Yes,
you need to
but
actually
it's
get your
actual
skill.
timing and
Using
swinging.
every skill raises that skill,
Yeah.
which then raises your level, which is another game on my list does that, which fucking loved. Yeah, that game is great. Kingdoms of Amalur Reckoning.
Yeah.
I am so happy that somebody has the license to that now. That they might actually.
That it might become a
THQ
thing.
Nordic, was it?
I think it was THQ Nordic bought it. Yeah.
Yeah,
I
fucking
think.
good. Because they do okay with stuff.
They've been ever since THQ fucking bit the dust. They've been actually like
Yeah, Nordic
holding
fucking
out.
just like holding the
the
last
Darksiders
of the
3
line.
Darksiders 3 wasn't that great, but it was still at least trying something.
Yeah.
They're doing the HD remake of Destroy All Humans.
I mean, the other Darksiders game. The
Top
twin
down
stick, I guess.
hack and slash.
Yeah.
They're doing a lot of interesting things. I hope
good
they
on
grow because they seem to want to try.
But yeah, Kingdoms of Amalur, interesting but very much imperfect. It is buggy, but like it's a solid action RPG with a new world. It's just something
Yeah.
that hasn't been done before. Everyone is fated to do things and then repeat the same events as they are reincarnated throughout their lives. You are someone that has completely broken your fate. So now you can break other people's stories.
Yeah.
And that's just an interesting concept
Like,
because
yeah.
then you being the chosen one is your chosen one's power is
You are not predestined.
You're not predestined, and you
Yeah.
can fuck up other people's destinies. Like one dude's like, I was supposed to die there. This is wrong.
Yeah.
And then he like keeps trying to sacrifice his life for you. He's like, no, I was already supposed to be dead.
Yeah.
I don't like that. I don't know what's supposed to happen.
Yeah.
Which is it's very interesting.
Yeah,
It's,
it's
still
a good-
the coming dark or the
Yeah,
whatever.
yeah.
Type
There's
of
still
fucking
the
ending.
generic story, but concept-wise, the
Yeah.
the world is interesting.
And I'm pretty sure that it was R.L. Salvatore that wrote it.
Yeah, that's right.
The
It was
art was by Can't Draw Feet.
Leafield.
Yeah. Yeah. Like they got such a weird mix. And
Yeah,
it
it was
really
such
did
a-
work, but then it didn't get a lot of commercial and all of their back.
Well, there was all the bullshit
Yeah.
of it was supposed to be an MMO, then it wasn't.
Well, no. They were making an MMO at the same time.
Oh, was that?
So
what
the
it-
thing
okay.
is all of their backing, because they took out the the state,
State
bought
loan,
into them.
yeah.
Like the state loaned them money.
Yeah.
They were making 2 or 3 games at the same time, all with the
Okay.
same world. There was this one,
That's
which
a
was supposed to be a single player adventure.
Yeah.
And then it was an MMO that takes place after how the story's
After the
supposed to
events,
end.
yeah.
And then it's just in this world because they built a big fucking world on their own, with their own narrative, and it could have been great.
Yeah.
And my final one for honorable mentions is Vermintide 2. I love the game. I'm just not FPS.
How many? That's only 5, right?
5.
Oh wow. I got 10 honorable.
Oh yeah, but I have, and then I have a top 10. Yeah, no,
Yeah, yeah.
I think that I was less. I could have gotten probably more dishonorable mentions that I could have honorable mentions.
Yes.
Because there's just a lot of games that are like, yeah, it's fine, but I wouldn't say it's like I needed to play this.
Yeah.
Like, it's Vermintide 2 is
Yeah, that was.
it's Monster Hunter for me because it's
Yeah.
it's a game to play with friends that is
Yes.
solid and interesting. And I don't have much else to say about it than that.
Yeah, it's a straightforward game, so it's
Yeah.
hard to. Yeah. All right, so my honorables, we got Deus Ex Human Revolution. Hey, I hated the fucking sequel, but the one that came before it was fucking great. Yeah, successfully revives Dead series, doesn't rely on nostalgia, but organically connects its story to the originals. But the dialogue was way too straightforward as a mechanic,
Okay.
which made the game too easy. Bloodstained is on there. Iga was able to deliver especially
Igavania.
yeah, an Igavania, yeah. Well, especially after fucking Tim Schafer fucked up on point clicks.
Right. Oh, that's a
What's
good
his
point.
fake working on Star Citizen hasn't delivered Star Citizen.
Right.
All these people, fucking Mighty Number 9. How many people said I'm gonna make that game I used to make, and they can't make it, and then
And
he does it.
He does it
Perfectly, yeah. The extra time they took, the extra polish and expansion of the game, fucking made it great. It was too easy. That's the biggest negative.
To me, for your too easy, I think it's because you found that build that made it easy.
That build I only had at the end of the game
Okay.
because I had to have the right hat that gave me infinite ammo that let me do like the big dumb combo with the gun. But yeah, no. As a whole, I just found the game because I was using like great swords through most of it.
Wow, really?
I was just
I
swinging big.
hated great swords in the beginning because they were way too goddamn slow.
Because I knew it was all tactical, hit and back off, hit and back off. That's generally most Castlevanias.
Yes.
How I play. The game as a whole just feels too easy. And
It was a hell of a lot easier than
Symphony or
Symphony of the
anything.
Night.
Yeah,
Because I remember playing through Symphony of the Night recently with
when you and Andrew
yeah.
were playing. Yeah. No, I've played multiple Castlevanias of that post Symphony. They all provided some challenge. This
Right.
one, there was I can't ever die in a boss fight.
I died once in a boss fight, and it was to the Blood Girl, and I've heard that is
Yes.
a wall for most people.
I think I died to that one too.
And apparently there's also bugs with her to where she actually either
Yeah.
does heal off screen, and it
Yeah.
heals too much than what it should, or she can hit you. She does extra moves while
Yeah.
being off screen or something.
Yeah, there's some bullshit. But yeah, otherwise, I cannot wait for the next Bloodstain because
Yeah.
now they've got the formula. Now it's all perfection. It's cleaning up.
They've had the formula.
Well, yes, but
I know.
they have the formula in their house.
Yes.
So I cannot wait for the next Bloodstain. Minecraft technically was published in 2011.
Oh!
Technically.
Oh yeah, no, I did see that on there, and I didn't actually think to add it to my list. I think it's because I only played during
The earlier-
alpha or
yeah.
beta. I don't even remember my code. I'd have to
Yeah,
rebuy
no,
it at
same
this
thing.
point.
Same thing. I would have to rebuy it too. But I played it by the
You do
sheer
have
amount of
someone
hours
doubting. Yes, you do.
I put in the game, I have to get it. Building is fun, but it didn't deliver on all of its promises, and its development has completely stagnated because it makes money. And so there's no reason for them to really make anything new for it. So there was a huge deal when they added bees to the game. Like, does that do anything? Cool. Like, again,
Other
yeah.
games are making. There are Minecrafts now,
Yes.
and they are actually doing something.
They're
more
doing interesting things, yeah. So that's the only reason why it doesn't make my best list. Battlefield Bad Company 2. This was a 2011 release, I believe.
I loved the game.
This was the last Battlefield I enjoyed. That's what,
Yes.
last Battlefield I actually enjoyed. Fuck EA, because every Battlefield since one kept getting smaller. They kept getting smaller. They had less players, smaller actual battlefields. Which the name implies it's a whole fucking field of battle. Why can't I do a whole fucking field of battle? But this game said, okay, let's make it squad-based combat. Let's actually use the small numbers to our advantage, and it fucking paid off.
Yes.
The multiplayer was great. We were talking about having to go back and check. I thought the single player was good in this one. The first one had a way better single player.
Did it?
The first one was you're the shit squad of
Yeah, the shit
army.
squad. Yeah.
And then as the U.S. is conquering essentially some shitty country, a guy who only deals in gold bars, an arms dealer, is leaving the country. So your guys get the idea of, well, if we intercept him, we could just steal the gold bars.
Okay.
But then they fuck up and don't stop him and decide, well, we're just going to chase him into the country he went to, which sparks America invading another country they didn't intend to invade and causes this stupid international conflict, all because your guys were jackasses who just wanted money. Where this...
You're the bad company.
Yeah, you're the shitty Bad Company.
You're the Washington.
Yeah, you're the Washington. Exactly. Where Bad Company 2 is like, oh, there was a secret leather weapon developed during World War II, and the Russians are going to build it.
Oh, that's right.
I had to rewatch it. I'm like, I played this, I don't even remember it. I'm like, that's generic as fuck.
I remember that.
It was still the same squad of
It's the
guys, so
same
they're still
squad, so they're still-
entertaining.
yeah.
Yeah. But the original story was, they were jackasses, so that's why the story happened. This one is, no, the Russians are going to take over. It's like, that's generic Call of Duty story. But the multiplayer was fucking awesome. It was also the first Battlefield that had destructible terrain, which really led to interesting ways of... When me and my brothers and Nathan all played, I've told you, but I'll say it on screen.
No.
We had our thing of moving from house to house was the renovation, to where I would kick open the door because I was combat shotgun. The other guys would storm up the stairs, drop an ammo kit, grenade launcher out the walls of the second story of the house so that we had sight range, and then my brother with his light machine gun would lay down and aim at the bottom of the stairs for anyone who followed us in. And I also had rocket launcher in case anyone tried to tank up, and we would fucking destroy maps that way. We would just move building to building, and people realized that, so they'd start blowing up the building, and we would camp there till the building started collapsing. I was like, bail, 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 bail! It was stupid and fun. It's what Battlefield's meant to be, stupid and fun. And since then, I have hated the series pretty much. Whoop, did I skip? Yeah. Until 2016 when we got Doom, which I didn't play till 2018. But still, that was, outside of Wolfenstein New Order, I hadn't played a real FPS between Bad Company 2 and then Doom. And I like first-person shooters, but they all fucking suck.
My brother bought me Black Ops, so I played.
The original Black Ops? Or, because as we saw from the best-selling, we've had like 4 Black Ops.
It was either 1 or 2. 'Cause
One's good. One's a fucking good game.
I think it was 1 because that's where you're in the chair and you can actually.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah.
That's 1. One's good. 1 is a solid fucking game.
Yeah.
I got that free with a video card, so I played it. I was like, yeah, that's great.
My brother bought it for me because he thought that we should play some video games together.
Yeah.
He never
And
played it
so,
with me, but
Call
like.
of Duty, yeah. It's like a go-to. But yeah. Doom is fucking great. Like you said, fast-paced, goes back to the roots. My only problems was the final boss doesn't feel right. Since the
Still
entire
haven't beat it.
the entire game's arena shooting, and then the final boss is, no, you face me one-on-one, and I do like attack pattern. It just doesn't.
It doesn't.
Nothing else in the game does
It didn't
that.
train you for it.
Exactly, and it's not even that it was hard. It just doesn't feel right. Like
Well, no,
it doesn't
it-
complement the game mechanics. And then I also I had some crashes. I had one point in the game where you're locked in an area, you have to destroy 5 things. The 5th one didn't spawn, so I ran around the room for like 20 minutes. Like, where's the last thing? Reloaded my save. Like, oh, there it is. So yeah, there's that. Ori and the Blind Forest, I walked into blind because I just heard all the critical stuff of like, it's a good game, you should play it. I'm like, whatever, it's on sale, pick it up. It's a fucking great game, and the sequel's coming out very soon, and I cannot wait. It's a game, like, as I point out, it's a platformer that doubles down on its mechanics to where combat and boss fights is platforming. You don't actually fight. Instead, combat, because you learn as I say, it's a soft Metroidvania. You learn the ability to leap off of enemies, which gets you extra height. So now enemies are platforms. Later on, you get the ability, you can leap off of enemy projectiles, which shoots them in opposite of where you jump. So now enemy projectiles are your weapon, and you use the projectiles to get extra height. So combat in the game becomes, at one point, you go through an entire bullet hell segment where you're just jumping from projectiles only.
That's
through
awesome.
It's fucking insane. And the boss fights are platform sections. Like the screenshot you see right there is after the most iconic boss fight, which is a giant husk of a tree that is filling with water. And so as soon as you hit the water, you die. So you have to platform up this thing in one go. There's no checkpoints. And it is fucking intense. All of the boss fights are platform sections with instant death elements that if you don't pass it, start over and do the whole thing again.
Neat.
It is 100% just super duper platformer with the tightest and best controls. And then that is the game. That is what it looks like. That is not a
Right.
cleaned up screenshot. It looks beautiful. Everything in the game is fucking beautiful. So
I love that these are your honorable mentions
I
because
know.
you are passionate about this.
yes. Mario Odyssey, I couldn't justify putting it on the best. It does so much right, but at the end of the game, it's just another Mario game. You've seen it before. Like, there's plenty new. Like, this one is the one Mario game that actually expands the skill ceiling. Because since there's so many fucking collectibles in the game, there's over 1,000 of the moons you have to collect.
Right.
And you only need like 100 of them to beat the game, but like, shove them everywhere. But because they shove them everywhere, there's baby easy ones to get, but then there's ones that you have to do fucking stupid shit to get to. So now,
the super hat toss.
yes,
and
you have
then-
to do all the weird jumps. So now the skill ceiling actually rewards higher skill play as well as lower skill play. So everyone can join in. Has a lot of the most unique levels of the series. The fucking New Donk City, everyone knows. But then the Bowser level is fucking Japanese Imperial level.
Yeah,
like
no,
it's,
I've seen it.
yeah, it's
great.
fucking great.
Actually, I think I saw it when you
I think
were...
I was showing. Yeah, I was like, look at this fucking stupid shit. Yeah. So Civ 5, I love the Civilization series, but it was really stagnating up until Civ 5 because they also did a lot of
I'm surprised I didn't put Civ 5 on anywhere on my list.
anywhere.
Yeah.
There's plenty of games that afterward I'm like, that did release in this decade. Holy shit! Like I didn't think about
No,
it.
I think that I had it on my good list, but
Oh,
I just
but you
didn't
just-
have it into my best
Honorable.
of.
Oh.
Like, as I was,
But yeah, Civ 5 really, because they were doing the like Call to Power series, which was basically unofficial sequels to Civ, but they didn't want to call it Civ 5. So yeah, it was Call to Power 1 and 2 and they were just Civ. I don't really understand why they called them Call to Power. Like I said, outside of avoiding numerical sequels. But Civ 5 was the one that introduced city-states. They did a lot with cultural. And then they had the Brave New World expansion, which I should have checked, but I can't. It adds an entire avenue of victory to the game. I think you create the UN because you control all the city-states, and you just control the votes of the world, basically.
Oh,
Because there's
okay.
culture victory.
Yeah.
And this was the separate. I just control so much of the world, and they like me so much.
People-
I'm
the
voted into
diplomacy.
ruling. Yeah, diplomacy victory. I think that's what got added in the Brave New World expansion.
okay.
But just a lot of shit, and Civ 6 did not live up. So I have actually thought about going back and playing Civ 5 just for funsies.
You talking about it makes me want to play it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a fun time. Journey. Journey was such a unique thing.
I didn't realize that was...
That was,
Did I not?
I think it was 2011 might have been.
Because that game is
Beautiful.
perfect in its own right.
Yeah, it's one of those things that I like, which it sucks because to get the best experience, you need other people playing it. You need people to wander into your world.
Yeah, I didn't have that. I beat it.
The first time I
like,
played it, I didn't realize I didn't have online activated, so I never had. I'm like, I thought people, and then I played it again with people. And like, when those people wander into your world, it's a unique experience. It's one of those things of it's not standard versus multiplayer or any shit like that where it's set up. It's just someone wanders into your game, and you just jump and chirp at each other. Yeah, don't worry about me. You're so
I can't stop watching. that.
And like you just start chirping it. You guys develop a like communication system, and then at some point they leave your world, and it can be through like I had some of the best opportunities. One was with the flying snake enemies part. they hit him and he disappeared after that. So to me, they killed him.
Oh no.
So yeah, I was just like, no, my buddy. And then another part was near the end when you're on the snow and that's where you're supposed to collapse. I lost a friend in the blizzard. Like he just disappeared in the snow.
Oh, no.
So I got like the perfect moment. It's like, no. And so it escalates like those moments, and it's such what it needs to be. It's what what you said. Like it has simple platforming, a little bit of puzzle, but it's such a beautiful experience to play it, and it's a walking sim.
It is a walking sim,
but it's the best walking sim. I can't think of another walking sim.
I was back in college and we had a club room and someone had it on their PlayStation that they had in the club room, and a few people were like, "Yeah, I've always wanted to see that, but I've never really wanted to play it." I'm like, "I'll play it." I got like 8 hours between classes because my schedule is dumb as fuck. Because math is always morning classes and computer science is always evening.
Late, yeah.
So I was just there all fucking day. So, so I sat down with a few people in the club room and we just kind of took the journey together.
Yeah.
Where like we didn't talk.
Yeah.
I think through the entire thing because it only took like a.
Yeah, it only takes you like an hour and a half,
like not
two,
even,
maybe, like
maybe 2. And like when it was
it's a
over, we just
short-
kind of like looked at each other.
Yeah.
Like, that was like I don't feel sad, but I feel
Like I am totally against like presumptuous artsy bullshit.
yes. We
But-
started this stream
yes.
with fuck modern art.
Yeah. But this game is called Journey, and that's what it is.
It was the perfect journey, and also
Like-
it's the difference between quest, journey, and an Odyssey.
Yeah,
I think
yeah,
of the
yeah.
3. But like, a journey. The destination isn't the
Isn't
point.
it's the journey.
It's the journey itself.
It
is
100% because it cycles you right back to the beginning when you beat the game.
Yeah,
It's just like that's your reward. Do it again. Enjoy the, like
and
go
the
on
thing
the
is,
journey.
You might think to do it too.
I
Like, it's just-
did. I probably beat it 2 to 3 times at least, just because I was and I think on the third time I was really like, I want that moment again where someone wanders into my world.
Just that
Just-
chance.
Yeah, it's such a silly thing, and just and then just that fucking sand sliding scene. That was such a.
There's
The
so many
music
parts
swells,
that are just
yeah.
beautifully done.
It's. I recommend anyone if you can play it at some point. It's just, And then we got Phantom Pain. This is one of the open world games that kind of like changed my perspective on what an open world game should be.
Yeah.
Because it was, here's the situation, fucking solve it how you want to.
Yes.
We give you all the avenues to do it. You want to go full still, full guns? You want to bring an attack helicopter? You want to sick a dog on people? Mm-hmm. You want to ride a horse around and shit on people? Like, you do what you do your thing, bro. That's the game.
Yes.
Delicious Kojima weirdness. Flaming Whales, Burning Man, Baby Psycho Mantis.
Oh, I was thinking more so. I have a box that is also just has a person
that's-
painted on it.
Yeah, but that's just
And then you can
Yes.
jump and slide.
and jump and slide. Yes, that's
they'll salute the box.
Yes, they'll salute the box. That's just general stupidness. I'm just saying, like, it's what Kojima's known for. Of just that
Yes,
he's
yeah.
gonna tell you a story and it's not gonna make perfect sense and it's gonna be dumb in a lot of places,
But you're gonna be interested.
But it's gonna be interesting, no matter what. Even if it's fucking stupid as all hell, it'll be interesting. That's the one guarantee you get out of Kojima. But unfortunately, unfinished game. It just, I can't put it in the best because it's just not the best version it could have been,
Yeah.
which is sad. But yeah, see you later, fake big boss in a burning fire.
I love it.
Yeah, just,
I love it so much.
all right, best games.
Woo!
Should I start in?
Yeah, go for
Since
it.
I'm already on.
You're already on
my
it.
capture. All right, Ryan, time for you to hate me.
That's fine.
Again, my basis was, would I regret? And in the last 10 years, my only options to play a tactics game is either XCOM 1 and 2 or some anime fucking game.
Okay, that's fair.
And fucking Valkyria Chronicles pissed me off.
I understand why.
Yeah, and
We've
so
talked about stupid missions on
and
that.
so
yeah.
and I think a lot of your points are completely. I even include it's fairly buggy. It is a buggy, messy game.
Yeah,
both versions.
Yeah.
Because this one they're so iterative of each other. I just put them together.
No, it makes sense that you put them together,
Yeah.
and that's one of my biggest gripes with XCOM 2 is
Yeah.
all of the things that I liked about XCOM 1, you didn't improve upon. Mm-hmm. And that was my it's like, so yeah, fuck you XCOM 2, you didn't do anything.
To me, it's not really that I think XCOM 2 isn't. You're right. It's not improving. There's a few things. I think enemy variety is much wider.
Yeah.
XCOM 2. I wouldn't really want to say the build passive characters. It's the same. It's different, but it's the same.
It's the same.
Roughly, even when you include like the psychic guys and stuff like that. I'm a little disappointed they didn't include the mechs from from the Enemy Unknown expansion, because they included the mechs.
No, that
would've been
expansion I
nice.
think was the best that the new XCOM got.
Yeah.
And that's why I didn't put XCOM as a whole or XCOM
Yes.
1 on my worst.
Yeah.
It's just XCOM 2.
Yes. I outside of that, outside of variety of enemies, I like XCOM 2 as a flavor. It's a different taste of XCOM Enemy Unknown.
Okay.
I agree. I'm not a fan of the rush mission type, but it made me play the game differently, because I did play one of slow. Everyone creeps up Overwatch. Where 2, every mission had a time limit. I had to change my playstyle. I had to accommodate, you're right. I'm being forced to play a certain way, which is not good. But I am playing a game a different way than I normally would have.
So for me, just looking at the way that they did it, a way to fix that
Oh yeah,
is don't let enemies hide behind cover until it's their turn.
yes.
And that would have let you run in with all of your troops, wipe them out,
Yeah.
and then if there's no enemies left on the screen,
Yeah.
you still get to be under
Well,
under
I
stealth.
think because when I first played the game, we talked about we even agreed that why not make the time limit to get a bonus, not to get a completion.
Yeah.
That way, if you want
Mo-
the
mo-
most you
more
can,
shit.
you have to be reckless.
Yes.
And
Also make sometimes you need to be reckless because you are
Yes.
tight on resources. Where
Yeah.
I never felt tight on resources. I just felt like I get to
Yeah.
wait around more.
once you get past a certain point of your guys have leveled up, it no longer feels reckless because they're so powerful.
Yes.
It doesn't seem like a cost. I agree. Like I said, I agree with a lot of what you said, but I would have missed it had I not played it.
I cannot fault you, and I cannot fault you primarily because you're including them as a pair.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, I would not put XCOM 2 on its own, and I wouldn't put XCOM Enemy Unknown on its own. Like, I liked it fine enough.
I liked it because it was different.
Yeah.
And then I still had those scared moments for my troops. Mm-hmm. In part 2, I never had scared moments for my troops because, whatever.
Yeah, like I said, once you get past a certain point, it just, the threat does die quite a bit. But there was enough enemy variety that, enemies were pulling shit out that I wasn't ready for. The fucking giant two-legged walker mech.
Oh, yeah.
The first time you fight this thing, you're like, oh my god! That thing was fucking fun.
In the original XCOM, there is a very early enemy that people abandon missions if they see more than one of them.
Yeah.
It's a little floating disc, and it only happens in the start of the game and then in certain bases. Otherwise, it goes away. Because you have machine guns at the time, they're hard to fucking take down.
Yeah.
Whereas later it's just they have weird mechs, but they're part flesh and you can at least damage them. People will just go, oh, there's too many people. Abandon mission and take off with all your troops in your plane. Just nope.
Yeah, just not.
Nope. Not gonna do it.
Yeah, so I completely agree with your negative, and
And it's one of those things. Again, my worst are disappointments.
Yes.
They're not. It was a terrible game.
yes.
That one still is in my probably top 5 of worst games because it was a disappointment.
Yeah.
It was a bigger
Well,
disappointment.
yeah, because if you're just doing XCOM 2 alone, I
Yes.
can
No.
completely agree.
I hope they make an XCOM 3, honestly.
Yeah.
But then I don't know what they're gonna do with the story because their story is,
Going to space.
or actually do what the original XCOM was. Where are the aliens coming from? The sea.
Oh.
Which now Phoenix
Yeah,
Point
but
is
they've
kind of
already.
taking
Yeah,
over.
Phoenix Point's taken.
They've taken over and done
I think.
really well.
I think they could. Yeah, go to space, take the fight to the aliens and whatever.
That would actually be really interesting. You are
Not only that, but like
you are taking out. You are doing targeting strikes against the
We are
aliens.
the invaders.
Reverse it.
yes, we're full reversing it.
Yeah.
And then on top of that, alien worlds means different like terrain.
Yeah.
Uh,
Capturing civilian aliens.
capturing-
How do aliens look outside of this?
yeah, outside of these guys, yeah. Like you
Yeah.
could go somewhere with it. They could
Yeah.
do something. It would require like them to be like, all right, we're gonna be a little stupid.
Be a little stupid and also make sure that people are okay with being kind of the evil ones.
Yeah, like do a morality thing of like you can enslave other aliens and you
Yeah.
get bonuses for it, but now you're doing what the aliens just did to humanity. Are you gonna be that? Mm-hmm. And just let's define humans' conquest of the galaxy. Are we
Now that you've been
are we the liberator or are we just the new conqueror?
now that you've taken out a few of these people in these towns, you realize that these people are actually enslaved by the other alien overlords, the
Yeah.
ethereals or whatever
Yeah,
the fuck
whatever,
they're called.
yeah.
And it's like, oh, the little
And
gray
then on
men
top of
aren't
that,
the scary.
Then we can
the
move
bad
aliens
ones.
into something you can actually use as one of your troop types. Mm-hmm. And that opens up weird new things for us to do.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, there's something you could do there.
There's definitely something you can do. That would be
Hopefully they just do it right.
yes.
That's
and also, for the love of God, test your fucking games, people.
I'm hoping because they've gotten more and more in tune with their mod community. Like
Yeah.
that's where the Long War People has become its own studio at this point, like
Yeah.
a subsidiary. So like maybe they could do like a hey, early build, we're gonna just bug test the shit out of this with the community. Like, don't
As
give,
much as I hate early access, a true beta would be great.
yes, like don't give us any story. Just give us like, hey, here's a mission generator of the game. Mm-hmm. Generates random missions. No, so there's no story. Just pure gameplay mechanics. Fucking try to break it, please.
Yes.
like that's what they should do. But yeah, do you want to do 10 or
Yeah, now that we both have 10, so we can
Yes,
actually just
we
go
have-
back to back to back.
yes. We'll jump to your 10.
My best.
Not bad. War Chaser.
Battle
Or
Chasers
Battle
Night
Chasers.
War. The art, the characters.
Yeah, I've got that in my library now. It's on my to-do list, so I'll get to it eventually.
It would like just the art and the characters would make it like a
Unique
top
enough,
game
yeah.
for me. It is based off an old comic book by this, and then the writer and creator of that is the one that wrote and everything for this.
Yes.
So it's the same
So it's
goddamn
still-
people working
yeah.
on it. You get the comics for buying the game, I think, so you can read the backstory of the
Yeah.
characters if you really want, but you don't need to. You get all the characterizations.
Yeah.
They're introduced to each one of the characters. That big mech dude, that's your best healer. Mm-hmm. It is a mech that is in touch with the earth, so it wants to
Yeah.
heal everybody. I don't see the main character on there at all.
Have to
Weird.
do with the sword?
No, it's a little girl. It's a little girl that has her dad's old gloves because she's like the princess, but she's like spunky little girl
Yeah.
that punches things.
Huh.
It's big old fucking gloves, and the weapons
Okay.
change as you actually put them on. And she does a lot of defensive and then heavy hitting.
Okay.
That's the main character, and you only get 3 characters, and they slowly introduce more characters. That dude in the back, not the bad guy. He's a character that you get that is constantly actually helping you. He's a witch hunter. He's basically a Belmont.
Okay.
Because Night War is against creatures of the night. You're actually on this island, and like vampires and shit used to rule this island. And it's such a cool little story. All of that's great. Love that every single character has 2 essential like ways to go down them. The guy with the sword likes to bleed targets.
Yeah.
As well as he's defensive, so he will guard other characters. The girl with the gun will use bombs and will do dagger. She's a rogue assassin.
Roguish, yeah.
big mech will actually turn one arm into a gun and just mow down everybody, and then give everyone buffs to heal. Dude in the back has a chain whip, and or what his other thing
he
was.
really
I think
is
it was.
just a Velma.
I think it was he uses his combat cross. That so he can actually do like curses on the enemies. There's an old man wizard that does all 3 types of like different. So it's all so in a lot of RPGs there is that poison. You want to poison all the time. Fucking poison, fucking bleed. Do those because that's how you deal damage.
Yeah.
Not only that, if you are using, let's say this team, these three that are centered, you now have your healer and a big DPS if you need to with a super move that builds up. So as you're playing battles, you actually build up a super move, and then also you still have MP on the side, so kind of like Skies of Arcadia, they have that moment. If she is attacking someone that is bleeding, that he can deliver, she then can do an assassination to auto kill.
So I know combos are huge in this game.
It's so much. So every single battle is a puzzle to figure out what you can put on people, and then do that. Dungeons. Every single dungeon in the game is repeatable, and you choose the difficulty at the start of the dungeon. So grinding actually becomes more fun, procedurally generated, with every single dungeon having special events. So if you go in once, you might get an event to like figure out a puzzle on a tomb. Okay, what happens then? Oh, well, you just unlocked a secret quest that will actually add events for 3 other dungeons in the map. That you have to start in the first one that you could chance upon, that could then be in a second one that won't necessarily be there, but now you've unlocked that it can be there. And so every single dungeon is worth repeating. Whatever better loot in the crafting system, all that shit doesn't fucking matter. What matters is the fact that you can repeat dungeons and it doesn't feel like a slog. So even when you are grinding, it feels like you're doing something new. The enemies might be the same, but they are beefed up a little bit. There might be 1 or 2 new enemies. My favorite chain quest was I accepted to open up a Lich's Crypt in the first dungeon. Because they're like, I'll give you something. And I'm like, okay. I did that. Later on, I get word that something's happening. In one of the final dungeons, I found a place where these 2 very difficult guys were guarding a crypt, and they were talking about like, oh, I heard that the Master's back. Once you beat those 2 difficult guys, which is a mini boss, every fucking dungeon has them. He's actually there as an optional boss because you released him from this tomb.
Okay.
And it's like, oh, cool. I didn't even realize that was gonna happen. And it makes grinding rewarding and fun. Because it's something new. It does the thing that I love in RPGs, where the overworld, or while you're going through the dungeon, everybody has moves. To where if there's traps on the floor, one guy I think can armor up and tank through them. If you armor up like that, you are using your actual MP, and that actually carries into the next battle. There's another guy that has an air dash, so he can dash over the traps or stuff like that. Another person with bombs to blow up walls in a dungeon to actually go through them. The girl can punch through walls because that's what she does. If you do either of those against an enemy, you start the battle by either them. Damaging them, or they start off on fire or bleeding, like stuff like that. All of it's great. You can if you're going to heal out of battle, you can't just use your standard moves, if I remember right. You actually have to use your on-screen moves. So like the big guy will actually do just an AoE heal and just heal your guys, and then when you go into battle with that, you start off with a few ticks of healing, a few regenerations. Like, all of it just works really well, and the story's interesting enough. It's very much 90s comics. It's all of the characterization of everybody though is so much fun that it's just like, I'm enjoying the shit out of
even
this.
if you're not digging the story, the characters are just fun to deal with.
It's just the story is generic, sort of. But then it ends on a cliffhanger where I'm like, ooh, give me another one. Give me another one. Like, or give me an expansion. Because
Yeah.
it ends up with you, like, taking out a big bad, and they're like, oh, but the only reason that, like, this island has been safe is because I was preventing someone else
Something
coming.
worse,
and then you
yeah.
actually see them coming along the way, and like,
Yeah.
ooh. So it's just a fun RPG. Yeah.
Oh yeah, like I said, I'm planning on playing it.
Highly recommended.
Yeah. Okay, so I've actually like forgotten the order of my game. So my number 9 apparently is FTL.
I've barely played it.
Really?
I've watched videos that have made me want to play it. I've owned it forever. Epic Store just was giving it away for free, the master
Yeah.
version or whatever.
Yeah,
the
definitive.
definitive.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah, FTL, like, yeah, well, I've played many roguelike games, some of them even better than FTL. FTL is the one that said, hey, you like roguelike games. That's the one that told me
Ooh, okay,
I
yeah.
want, because yeah, I mean, I've played Enter the Gungeon, Binding of Isaac, Rogue Legacy,
Rogue Legacy.
Darkest Dungeon,
Rogue
like,
Legacy was
so-
nearly on my honorable mentions.
Yeah.
Because that's one of them that's like, oh, I
yeah,
do like these.
Yeah, like but FTL is the one that was just like, yeah, you like this type of game. Fucking play it a lot. The music's fucking really good. The game is just simple and elegant. You are seeing the entire game right now.
Yeah.
There's not much else to really see outside of dialogue boxes. But it's just, it's one of those games, it's what a roguelike does best. It has almost infinite replayability. It gets its concept across really quick. And you can play with the same setup and completely get a different, like, ordeal every time.
Yeah.
So it just, yeah, it's such a fucking fun game. And yeah, it's like I said, it's simple and elegant. It does everything it needs to do and nothing it doesn't need to do. It's, yeah, it's to me just fine. And that's why I've got a dancing donut there. Because I can't think of any.
It's just too. It's everything's good about it. To where it's like,
there's
I got nothing else to say. I'm gonna say good a lot.
There's not much to say. It's like it has real-time combat, but you can also pause. It requires you to be tactical. It's like, of course it does. Like
You
it's
have
all
different play styles because of
your unit, your
unit types.
crew composition, plus what weapons you've taken and like.
And then because of your crew composition, going through different galaxies is more.
Yeah, beneficial
Yeah.
and just it's what you probably already know everything about FTL before you've ever played it.
Yeah.
But it does everything you expect it to do really fucking well. So yeah, it's one of those. I'm so glad this genre basically exists. Like, yeah, Binding of Isaac probably is more responsible for its popularity, but
I have never played Binding of Isaac.
really
Yeah.
fun. I don't know. It's
It's the thing of like, I'll eventually probably play it, but
You
I
get
don't know that I
around.
care.
Yeah, it's one, and it's also it's the like, it's depends if you like that playstyle, the top-down bullet hell. Like, if
Yeah.
that's not your thing, then you're gonna enjoy all the other more turn-based ones. Like,
Yeah.
yeah, that's your wheelhouse. More.
My
So-
top 10 is very much. Oh,
That's
look,
what- yeah,
this
th-
is
th-
my
yeah, this
things
game-
that I like.
FTL for this list more represents just roguelite as the subgenre. Yeah, it's because like, well, I like FTL a lot. I could probably name something I like in all the other roguelites more or whatever, but they don't do something FTL does. So like, yeah, it's one of those things of like, thank you FTL for getting me to pay attention to this subgenre of games. So that's my number 9.
Okay.
Move to yours because there's
Sure.
not much to
and
say.
again, mine are not in order, so.
Oh, they aren't?
No, none of mine are in order. It's just,
Jesus.
it was all
Slob.
It's alphabetized
Ah,
originally.
Jesus.
I think it was alphabetized.
Don't you know top 10 lists are where it's at, son?
I couldn't choose.
Hey, Bloodstund.
Yes, I liked the Bloodstones. I like Eaglevanias and the Metroidvanias and stuff, and this one was a Metroidvanias.
Yep, it was everything it was supposed to be.
So it's a game that takes the classic formula and does it well. Mm-hmm. That's all I freaking wanted for years, and
It's amazing
It's
what
not
being
a perfect game,
yeah.
but it filled the void at the perfect time.
It's amazing what being starved of something makes you willing
Yeah.
to makes this more palatable.
Yeah.
Because it's not, by not any means the best Metroidvania.
No.
But boy, is it sure competent enough that I love every moment of it.
Yes. And the thing that got me, and it's gonna come up a lot on my list.
Yes.
And it kind of came up with the last one where the party composition
Yes.
and like the combos and builds that you could pull off. Yeah, I loved the fact that like
The soul collecting,
shards,
shard
yeah, the
collecting.
shard collecting, different moves, passive abilities,
Yes.
summons, targetable attacks.
Yep.
That mixture just creates a different gameplay every new shard I got. I'm like, let me try that out a few times. And like,
It's exactly
okay,
where
this
you're
is interesting. And like,
when we were talking, because we'd both beaten the game, and you're like, "Oh yeah, I have such a good build." I'm like, "Have you seen my build?" And suddenly it's like fucking machine
yeah,
gun.
you have a machine
and
gun
just like,
that infinite
what?
ammos and like,
Like,
that's dumb.
It's stupid.
and it increases damage as time. Like
Yeah.
mine was, I shoot 10 arrows at a time at a dude's
Yeah.
face and it insta kills
and
him.
it insta kills him. Yeah.
And you're like, yeah, I just stand there and shoot and people die, and I'm like,
yeah.
what the
It's
fuck?
yeah. It's and that's what made
That's what I liked about it.
Yes.
though.
And
we played it differently.
Played it differently just because we found something like I like that.
I thought mine was dumb, and
Yes.
you're like, I can outdumb you.
I
And
can
I'm like,
outdumb you,
yes,
good sir.
And, I'm
And the
like,
worst
that
part
was
is-
delightful.
It's no doubt someone has outdumbed what I did.
Oh yeah, I'm sure
So,
someone
like-
went, oh, you guys are outdumbing each other.
Yeah.
We're out stupiding one another.
Yeah.
It's the
exactly.
higher form.
Yeah. Hell, I don't know if you saw Donkey did his top 10 games of the
No, I
year.
have not.
And he's like, yeah, here's how I beat a boss. And it's just the flying pig. You just spam flying pig. So they're just bouncing around the room killing. He's like, yeah, it's a game where you can kill with flying pigs. Of course it's going to be my top 10.
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
That's a donkey answer.
Exactly. It's just
And
like, yeah.
also,
That's-
there we
that's-
go.
yeah.
That's another fair point about the game. You can kill things with flying pigs.
Yes, it's a stupid fucking game. It's great.
I'm going to be the spliffing Brit. There's tea in it. Best game.
It's true. It's true.
Oh, I think you can plant tea in this game.
I don't know if you can plant. I don't know if that's one of the vegetables.
I don't remember.
I don't think it is.
But it'd be
But
hilarious
yes, you
if
can
you could,
100% have tea.
Yes.
You get your hair cut done by a scissor man.
Yes. No, I don't want to fight. If you want to change your hair, I can cut it for you.
Yes.
And then you trust the dude enough to cut your hair.
Yeah.
You can poke a dude in the ass so that he goes ugh, and drops his face mask for you to wear.
Yeah.
And if you go to another place and sit down, because you sit down everywhere, a dude will poke you in the ass, and you'll go ooh.
Yeah, you'll go, ooh, yeah.
You can sit down and have a fucking fairy familiar
Sing a
for
song
you
at the piano.
that you have to change to Japanese because don't play it in
Because
English.
the English voice acting sucks for that.
But you sit down and play a fucking piano because why the fuck not?
Yep.
It's just
I
enjoyable.
am so glad they took the extra time to polish the game.
Yes.
It shows. It
No,
shows so much.
It's one of those things that I wish every game just learned from that. Like,
Yes.
hey, we got it done at perfect time
Yeah.
for launch. Should we release it? Nah. Let's take another few months. Okay,
yeah.
do it. Do
Yeah,
it, please.
if you are not financially unstable that you need to get
Yes.
a game out the door, sit on it.
If you have 3.1 million or whatever the
Yeah,
or
well,
33
yeah,
million,
yeah.
then fucking make a good game.
Yeah.
Please.
Exactly. It's one of those things. Yeah, we're in an age now where you don't have to be the most graphically competent to be the best anymore.
No,
we've gotten past that.
No one cares.
So if your graphics are a little aged,
some people care.
Some people, but they're idiots. But yeah, if your graphics age a little bit because you decide to take maybe an extra 3 months to half a year to polish up the game, do it. This game is fucking great because of that.
Yes.
This game will continue to sell because of that.
Yes.
The games that are the best looking when they came out are gonna fade off because they're competing against everyone else that's doing best looking. Because that's what the fucking graphics whores will do. They'll just move on to the next best looking. Where this one has the character to keep you coming back. We have talked about doing a versus speed run at some point, where we will
Yes.
we'll speed run against each other to see who can.
I told you that I tried to do just a
Yeah.
quick speed run because I thought we could break the game really quickly.
Yes.
They take away the shards and
Yeah.
everything, yeah. Which
But-
then it becomes still like even with our builds, it
Yes.
becomes like a 4-hour game.
Yeah,
Less.
but maybe
Yes.
Who knows? We're already fucking almost 4 hours of talking.
us talk for 4 hours?
Yeah.
That's weird.
That's unheard of.
It's almost like we prepped for this.
Yeah.
Anyways.
But anyways, yes, this game is fucking awesome.
Yes.
It deserves to be on both of our list. So now we'll move back to me.
Yes.
We'll tab over. What was my number 7? Oh, I think I remember.
No,
Yep.
number 8.
Or 8, sorry. Hat in Time.
I just saw a person saying like this was one of their favorite games of the decade
It
as well.
came
So I'm
out
like,
this-
yes.
Yeah. Kickstarted for 300K. Hey, Tim Schafer! They took the same money you wanted and made a fucking great game, and they didn't even have the clout you had. And they released in the same month the Super Mario Odyssey, and still did good. Like,
Wow.
it's still sold. Like, they're capped out at almost 1 million sales for a fucking indie game. Unheard of indie game.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah, like, I'm so, like,
Was there nobody that was like a
no
big
name
mind behind
connected
it?
to it. No.
Huh.
Yeah, there's no name, no, like, anything. They just wanted to make, they're like, hey, we want to make a Banjo-Kazooie kind of Mario game. Okay. Hey, we did it better than the Banjo-Kazooie guys because Ukulele bombed.
Yep.
Because they kickstarted the same time as them and got less money than them. And they did better than them. Fucking passion.
Yeah. It can do a lot.
Yeah, this game, like, this. Keep in mind, Odyssey was in my honorables. This made my top 10. And it's purely because this game does things that Odyssey didn't do. I mean, just the worlds. First world is Mafia Town. You fight a bunch of mafias. Mafiosos. And that's the entire first world.
But isn't it Malfiosos or something like that?
No.
Isn't it a bunch of
No,
characters?
they're just absolute. No, they're just I am mafia, and they talk
Oh, okay.
like yeah. They for whatever reason talk like they have Russian accents.
Okay,
despite
I
the
thought
fact
that was your mistake.
No, they talk like but they have like Italian curly mustaches, and so I don't get it.
They're every mob
Yeah,
together.
it's like all the mobs together, I guess. But that's the first world. Second world, movie studio run by birds, where they're competing with each other. One wants to make old westerns, the other one wants to make musicals, and you have to play both their levels, and you can actually determine which one gets the best rating to go make his movie, which makes, I think, that one the villain of that level. You can even tie them where they both become the final boss.
So it's a Western musical?
No, you find out that they were sabotaging each other and they join forces because they want to sabotage you if you get them
okay.
tied. Yeah. And yeah, that they become the boss fight. That's actually the Western Train level right there. Third level is a haunted woods where you're constantly having to make contracts with the demon and eventually he tries to catch you in red tape to become a slave. And so you just kick his ass and that's what lets you get away. And then the last level is an open world Himalayan mountain level where you can tackle it in any order. It stops being linear.
Okay.
And it's all fucking good. Yeah, the levels are just great. The fucking Hat Kid. She's just called Hat Kid.
Uh-huh.
Goddamn adorable. Like, my note. Absolutely charming. My dead heart tingled.
I read that earlier. I laughed.
She has a dedicated raspberry button of going at random people and a dedicated blowing kisses button. Yeah.
It's
It's just adorable. And you can just fucking customize the shit out of her. You can change her color schemes, change her outfits. You get skins for all of her hats, which are all of her powers in the game. So you only get like 8 hats of different powers, but you can choose what you want the hat to look like, which she absolutely wears.
Yes.
And so, yeah, you get to just completely change things around. Difficulty is in the middle. It's a good amount of difficulty. It's not baby easy mode Mario type stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, the music's fucking really good. Oh yeah, that's an actual like haunted house level on the. It actually is a scary haunted house. I actually was getting spooked
Nice.
at it because when that thing comes at you, you just hear this and this like drum beat like and it just fucking freaks you out. So it's just complete stealthing of hiding under tables and shit as it wanders around its house. And it's great. So yeah, it looks simple. Like the visuals are really like plasticky and cheesy looking, but it completely like uses them effectively to where everything just feels fun and energetic. The DLC, they've added both free and paid DLC. I still have to. We're gonna co-op it at some point because
Yep.
I have that Yakuza,
That's the one I was
the
thinking
cat
of. Yes.
Yakuza
Yes.
DLC. Plus, they put in the DLC of fucking 50-man multiplayer just to do it. Just so you could host and have fucking 49 other people join your game and just be a complete shit show. They admit it. They completely admit, yeah, it's a complete shit show. But it's funny.
But have fun.
It's got full Steam Workshop support, so you can download levels other people have made and play them. And people have recreated full-on Mario levels in it and stuff like that. People have made complete stupid shit meme levels, like going to McDonald's to get a cheeseburger,
God damn it.
and everyone has fucking Japanese titles of San and Kun and things like that. It's very retarded and stupid.
But it sounds wonderful.
It's such a... Your rival is another girl who has a mustache. Her name is Mustache Girl.
Checks out.
Yeah. Like that it's just... And they don't ever explain why she has a mustache.
Does she change her mustache to get different powers?
No, she just has a mustache, and she's the villain. She's Mustache Girl.
Okay.
And you're Hat Kid, and you have to beat Mustache Girl. It's stupid.
It sounds lovely.
And it's a good challenge, yeah. I cannot wait for us to play it together, because it'll be fun. It'll be so much fun.
Yeah.
So, that's my number 8. Ryan, what is your number 8? Or, not technical number 8, but your next game that's on the go.
7?
No.
Oh, yeah, then it would be 8.
It-
Yeah. It's 10, 9, 8. There we
Yeah.
go. That's numbers. Yeah.
Not the actual remaster.
No.
Yeah.
Dark Souls.
This was just an
the
image,
original. Yeah. no, it was
The
the, best
original
image
Dark
that I could
Souls.
find, and
Yes.
that still didn't size very well.
Yeah.
The original Dark Souls. I prefer Demon Souls over Dark Souls, but Dark Souls was a phenomena.
Yes.
It was everybody just suddenly started talking about a really difficult RPG, and it kind of started. It has its own fucking genre now. Mm-hmm. It's
Yeah,
a
Souls-like.
it's Souls-like game.
Or Soulsborne. some
He's
people,
Soulsborne now,
but Souls
yeah.
like is
But well, you know, the Soulsborne is the series. Souls-like is,
Yeah.
I think, the. But like, my dishonorable mention was Dark Souls 2.
Yes.
Because it was missing a lot of
it was
Dark Souls. It like the world being so masterfully built and connected
Mm-hmm.
with itself, to where it has, you can see another part of the level from another part of the level.
Yep.
You can go. The one place that's disconnected is the asylum, really.
yeah.
And
That's the
it
only
makes sense why it is.
yeah.
The fact that you can build a lot of different ways, you can go any which direction, and it does a Metroidvania style world,
Mm-hmm.
but does it in such a way that it's almost skill based rather than anything else.
Yes.
I loved the fact that the story was told in items and things that you found and things that you had to kind of
You get as much
guess
story
at
as
and
you want.
extrapolate into to where
You get to read in as much as you want, or you can just fucking ignore it and it doesn't matter.
fucking and it didn't matter. But then like the story is amazing when you really dig into it, and because you're digging into it, you're solving a mystery, so it means more to you. Like when you were fighting Sylph. Let's say Sif.
Sif.
Sif. Yeah, the puppy.
Oh, Sif, yeah.
The puppy. When you're fighting the puppy and you learn why he's doing that. He's guarding his master's grave.
Yeah.
He's and you can, when you beat him down and he starts limping.
Yeah,
and it's just
that's no other
there's
boss gives you that emotional
there's
response.
no reason for it. That like, oh, he like every other boss, I'm gonna get harder as you
Yeah.
beat me down. No, I'm hurt. I'm
Yes.
just a dog. I'm just a dog guarding my master. I'm gonna tear up. It's but the thing is you wouldn't know that, and when it happens, you're like,
Yeah.
oh fuck,
You feel like an absolute
I'm
dick.
killing.
Yeah.
Like, but it has to be done because you need that goddamn ring to go down and fight the four kings.
Yep.
And there are issues with certain parts of the game, but like
For sure.
it started something and it did it so goddamn well. Ah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just one of those games I don't know what else to say because I think everyone else has said something better.
Who hasn't said something about this game? It's resonated so much. It is kind of a decade-defining game.
Yes. Like, yeah, it is a game of the decade.
Yeah.
I will let you talk about your next one while I'll go to the bathroom.
Okay.
I'm gonna see what it is.
Yeah. First. Yeah. Stick around.
Oh.
I don't even remember what it is. Zelda Breath of the Wild.
Okay, that makes sense.
Okay. So in conjunction with Metal Gear Solid 5, this was the other open world game that said, "Here's how you do fucking open worlds, you fucking hacks, fucking Bethesda, shitheads." Did I say it wrong? Bethesda. Bethesda. Fuck. Anyways, yeah. Those two games really told me, like, yeah, all Skyrim, GTA, all these open world games, hell, even we could throw Red Dead in there. Just the general open world game genres, they don't use the open world to its maximum potential. They fucking squander it. And Metal Gear Solid 5 was, hey, here's the challenge. The open element is how you approach it. Zelda was, hey, here's a massive open world. We're gonna fucking fill it with shit. It's not just gonna be a barren landscape that has nothing to do. We're gonna put something in every little corner. And yeah, that's such a huge deal. The other thing is, in conjunction to fucking Skyward Sword, which was a distilled version of what Zelda had become, Breath of the Wild said, we're gonna do everything Zelda hasn't been for a long time, and just reinvented the Zelda format. They said, hey, do your tutorial, alright, you can go beat the game now. You don't have to fight any bosses, you can just go straight to the final boss. You'll probably get your ass kicked, and most people got their ass kicked the moment they got off Tutorial Island, because that's what they did. They built the game to direct you towards Zora's domain, where they knew they put a giant golem in between them, who's going to fucking beat your ass. Yeah, I'll take another. My mouth's getting dry. Yeah, that golem fucking beat your ass because they wanted you early on to know, guess what? Game's actually difficult. And just slap you. Of course, unfortunately, as I pointed out, the difficulty does spike fairly early. Once you beat a Lionel in the game, that's it. You've beaten the hardest thing in the game. And so, at that point, nothing ever gets really harder, which is a little disappointing. The music is, at first, it's really odd, because Zelda games have always been that big, like,
full adventure orchestra.
And this game is piano. That's it. Just fingers tap dancing on a piano. That's the entire, basically, soundtrack. But then you start realizing this empty song fits you walking around empty plains. When you get into combat, it's a lot of low notes of dun 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 dun, and like, it's such simple music that you wouldn't think would make a good soundtrack for a game, and yet they make it work really well. The world's packed with content, fairly open gameplay. Some blemishes, like that's the one I really enjoyed my experience with it, but every time I think about coming back to it, I'm like, the game is as a whole shallow. You like, I'm gonna go get some Korok seeds. I'm gonna do the same 4 only dungeons in the entire game. There's all the shrines to do, which once you figure out how to do the actual difficult shrines, they're not difficult anymore. And going like, because that's always my thing is every time a new Zelda comes out, I play the last one again, but just before it launches.
Okay.
And I've done that pretty much as long as I can remember. And now Breath of the Wild 2 is coming out not that far along. I don't know if I want to go back and play Breath of the Wild 1. I love the game, but it is not a good game for replaying because at least with all the other ones, they've got all those dungeons that you forget the puzzles, so you
Right.
have to rediscover the puzzles. No puzzles in this one, aside from, like I said, a few shrines like the fucking tilt table,
tilt the guy,
which you
yeah.
just I just flip it upside down, and now I have a flat surface and I can just fling it.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, all right, there's one of the 3 maybe puzzles that are actual like puzzles, because most of it's fairly straightforward. So that's the only, but this game challenged every other open world game to say, hey, Just Cause, don't just have a fucking empty void of buildings that are just destructible and that's it. Hey, GTA, you did an entire city of people and you can't do shit with any of them except shoot them.
Yeah.
Like, there's no procedural generating events that happen.
There was an interesting.
Hey, Skyrim, you take place in an entire winterscape, and yet the environment doesn't matter. Where this game, hot and cold, completely matters. And there's multiple ways of dealing with it. It's fucking, yeah. It said, hey, this game says, hey, there's a world. And the whole point of an open world is it's a world. Interact with it.
There was one moment that I thought was super interesting in GTA 3. And it happened by happenstance. Me and my brother were playing the game, and we got carjacked. A random NPC ran up,
Yeah.
carjacked us. Don't know if that's supposed to happen. In fact, I don't think it's supposed to happen, because we lost control of the character and we became the NPC that normally gets
Really?
carjacked. So we're running down the street, like going like,
Okay, so yeah,
And
that
what-
was an
and, like,
absolute bug.
an absolute bug. But when we got carjacked, we're like, oh shit, this is interesting. And then, like, if it didn't have the bug, we were gonna hunt that motherfucker down.
Yeah.
It was going to be that moment of like, you gave me a mission to do
Yeah.
now. But like, yeah, fucking open world games need to really have moments.
But that's what, yeah, open world games have been a haven of bad game design, but Breath of the Wild, Metal Gear Solid 5 really showed how to use open worlds in effective and interesting ways.
Yeah.
Like, open world has just been like a thing you put on the back of a box. Open world game! They don't do anything with it.
It's what I was talking about with Lost Planet 3.
Yeah, yeah.
Every fucking it's current game design in the worst possible way. It's an open world, but it's just there so you can have an area to
Yeah.
collect stuff.
It does, yeah, there's no reason for it to be open.
Like, okay, like, is there a point for me to come back here? No. Okay, then why am I here?
Yeah. So yeah. No, I'm like I said, those 2 games together have basically set a new bar for what open world games should be. And anyone who goes back to, hey, we made Skyrim again, it's like they should be shamed. You'd be like, all right, what else did you do? Well, you guys like Skyrim, right? No, I played Skyrim. I'm done with Skyrim. I replayed Skyrim and hated it.
Seeing my friends from college the other day, one of them's like, "Oh, it starts soon. I guess I gotta close Skyrim." I guess I've been playing Skyrim too long. I'm like, "You've been playing Skyrim like for years too long.
Yeah.
You should have closed that like 9 years ago."
Yeah, it's
Like,
Skyrim's
Jesus Christ.
so fucking redundant. Ugh. Yeah.
Oh, you got time for my
Yeah,
next
time
one?
for your next game.
You guys ready for the jank? Yeah.
Yeah, no, that belongs. If fucking Dark Souls belongs on your list, then yeah, Dragon's Dogma at the very least needs an honorable mention.
I loved this game.
I
This is the
completely
combination of all the dumb shit that I like wrapped up into one game.
Yeah.
It is Monster Hunter somehow.
Yeah.
It is statting out characters and doing stupid stuff with them. It is chancing on a dragon. How do you kill a dragon? Well, if it flies up and starts shooting flames on you, why not jump on it before it can fly up, attack its wings so it falls to the ground,
Yeah.
and everyone can then jump on it and hold it down, because that's a fucking mechanic in this game. And it doesn't look pretty when you do
No,
that.
it is an ugly ass game.
It is does not look pretty.
But it doesn't matter. It's what it does.
But it's such just a fun way. Like, oh shit, it's gonna fly up, and I've got my mage going. Okay, hey mage, cast tornado when things are flying. Okay, I'll do that. Fucking takes a moment, and there's no MP. It's purely just
Yeah,
a
time
st-
cooldown.
a stamina meter.
Yeah.
To where you need to wait to, and then they waste all their MP or stamina to just cast this giant fucking tornado that wraps around this dragon, launches them to the ground, so all my fucking fighters can just jump on it and stab it to death. Oh, and it's got a weak point too. That actually has feedback when you hit the fucking weak point, and it's not a number.
Yeah, direct jab at Monster Hunter World.
Yes, it has fucking weak points that actually do a little bit like a bigger like gushing sound.
Yeah, yeah.
It does. It does so much right in such a janky, stupid game that it annoys the fuck out of me.
Yeah, no, I really hope Capcom makes a sequel at some point.
They made a sequel.
Well, a good sequel.
That's not. They made an MMO
Yeah,
that never came over here.
yeah. No, because this game has, like, much like Dark Souls has. This game is the what's the good term for it? Not underdog, but like the underground Dark Souls.
The Black Sheep.
Nah, I wouldn't say black sheep. Like, but it's like where Dark Souls hit mainstream, this one stayed indie level. Like, everyone knows about it. Like, maybe not everyone is into it, but everyone knows about it. And it's one of those games like, yeah, this one needs to become a series.
Yes.
This needs iteration.
Especially right now, it would be great because it is so heavily based in D&D that with the big resurgence of D&D and tabletop as a thing right now, this would be great. Hey, you walked up to a troll or a beholder. How do you deal with it? Well, a beholder, you stab it in the fucking eyes. You can cut off its limbs so it doesn't have those lasers that it instant kill you. Troll, light it on fucking fire.
Yeah,
Otherwise, it's going to keep regenerating.
Yep.
That's actually in the fucking game.
Well, right now, like, because not only that, Monster Hunter is now waning. The Monster Hunter World hype has died down. From Software just did Sekiro, so it's Japanese mythology, not standard Western. So right now, we technically kind of have a gap of a RPG real-time combat game with fantasy monsters. So a new Dragon's Dogma would make sense.
Yes, it would.
So yeah, Capcom,
Maybe do something right.
maybe do something smart right there.
Yeah, earn some money.
You're so prone to making really good and really bad decisions. How about you do one of the good ones?
Yeah, we're due for a good one, I think.
Yeah.
The story for the game, I actually really like the concept of it. Just to where the dragon is takes your heart, so you become an immortal. So you are essentially, there's a reason for you to be as powerful as you are. And then as you go through the story, you find other people actually made the same deal with different dragons, and that's why they're so powerful in this world. And that's kind of like, political intrigue in my fantasy game where I'm used to just killing monsters. That's neat. And then you find out that no, this entire thing is a fucking hell pit that the kingdom is built on. Like, holy shit! I thought I was just gonna go kill one dragon. No, there's a bigger bad, and they're trying to rule the world through just being bored with it. They were bored with watching the world, so they started tormenting it.
Yeah.
That's the story. And then you can become that. And it's like, oh fuck, that's dark. And I loved it. And there's weird moments in the game to where there's like weird, almost dating sim stuff.
Yeah.
But they're neat. They're good reasons to have protection quests. This one person wants to travel over here and see this. It is introducing you to an area while trying to guard someone. So that way it's a little bit more difficult. And that way you actually want to bring more NPCs, pawns, with shields, because they will defend people.
Yeah.
And that's, like, you'll change your party makeup. And I love this, so much of this. And my final point, there's crossover armor from Berserk. You can be Guts, you can be Griffith, or you can be Casca. I love this game. I gotta end on stupid because I'm stupid.
That makes sense. It makes sense.
It also fits in the world, so like even though like if you didn't know, you wouldn't know why it's cool armor and stuff.
Yeah.
Anyways, that's all I have to say about that one.
No, that makes
Go
sense.
away now.
It makes sense. Alright. What was my number 6? Let's find out. Hollow Knight!
I was waiting for that one.
Yeah, Hollow Knight.
I haven't played it.
Yeah, I know. You gotta play it at some point.
I know.
It's
I think it's the most recommended
a
game,
game
to
that
me
you just
right
haven't
now.
gotten around to.
Yeah.
Yeah, this game. Yeah, I knew this game was like a somewhat long development. Didn't realize it's a Game Jam game. It came from a Game Jam.
What?
Yeah, it was a Game Jam game that they said, this looks cool, let's finish it.
Oh.
Yeah, so
Oh.
so yeah, it's a truly a passion project that successfully delivered an uncompromised vision born from a Game Jam. This game will fucking bust your balls. This game has multiple endings based on how difficult you played the game. It keeps giving you new challenges, and if you face them, you get an even better ending.
I've heard this.
Yes, and some of those challenges are fucking stupid, but I got the good ending. I didn't get the best, I don't think. I haven't looked, because I think that they've done extra DLC and stuff.
Uh-huh.
I think I got the best story ending, but I didn't do the hardest challenge, which was one of the DLCs. Where they just said, whatever, we're just gonna make the game really hard. And if anyone wants to beat it, you'll get an achievement. But
That is the best way of doing it. Like, no, this isn't for anything extra.
Yeah,
This is for you, like,
this
achievement
is just
hunting.
we clearly made the
dicks.
game difficult on purpose, and you guys still beat it. So we're gonna go even harder on you, and it's great. Overall, the music's really good, but everyone knows who's played it. There's the one point when it hits hard, and that's City of Tears. It's the ruins of because the game fucking is Dark Souls and bugs
Yes.
form. So it's essentially Anor Londo in constant rainfall.
Ooh.
The great capital where nobody's alive anymore. And so the moment you get there, you just hear this fucking piano song that just starts playing, and it sounds like trickling rain. That's all you see is trickling rain. I have never seen a song that sounds like what I'm seeing.
You've never heard a song that
Or
sounds...
so- I've never heard a
But
song
yes,
that sounds
yes,
like what I'm
that-
saying. Yes, it's
If
one of
you
those things.
stated that correctly, that's a beautiful
Yes,
statement.
yes, exactly, exactly. Much like Dark Souls, it's got a simple and sad story, but it gains its weight by being told minimalistically, environmentally, because you're discovering the
It's Dark
story.
Souls.
Yes, because you're discovering the story on your own, it has more impact on you. The badge system's great. You get to play however you want. You unlock badge points, and you can slot in any combination of badges so long as you meet the badge points.
Okay.
And you can even go above it, but it does something. I can't remember what it. I might reduce your total HP if you go above. I don't remember exactly, but yeah. So you can just slot in all the caster shit. Now you're just full mage build.
Really?
Yeah, you could go in full tank build. You could go full I have 2 hit points, but I do massive damage, so I just have to land a few hits.
Oh, wow. I did not know that we had
Yeah,
that
you get a build.
I thought it was like old school Metroidvania, not
no
actually
matter what
build your...
you have your standard attack. You have
Right.
your what's called your nail, your sword. But yeah, you can be like, I get extended reach, and then extended reach again. So I just have really long reaching weapon, but don't have any damage because I've put all my badges into range increase. And then they did a multi-leveled DLC of just all right, this DLC pack comes out and it adds something different, and it's never just, well, here's a new dungeon. It's always something of like the middle one got that fucking boss fight and that song. There's another fucking song for his boss fight, fucking organ epic thing in a carnival showcase.
Neat.
But his whole thing is that you have to go around finding these little creatures, which gives you a badge that lets you have a little vampire baby of him that flies around attacking enemies for you. It's the only way to get a minion in the game.
Okay.
It's and you have to do his whole thing. Every boss fight has an optional, harder version of it. So after you beat a guy, their corpse sits there, and then you can fight their memory, which is a harder version of what they were in life.
Okay.
And that's part of how you get ultimate best ending. Again, just a fucking good game. It's ridiculous. This thing came out of nowhere. Again, it's a Game Jam game from an unheard of team,
Yeah.
and when it came out, everyone was like, "Holy fuck, Hollow Knight, guys!"
My friends made a little
We got a sequel coming out
a
soon.
chair. What that he sits on. Like what the
Bench?
a bench. Thank you. I don't know why I was
yeah.
being stupid. Made a little bench and a little Hollow Knight and put it in their aquarium. Mm-hmm. They apparently sent it to the creators and they sent them stuff back. Like the creators
Yeah.
are just like, oh, that's sweet. We really like
Yeah,
it
we
because
like-
in an
yeah.
aquarium it looks all
Yeah.
distorted and neat, and they sent them
Mm-hmm.
stuff because they like got tagged in the photo. Like, really?
Yeah. No, yeah,
sweet.
yeah. Again, small indie people, so
Small
they're
indie
connected
people.
to the roots.
Yeah.
So yeah, Hollow Knight is fucking great. What else is fucking great, Ryan?
Come on.
Yeah, I figured this was gonna show up.
It has to.
Yeah, we were both. In fact, the only reason this isn't on my list because I didn't play it. I
That's-
only played it a little bit when
That's
you
fair.
handed it to me, and so I'm like, maybe I would have felt differently if I had my hands on the controls. But yeah, I assumed this one was making your list.
Yeah. I do not have a lot to say about it because
Well, we already talked a whole lot
we've
about
already
it.
talked a shit ton. So like just to be as brief as possible, I'm just gonna go over my notes.
Yeah.
Short but beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
Combat always felt good. Did like there's me not figuring things out, which I recently saw somebody talk about this, and you know the guy that was throwing all the blades and stuff in the beginning that I was having trouble
the
with.
Crow guy.
You can block all the blades.
Oh. Well, you didn't find. Yeah, we didn't find out
I didn't
about
find the block
blocking
until
later.
like way later, and then I also figured out that I could perfect
Freaking
block at
yeah.
that point.
So yeah.
Yeah, so whatever. Which that's on me. The fact that they didn't teach me anything, I actually
Yes.
loved.
Yeah.
Because it was simple enough. Just explore your controller.
Yeah.
And I found a way to play, so I continued to play that way
Mm-hmm.
until I needed to get better.
Yeah.
Almost all of the puzzles were terrific. They were
was it?
interesting. There was one
Oh.
that was dumb as fuck
We're talking
because
about
fuck
the age?
the leaves on the
Or
ground or
whatever,
whatever.
yeah,
Like
Yeah, that one.
that was just it was just
It just.
slightly off because it wasn't quite contrasting with everything else.
It's one of those things of like the game didn't teach us to look for that, so we didn't. But at the same time, it was trying to do something that we weren't expecting.
yeah, it's like
So
we,
it's like,
we had
I
other
get-
objects
yeah.
that could have created.
I want to. I want to like it because
It
yeah,
was like
you
an
did some.
R.
It was an R on
we
the
were trying
ground.
to, like
yeah.
we were trying, and then it's just we just wrote R on the ground with brown leaves
Yeah.
instead of dark brown leaves. It's
Yeah.
like
Yeah, the R.
To where other than that, the game was like every
Yes.
every puzzle was just great.
Yeah, it took just enough time to figure it out, but not so much that it became
Yeah.
infuriating.
And it was a constant like let's just repeat the
Yes.
thing,
but in new ways, yeah.
in new ways because it was short. It didn't overstay its welcome. The voices being a constant focal point of your psychosis, as well as a gameplay mechanic.
Yes.
Fuck yes. Oh, they're attacking you from behind.
Yeah.
Oh shit, they are. Sweet. But that means I'm listening to my voices. Mm-hmm. And it's like, oh, they're also
Yeah.
there to fuck with me. Don't go that way.
This-
Don't go that way.
Similar to what I was saying about Journey, this game is an experience.
It's
This game is one of those
so
things you
much.
have to
Just
personally experience.
I at some point I know I'm going to replay this and just have surround sound.
Oh yeah,
headphones
with
on
your
and just-
headphones on, that's
oh,
gonna be.
I'm gonna play it in the dark, and I'm just
Yeah.
gonna I'm gonna probably break at the end. I don't. It's so good. Near perfect, except for the
Ending.
like the ending, which isn't that big of a gripe. It's just
No.
I didn't like the presentation of it.
Yeah, it was
even if that is the
unsatisfactory, yeah.
ending. There's ways of interpreting it that are bad, and there are ways to interpret that are good.
Yeah.
But in the end, it's not with what the overall and the fact that I have to talk about the theming of it and all that. It's like
Yes.
the fact that I'm griping about the theming is like it's because the
because
theme was
the theming,
so
yes,
fucking
the
on
theming
point.
worked. That's
on
why it's a
everything,
problem.
Gameplay, everything,
Yep.
and then you get the power fantasy at the end, and then you break.
Oh yeah, I don't know.
And
if
it should have been correct.
I just popped in my. They're making a sequel
But for this,
of Hellblade. They haven't said whether it's Senua again, but they said they're making a new Hellblade.
oh fuck yes!
Yeah.
I did not know that.
Yeah, Ninja Theory's gonna do another Hellblade.
good.
No clue on if they're gonna do a budget title again or not.
I mean, if it's $40, I'll pick it up right away.
But yeah,
I will pay full price
a new
for that.
Hellblade is
And
in
I don't
fact
pay
full
full price.
Yeah, a new Hellblade is in development. That's all we know. But yay!
Yay! Yeah. I mean, God, it was so. Just looking at that makes me feel things now.
Yeah.
That.
No, it was like it was a game that had emotions tied into the boss fights. Like the boss
Yes.
fights were a thing. Fighting the giant fucking beast dog thing was
The Beast.
Yeah, the beast was like it was a direct emotional like confrontation of the beast within type thing.
It was her being afraid of being locked away in the darkness again.
Yeah.
To where.
And that's what the fight was, is the
Is
darkness
you-
keeps getting bigger as your light gets smaller,
Yeah.
and you have to deal with that.
You have to stay in the light, stay in the light.
yeah.
And then if you didn't stay in the light, he's more dangerous, but he's not. You can still manage.
You can still manage, yes.
It's not that. It's just don't see him
yeah,
anymore.
the game is near perfect. Like,
And I mean, I gripe about it was a lot easier for me to hate things than it was for me to like
Yes.
things. So me saying this is near perfect is saying something.
I mean, yeah,
It's
but
so good.
but it took advantage of its budget title by there's no fat.
No.
Because it's a budget title, they didn't have time to just pad it out.
I mean,
they just made what needs to be there,
the
and that
only
makes
thing
it a
that
better
was
game.
Slight padding was like the audio logs of the
Yeah.
actual
Norse
Norse
mythology,
mythology,
yeah.
which was interesting because it
yeah.
tied that together with what she was going through. Like, here's the folklore.
Not only
of
that, but it's all tied in.
this, and then it's tied into the psychosis.
But it's also tied in because that's what all the stuff her father used to read to her while she was
Yes.
locked away.
Yeah.
So it's just her reciting that which she knows. She knows nothing else because
Mm-hmm.
she's been locked away for most of her life. And so yeah, fucking Hellblade it's phenomenal.
yeah.
And for as much as we can shit on Ninja Theory for DMC, they sure made it back.
It's what I was actually going to bring up when. Yeah. I don't hate you, Ninja Theory.
Yeah.
You do really, really good.
Yes. Just
When you don't.
stick to your wheelhouse.
Yeah.
Apparently, don't step outside of it.
Like,
Refine your craft because that's what you do best.
DMC could have been a great game if it wasn't called DMC. Mm-hmm. That it probably wouldn't be on my list if it was called something else.
Yeah. Hey, that's
Yeah,
it.
that's all I got.
All right, back to my list. For 5, I think I remember which one. 5. Super Smash Bros. Ultimate.
Yeah.
This represents the Smash Bros. Series more so than anything. The series with this iteration, Smash Bros. Has become a status symbol in the video game industry. Everyone wants into Smash. The refinements from Smash 4 to this one has made it the premier competitive game, finally dethroning Melee. Packed with ridiculous amount of content, like they were bragging just how much music is in the game. And I don't care if Ridley is low tier, I'm going to play him anyway. Fuck you for disagreeing with me. You probably play a shit sword user. Also, stop teaming up against me just because I'm a dragon. I was one of the Ridley boys, always dreaming of the day.
And Ridley came.
He's in, yeah, and so many other characters, and we're getting even more because
Why not?
hey, if we could sell $25 worth of DLC, yes, every screenshot has Ridley. in
Okay,
it.
just checking.
Yes.
Just checking.
Yes.
I'm like, where's Ridley in the
Yeah,
first one?
There's Ridley.
Okay, yeah.
And also, there's a tiny Ridley on the box art.
Yeah, added to the
That is
box
a
art.
box art. It's a grinning Pepe Ridley. Yes.
I'm so glad that your review for the game is a meme.
Yes, 100%.
I love this game. Here's a meme.
But
Well, actually, yeah,
genuinely,
no. What is the saying? Imitation.
Oh yeah.
You doing fan art of it is.
No, I didn't do that. That's someone. All of this is somebody else. I just
You found a Ridley
Oh, for sure.
box art cover.
no. I took the normal box art and just put an image on top of it.
So
that's
yeah,
all. Yeah.
that's what I figured.
Yeah, I didn't draw anything on there.
Okay.
But no, yeah, the game genuinely changed, even though it is just an iterative version of Smash 4 to the Switch.
Yes.
They refined the game. It is the most competitive Smash Brothers. Like I said, it dethroned Melee, which has been an Evo for an
Yes.
eternity,
Yes.
and It's because this one is technically the more competitive game. I mean, I just saw, probably because I search up shit on Smash Brothers, but Google recommended me, one of the pro players released his new, like, end-of-year tier list, and suddenly now Pikachu is top tier, like, beating out everyone else, because he realized you can do stupid shit with him that just breaks everyone else, like, of their top tier strategies.
Wasn't Pichu up there as well for a while?
For a little,
and then he
like,
got nerfed?
It's, yeah.
Because I know that one of our friends actually was trying to make Pichu a
work,
thing.
yeah.
And then it actually became a thing, and he got really pissed off. I was like, no! Only I'm supposed to be the one that...
Honestly, I'm a little pissed off that Ganondorf's decent now, because everyone plays Ganondorf.
Yeah.
And he was my trash boy
Yeah.
since Melee. I play Ganondorf every Smash Brothers, and now everyone plays him because he has a fucking sword. Because that's all you need in online. You just rely on the lag for people to miss their dodge, and they just and kill them.
Yep.
But yeah, no, it's Smash Brothers has become a thing now. It's like I said, it's a status symbol of the industry. Mm-hmm. Like everybody wants their character in there, and
Yeah, no, when we make our games, I want our characters...
sure enough,
One-armed
I mean,
sword
hell,
man? You fit.
yeah, sure. I mean, but that's the thing. Even things like fucking Shovel Knight and Sans from Undertale have reps in
Yes.
it. Even indies are getting
Yes.
into it. And just like
Honestly, I wonder if that's just the creator, like, going like...
no, people were demanding Sans.
Really?
And it was mostly like a joke. Mm-hmm. But it was enough of a big joke that Sakurai's like, okay, we gotta maybe address this. And so he met with Sakurai even says, Toby Fox came over to my house. We played Smash together. I kicked his ass, and we agreed to put Sans in the game. Like that's what he was just like. Yeah, I beat him up at Smash. He was not good compared to me, but we talked about it and we agreed Sans would make a perfect fit.
I played 3 characters at the same time.
Of course, Sakurai would. Yeah.
One with each hand, and then
Yes.
one with my feet.
Well, yeah, one with my dick.
Yes. Kicked his ass.
But yeah, no, I had to put it in somewhere. But all right, Ryan, what's the next up on yours?
Come on!
Yeah, I'm surprised I didn't think to put that in.
Come on!
Yeah, Monster Hunter 4 Ultimate. Yeah, I would take Ultimate over whatever the cross.
Generations.
Generations, yeah.
was over here.
Yeah, I
it's
liked
the-
a lot of stuff about Generations, but
I-
4 was the more.
I liked
better
the
package.
changes that it did. I liked that you had different styles and all that.
Yes.
But 4 was a culmination, a peak Monster Hunter in terms of what Monster Hunter is and in my mind should be.
Yes.
This is basically the antithesis of the review of
Worlds,
Worlds.
yeah.
Everything I said that Worlds did wrong, Hunter did right. Quality of life. You have a very easy lock on, which changed the way that things, because you didn't
Yeah.
always want it on.
Yeah.
Because the claw was a way to play with the PSP that is, if anybody's a Monster Hunter player, they know exactly what the fuck I'm talking about. You still could do that with the DS, and you still sometimes needed to do that, but then you had the quick lock on to where you could recenter the camera back and forth, and it fixed a lot of the, oh, that was an unfair way that he hit me. Because it's like,
Yeah.
oh, let me just like real quick get in on that. Okay, he's there. Okay, done. And it was a game changer for the way that people played, but it didn't make it easy.
Yeah,
It still was goddamn hard.
it was a good challenge.
And we were saying earlier, we didn't get through all
We
of the
played
content.
the game for over a year.
I checked. Actually, hold on. I have my Monster Hunter 4 DS over here because I'm such a scrub boy. I'm sorry. I wish that I took a picture of this to put it up.
Yeah.
But yes, and it also has my nice little
Yeah.
Rathian
Yep.
keychain on there. Yes, I love this goddamn game, and this game didn't disappoint.
No.
Where Final Fantasy, I bought shit for it because I'm a scrub boy. I bought this, and I love this.
Yep.
I'm rubbing my face against my DS right now, which I probably shouldn't because it's dirty.
Yeah, it probably
Um,
hasn't seen a lot of use.
Yeah. I was playing Fire Emblem on it
Oh,
recently. Because I never beat
Never got
that.
around to it, yeah.
Well, no, I played a shit ton. I just never beat it because I was just always dicking around in it.
Yeah.
Anyways, Monster Hunter 4 Ultimate.
Yeah.
The end game introduces enough stuff to change it to where you have to use the temporary boosts, so that way
Yep.
it's a new little bit of gameplay.
Yeah.
Changed enough. The large battles were interesting and fun. The Gormagala, it was the Gormagala was in this one, but
Yes.
the goo guy, I don't remember his name.
I don't.
But fighting him in the arena areas
yes.
was fun.
The
Just the fun that I had. I carried around a LAN party in my pocket. I need to go to the bathroom. I can get 10 minutes playing. Whatever, that's not that big a deal. And then I
Yeah.
can pause the game and just close my DS, keep going. I had a friend that brought it to work because he has stomach problems. So yeah, 10 minutes of play is not. It's gonna happen a few times a day.
Yeah.
So he was just like, at least I'm enjoying myself a
Yep.
little bit.
Yeah.
When I would
Yes.
come over, like we were going to film, and then we would sit there and play for like
Yeah.
3 hours because we're waiting on Andrew, and then he'd come in like, oh, can we get one game in now that I'm here? And like, okay, there's another hour of playing together, and then
There was times we went to like fucking 2 to 3 in the morning,
Yes.
and we're just like, oh god, we gotta go home.
I have to go to work. And
Yeah.
I had to go to school.
Yeah.
It was that long ago.
It was
like,
just yeah.
and you got into it later than we did.
Oh yeah.
And it's such a time sink, but
Boy,
it's
oh boy, me and that
constantly
Hunter
fun.
Horn. I fell in love with this. Was the one that because I always like thought Monster Hunter looked interesting, but I
Yeah.
just never really was like, yeah, whatever. But then when you guys were like, yeah, we all have it, I was like, all right, I'll finally jump in on this one. And yeah, this one sold me. I await the series to return to this form because
give me it
World-
on a.
World looks fine enough, but one, I don't want to. We were gonna get on PC,
Yes.
and then everyone got on PS4.
Yes,
I'm not-
I was the only one that stuck to their guns. So
Until someone bought
me.
Yeah, they bought
the
you
game.
the copy for PS4.
So I didn't spend a goddamn dime on
yes,
World,
yes.
and I still
you
put it on my
dis-
worst.
It still disappointed
Yes,
you.
I
You
didn't
got it
pay
for
for that
free,
shit.
yeah.
I think I still had to pay for the PlayStation Plus because you have to have
for-
PlayStation Plus for
yeah,
multiplayer.
Yeah,
Fuck you, PlayStation.
yeah.
Whatever, $100 a year. Is not that big a
Everyone
deal.
has a stupid
Yeah.
online pass. You can't really hate them for it.
Yeah, but
But
this one.
yeah,
LAN party in my pocket, which just it reminds me of like being a kid again. Yeah, just it made me feel like a hunter.
yeah,
It honestly made me feel like I was a person in this world to where it's like I need to be good about hunting this monster.
yeah,
I need to be. I once I learn it, I'm better for it. I didn't upgrade my gear the next time I fought it, but I was faster at killing it. I suddenly was able to kill it way faster somehow. Like I was having trouble with it, and then suddenly once I killed it once, I was able to kill it every other time.
yep,
And then I was able to kill it every time.
yeah.
And then I upgraded my gear, and it became my punk ass bitch. Just fucking wiped the floor with it.
Yeah. No,
And then it got harder.
It rewarded skill play.
Yeah.
That's
And-
the thing.
By learning every single monster. And then what did it do when it got harder? It added a few more moves. So that way you had to
Yeah.
learn those moves. And because you had to learn those moves, that it was just an iterative moment. Like, oh, you fooled me once.
Know that this card has been entered into the roulette.
Yeah.
So be ready for that. Yeah, that's Monster
Yeah.
Hunter 4 was
Like it was. It might take the first or
Possible top-
second top spot in number of hours played. Not
Oh, okay.
I cannot rank a lot of these games to each other. I can't do it.
Don't you know you gotta top 10 it? That's how you get the clicks.
I can't do it.
I did mine.
I noticed you did yours.
Yeah.
And I already disagree with your. No. Go on to your next one.
Okay,
Fuck
okay.
you.
All right. Well, God, what was next? Oh, I think I know. Yep, Dark Souls 3. Refines the original mostly for the best. Sorry, boys.
Yeah, that's true.
For the most part, Dark Souls 3 is better. Like,
So the only reason I put 1 over 3, is because
I'm ju-
1 has the game-changing aspect to it. I think that it has a bigger impact on
game-changing aspect.
in the game.
Oh
Scene.
no, I'm not. I'm saying gameplay-wise. I'm saying
No,
combat
I know
yeah.
that. I'm saying the only reason I put 1 instead of 3 is
Oh,
strictly because of the
you're saying
impact.
3's not in the list at all?
No,
Oh,
not for
okay.
me.
Okay.
Because I kind of Yeah, it was.
Okay. No, I'm just saying why this is here. I think, yeah, there's more viable builds in Dark Souls 3 than 1.
Yes.
And I think that's a good thing. The
Yes.
fact that people can play, like I said, the only thing that sucks is you can't really do an armor build because boys got fucked in the ass.
What? Well, the thing is you still could.
You can, but
It's PvP. You can't do an armor build.
that's what. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like you could in the
PvE
original.
you can
Yeah.
still.
Well, yeah, but that's all
Yeah.
that is just admitting I'm gonna get hit.
Yeah.
Where the whole point of poise was I can get hit and not care.
Yes, it was. I have
And-
the big hammer and I need
Yes.
the poise to soak.
Yeah, and then yeah, despite 2's attempted suicide, 3 returned the series to its roots and gave it a satisfying conclusion.
Yeah.
I mean, Dark Souls did it. Why can't you do it, Star Wars?
Die.
Dark Souls 3, I think, has some of the hardest boss fights in the entire series that don't feel unfair. Which then I put a fuck you to the old Iron King, which was Dark Souls 2, the guy in the lava where you had to hide in a little nook.
Yeah, there were so many moments where it's just this is insta kill or.
But as far as boss fights in Dark Souls 3, I think they were overall more challenging than Dark Souls 1,
but not
but
unfair.
but not unfair.
Yeah.
I would put, yeah, I think it has the best boss fights.
Yeah. If
Multiple,
If,
yeah,
if I
like-
wasn't thinking about Dark Souls 1 being the game changer, I probably would have put 3 instead.
Yeah. Best vistas in the series and best cinematography. They really designed it so you would constantly get, right there, the fucking, whatever it was, Borealis or Boreal
You
Valley.
have to walk out onto an area
Yeah, they
before
do-
you actually walk down
They do that
into the
a
area.
lot of you walk through this passageway and just get a great view of the landscape.
so wonderful
wonderful visual direction.
level direction?
That's why
level design?
I went with cinematography because it's not really
That's
the level
true.
design. Because the level can be janky as fuck but look nice.
Mm-hmm.
Where great DLC. Both DLCs.
Yes.
The fucking fight. All the boss fights were fucking awesome. They really they added some great challenge. Both add a lot narratively and they expand the story, give new things. Yeah, just fucking Dark Souls 3 is just it's such a nice refinement on the series.
On its release, I did have a lot of bugs with it.
Yeah.
Because I had invisible players that isn't
I mean,
an exploit.
Yeah.
And weird stuff like that, to where like they didn't spawn in their character at all, but they could still hit me.
Yeah.
To where it's like, that was weird.
Yeah, there's problems, but nothing like it's not a buggy mess.
No, it's still a solid fucking game.
Yeah. Alright, what's next on the Ryan list? Oh wow, you really did fall in love with that game.
I've been playing the Soul Harvest is the
Piss again.
first.
Stop making me drink sodas.
I'm not making you do shit. Although we're out of sodas.
Damn it.
Um.
I'm gonna go get sodas. I need it.
So yeah, Spellforce is new to me as of like a few years ago. I think when Spellforce 3 was launching, I picked up the originals. Oh, it was before it was launching, so it was being created. And I loved how customizable you can make your characters and just all of these builds. It felt like a RTS MMO CRPG hybrid that shouldn't exist but existed and was done well. And part 3 did it well, with a little bit of the RTS being not my favorite, but it's still good. It's just the style of RTS has changed to where zoning and stuff is what they went with instead of just a standard build a base and run out from that base. This is captured different areas and expand that way, which it's good. It's fine. It's not my style of play. But then building up a character on top of that, leveling up that character at your own rate. It's paced well to where when you beat a mission, you should be around this level, so the next time that you're actually doing it, or you can just sit there and farm guys at a lower level and end up being too badass for the rest of the game. And it's so dumb. And the reason I chose Soul Harvest over regular Spellforce 3 is the characters.
This is the game that has that moment of, hey, we're in a dwarf place and I'm trying to lie to get in, and people are gonna comment on how I get in. So I just lied through my teeth and acted like a uppity asshole with people, till eventually they let me in, and otherwise I'd have to like bribe or fight my way in. And everyone's like, wow, you should be an actor. And another guy's like, as a mercenary, I don't think you should be an actor because you don't got the face for it. Just, he says stuff like
Yeah.
it's not like, really? You're gonna like insult the main character just as like a little side thing? And they'll like talk to each other during fighting or after a fight, just like, oh, this doesn't look good for us. Like, if they get low health, they have banter,
Yeah.
depending on the composition of your team. There's different builds. You choose 2 paths to go down, and based on those 2 paths, you get one super perk. In the like at level 7, you can now put a point in this. I was a druid and like dark summoner because there was enough like passive perks to where I heal off of hitting people, and then I'm also buffing everybody and hurting everybody around me, and I can turn to a giant bear. What that also meant was my super perk was I get to turn into a weird abomination that makes me lose health as I turn into it, but I deal so much damage and I heal off of dealing damage that I can run through fucking enemies, and I'm supposed to be a mage, but I'm a shape-shifting mage. And it's only because I chose those 2 together. If I was any other combination, that superpower wouldn't exist. And it's just, there's, I think, 8 to 10 different classes, and you always choose 2. So there's, every single combination has something different. And that's so many. That's a lot of different combinations, and then there's the different way you spec your character, there's stats, and just, there's items, and you can do side quests. It's a CRPG RTS game. What the hell? And then, yeah, the story for Soul Harvest has thus far been really entertaining. Especially because you get the Dark Elves, and you get one Dark Elf on your side that's just a morbid-ass motherfucker. He's like, yeah, no, we are taken from our families, and we are trained to do all of this stuff. And everyone's like, oh, that's horrible. He's like, why?
Yeah.
Wait,
What?
I was trained pretty well.
Yeah.
Like, people are trained pretty well. It's like, wait. You say people are trained pretty well, and you can like kind of insight that, like, you mean you weren't? He's like, no, but we don't talk about that. It's just like, oh,
Yeah.
you're talking about how great this elf society is when you didn't actually participate in the things that everyone's calling horrendous.
Yeah.
Like, you fucking little asshole. It's like, and all the characters have that. They're from the previous game. Your character from the Spellforce 3 is dead. He died on a mission, and you do investigate that. And one of the characters that you had is now actually talking to you, and like, you can go drinking with them, and how upset they are that they
Yeah.
lost the character from the last game. Like, you're talking about my character. That's so cool. Like, and like, you get little hints, and you can kind of direct them towards your choices from that game. It's like, it's nice. It's really nice to kind of see characters from different perspectives that you never would have gotten from another game. But you have a sequel to where you're not the same character. It's a reason to start over at level 1.
Yeah.
You're not the same person.
You're not. Yeah.
And the Spellforce series has had an interesting world. It's generally not standard fantasy, but it is high fantasy. Like,
Yeah.
it's weird.
Yeah,
I
no.
love it.
Yeah. I picked up 3. I'm gonna start playing at some point.
Yeah. And because it has the mercenaries, and you can dictate, like, you control these 2, I control these 2, it is
Yeah.
viable to where you can have whatever build you want. You're just playing at my level.
Yeah.
But you don't get anything for your.
Yeah.
I don't like the way they did co-op. Co-op in. I feel like there's another game. Was it in this? That I wanted to do co-op for? Whatever. But yeah, I wanted co-op to be slightly different. I want it. Actually, it's basically Dawn of War 2.
Yeah.
It's
Okay.
one save. You're controlling some of my guys.
Yeah.
But I can tell you which guys you control.
Yeah.
Which is a little weird. Yeah, it's
CRPG RTS that is really well done. Mm-hmm. And also, apparently, they have a roadmap for like 2 more expansions, and every single one of their expansions is basically a full fucking game.
Yeah.
So, and they with this, you get 3 new races. You get the dwarves, the dark elves, and 1 other, and then they also added in flying units for all of them. It's like, okay,
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah. New avenues.
New
of gameplay.
new ways to play, as well as new full races.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good game.
Moving into the top 3. Which my number 3.
You.
For me, yeah, yours is all over the place. 'Cause you're
I
a
would put
meandering little bitch.
I would put the next 2 in my top 3.
Okay.
My final 2. That was 3 for me.
Okay.
It looks like I have 2 left.
I started first. You should have.
No, I started first.
Oh.
You did all of your honorable, and we switched over.
Okay. Yeah, you're right.
So that, yeah,
Okay, so that technically is your third to last.
yes.
All right. So then my third. Whoops. No.
Oh wait, no, never mind.
Oh.
My top 3 are my top 3.
Okay.
I will. I'm fine with that.
Okay. Dune 1, 2, and the Octo expansion.
Jesus.
They're 1 and 2 play almost the same, so that's why it's iterative. And then Octo expansion gives Splatoon 2 the individual single player it needed.
Okay.
So that's why it's all one big package. So 1, this is the fact that it's a shooter with a mix of ideas and features that defy the industry standards, making it truly a Nintendo game. Where Gears of War and everything else that's a third-person shooter is hide behind cover and let the enemies come to me. They said, no, this is a game where everyone has stealth and everyone can move fast through their own created terrain. Like, it just fucking said, no, fuck you, we're doing things weirdly and differently.
Whereas everyone else says, hey, someone did something interesting. Let's copy it and do it worse.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Nintendo like, let's try something
Let's
new.
do something dumb and make a mistake. Like, that's their general philosophy.
I'm not gonna have a voice tomorrow.
Yeah, I know, we're doing a lot of talking. The fucking visuals is completely unique. Fucking 90s retro. Is like, neon colors everywhere. Stupid fucking clothing. All fucking pop culture. Stupid shit. It just, visually stands out completely from anything else. Each game had over a year of free DLC, plus it has its monthly Splatfests, giving you a reason to constantly come back. I probably have, like, the Switch keeps track of how many hours you've played games. It stops at 475. I'm past that on both Splatoon 2 and Smash Brothers.
Yeah?
Yeah, I've put way too much time into this shit. The reason why they get paired up is Splatoon 2 plays almost identically as Splatoon 1. They just added in new weapon types, rebalanced some old stats, and added in new things like Salmon Run, which is a horde mode, which has a scaling difficulty, so no matter what, you're always challenged. There is no cap to how hard it gets.
Nice.
So, no matter what, you're always gonna get fucked at some point. Which is great. Gotta have that in your games. And then Splatoon 2's single player was almost carbon copy of 1, which was disappointing because it's generally platforming with the guns.
Yeah.
And then a boss fight, platforming guns, boss rinse repeat. Octo expansion said, okay, here's a level where we just do either one thing or you can't do this thing. Go through a whole level without jumping. Once. Or you die immediately. Yeah, play a game of pool with a sniper rifle. You get 3 shots. Yeah.
That's cool.
Like, so like some of the fucking hardest levels. And then, they had a fucking optional boss fight in it that is so challenging. I spent 2 hours alone on one boss fight in a shooter. Like, not like a RPG where you gotta spend 2 hours just to fight the boss. I kept dying and had to play it over and over. It was a fucking trial. And all you get is a stupid golden caviar toothpick to wear in your hair. It's so dumb. But it's Nintendo always tries something weird. Pikmin every console they'll try something new.
Yeah.
And Splatoon's there was the Wii U was them trying something, and I love it. I want more. I will continue to play it. I honestly, at one point, I forgot the I can't remember what it was, but something got me to go back and listen to the music from Octo expansion. I was just like, God damn, it's good music. It's jamming bops. It's a banger, as the kids call it.
This one slaps.
This one slaps. This one slaps like my daughter in the face.
Are you slapping your daughter?
Yes.
Or she's slapping you.
Shut up. It was a horrible analogy. Anyways, your turn, Ryan.
Okay. I'm pretty sure this is on everyone's list
Yeah,
that's played it.
that's played it. Yes.
Yes.
That I think that would be the trifecta of open world games for me.
Yeah.
Metal Gear Solid, Breath of the Wild, and Witcher would probably because I'm gonna play it as soon as I'm done formatting my computer.
I am going to restart this game soon. Because it has the same problem that I don't know what the fuck I was doing.
Yeah.
And I was 70 hours in. So fuck it, just restart it, learn to play the game, play it well, learn from my mistakes of the first one, and try not to do as much side content.
Yeah.
Just try to get through the
main story.
and then do a little bit of the side content.
Yeah.
Because some of the side quests are
fucking
fucking
great.
beautiful.
Yeah.
I stumbled upon one of the famous side quests that is you find a Witcher is fighting something. And you could have taken this hunt from this guy, but it does this side quest so goddamn well. Okay. So how it's supposed to go, you get the contract, you go hunt this vampire thing, and another Witcher's already hunting it. You guys know each other, because Witchers are like not a dime a dozen.
Yeah.
They're very rare. So you guys all trained in the same fucking place. Like, what are you doing here? Oh, this was my hunt. What? This was my hunt. Oh, I bet and the guy's like, yeah, that guy's kind of a bastard anyways, but let's go split the reward. And you go back there, and the other Witcher kills the dude. And you're like, what the fuck? And he's like, look, this guy has been trying to do some stuff, but I can't talk about it now. Guards are coming, let's get out of here. You can fight the guards, or you can just like peace out. Like you can hide and like... So I stumbled upon it when I saw that there was a monster nearby, went inside, saw that, oh, my friend's fighting a...
Yeah.
He's all like, oh yeah, I have this hunt. It changed his dialogue. I have this hunt from this one guy. We'll split the money on it. I'm like, okay, cool. We go, and the guy that was supposed to give me the contract originally didn't know who the fuck I was. So it changed everything perfectly because I randomly stumbled upon it. That's an entire quest chain that goes throughout like 10 plus levels, where it's like a 50 level game.
Yes.
That's a big chunk of levels. Randomly found it, and it handled it perfectly, and it felt real. It's a real world with every single moment. All of the quests, that's the thing that I love the most about it, is all of the quests feel like they're real contracts.
Yeah.
I'm not just going, oh, go kill this. It's like, no, you're a monster hunter. In both the sense of the game that I love and also you hunt monsters. Track it down, figure out what it is, figure out a way to do it better, or just swing your sword like a fucking brute.
Yeah.
You choose your way to play. No, I know how to fucking fight ghosts. Let me go research ghosts a little bit. Oh yeah, I can mix these berries and this stuff together.
Yeah.
Drink this when it comes out, and then I do this, and I know that if I use this spell and then slash at it, it's gonna go down like nobody's business. Or I just slash at it. Oh Jesus Christ, that thing's gonna kill me in like 2 hits. Difficult gameplay with a way to just immerse yourself in the world to fight it better. It's a ghost that it's a noon wraith. When does it appear? It appears at noon.
Midnight.
Midday only.
I was way off.
No, you're thinking of the Midnight Wraith.
Oh.
Because that's also a thing. To where it's cool things like that, where it's like, oh, you actually have to go through your notes being a Witcher, like, I know the hunt. And then there's also moments where you're just going through a fucking political intrigue moment because someone invited you along and like, oh, I'm trying to like steal something, like watch out for me, like, oh god damn it, I want to go hunt monsters.
Yeah.
Fuck this shit. And you just kind of like sitting there without, like, you don't even have your sword on, so you gotta fist fight anybody that like sees that you're up to no good. You get drunk with people and like do stupid stuff. There's entire side quests where you play the card game, which is a good card game.
Well, Gwent.
Gwent.
Yeah.
And they've
they made a separate game.
They made a separate game so you can play
Yeah.
it. There's parts where you play as other people because you're trying to learn about their story, so then you play through their story as it's told to you. And it's like, that's cool. That means my levels for these parts don't matter. My gear doesn't. They're just doing their thing.
Yeah.
There are parts that make you feel like garbage because someone's being tortured, but you fake brought them in to get tortured.
Yeah.
And they're like, oh, and like you overhear like, oh, we're gonna pull out your fingernails. If you don't listen to the dude for like until they pull out like 4 or 5 of the girl's fingernails, you don't learn that he has a secret compartment in his shirt to get more information about a quest. That's overarching quest. You don't learn that one dude is in a certain town. You might happen upon him later, but you don't get that extra information even if you search him. Because you didn't know that he had an extra thing. You don't have that moment unless you keep him alive and actually get him to a point of like interrogating him. You can get your speech up to using a spell to like fucking Jedi mind trick people. But if you use it in front of too many people, people go, hey, you were signing and doing that magic shit, and start a fight. Even when it's maxed out, because that's the first thing I maxed out, because might as well have the options.
Yeah.
And you can customize your character with so many goddamn things. Monster blood, so that way your mutagens, if you put them in this order, plus this, get more powerful. You make your character the way you want. There are 3 types of armor. There's light, there's medium, and there's heavy. Your rolls are fucking fast, and your stamina regens really fast when you're light. Medium, mixture. Heavy, you don't really roll as much as you sidestep. Like, it's all of that. There are missions that you should not take on because you're too low level, because your level and your gear matter. So it kind of forces you into playing the game more, because you do need some of those side quests that are so beautifully crafted. There's an early quest that if you accidentally go and do something before you make a deal with some witches, you then have the best ending for that quest. If you don't do that, that quest ends with someone dead. All of the children, or an adult that was taking care of them, that's being controlled by the witches.
Yeah.
You can save one or the other if you go through the quest the proper way.
Yeah.
You don't interact with that quest and you kind of go through half of the center first, you save everyone. Because you did it at a better time.
Yeah.
Instead of the witches hearing that you're coming to do it. It's like,
Yeah.
holy shit, there's so much to this game's questing system that just lets you... everything's interacting with your actions. You do all of the boxing quests. People actually start knowing that you're a good boxer and won't tangle with you as much. Or at least that's the way it seemed. I don't know if that's actually true.
That's 100% built into it, but...
It felt like it.
Yeah.
It, like, oh...
Yeah. It
was the storytelling, the voice acting, the settings that you just get lost in. I'm going to replay when I've already have 70 hours in the game. That's tough. And then I haven't even gotten to the expansions that I've heard are better.
Yeah.
Which is
really
sad.
do a lot.
Also, sex on a stuffed unicorn. I know that's in the game.
Yeah. Yeah, it's got some boning in it. Not lame boning like Mass Effect.
No, like they show you doing it.
Yeah.
And they do it in such a way, like you can just hire a whore if you really wanted to.
Yeah.
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 I have to go to the bathroom again, so
Okay.
I'll let you do your thing.
All right, time to move on.
But that was definitely, you're in my top 3.
Yes.
That is definitely my top 3.
I would figure.
That was passion. That was really passion talking.
All right, so my number 2, Fallout New Vegas. This game combines the best aspects of the original Fallout games and Fallout 3. It's an ideal compromise of what Fallout has become and what Fallout was. And it has since been forgotten, because god damn it, we can't just have good things. No, we have to have Fallout 76 and Fallout 4. Gotta ruin the series. It's okay, Wasteland exists. So one of the great things about Fallout New Vegas is completely varied difficulties. If you just want your fun Rudy Tooty RPG shooty, you could set it for easy baby mode and just do that. If you want ridiculous restrictions on yourself, like in what was it? Fallout 1. Duh. I don't know what I'm. Sorry, I'm messing with shit. You can get it to where bullets weigh something. You have to drink and eat clean water and food. God, I can't remember all the stupid little bonus settings they had in, but you can make the game hurt you just for existing. And so if you want that, yeah, the nonsense difficulty, it's there. The branching endings to the game. I didn't think there was as many endings as there are, but then I looked it up. And every plot point has, God, a minimum of three to maybe 2 endings, minimum. But I think 3 on almost everything. So every aspect, including just the main, because the entire game is all about who controls Hoover Dam. And I know that one can end with Mr. House, you, the California Republic, the Rangers or whatever they are, the Brotherhood of Steel, the Khans. No. Did the Khans take it? I can't remember. Caesar's Legion. There's so many stupid fucking factions in this game, and they each actually play a role. Of course, it has massive mod support, and it's not the stupid Bethesda. Yeah, Bethesda. No, Bethesda. God, I fucking every time. It's not on their stupid thing. It's on Steam, so I never played any of the DLC, but I've heard that it was really good. Old World Blues, I think, was the best one. The other thing, which shouldn't be seen as amazing, but it has to be recognized, is despite the fact that it's using Bethesda's buggy engine architecture, they cleaned it up, and all that takes is some basic programming knowledge, but nobody else cleans it up. They did it. So yeah, it actually runs like a real game. And even though it's using goddamn Gamebryo, that buggy piece of shit ancient fucking game engine.
That's how my friend got his job over at Bethesda.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, I've replayed this game multiple times. I really need to get the DLC for it, because I hear...
I've never played Fallout New Vegas.
I know.
The reason for it was I couldn't get Fallout 3 to run on this computer.
Yeah.
Because, it just didn't work, and I'm like, it's not that old of a game.
No, but it's that piece of shit of a game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I feel like I need to pick up New Vegas.
I love it. Like I said, it's a compromise between the new and the old Fallout. It's the right blend of the two. If the series was going to stay in 3D, it should have said, all right, New Vegas is our blueprint. Let's keep going. And instead, they made Fallout 4, Fallout 76, and now the series is pretty much dead.
Yeah.
But we have Wasteland, so it's okay.
That is true. Well, you wasn't. Is it the? Oh no, it's the people that are doing Wasteland have some of the old writers from the original.
From the original Fallout, yes.
And did Obsidian have anybody from that?
Yes.
No, did they?
Obsidian had some of the former Black Isle people.
That's right.
So yeah, there was some OG Fallout blood in New Vegas. But now, yeah, Wasteland is the true. I really like that Fallout was a spiritual successor to Wasteland, and now Wasteland is a spiritual successor to Fallout.
Yeah.
It's really stupid.
It's a full circle.
But I see why it had to be done, because otherwise all we have is the newer Fallouts, and I don't want to go near any of those.
Yeah.
They are very bad. Fuck you, Todd Howard. So
Yeah.
that's my number 2.
I just made it number 2.
Yeah.
Oh, speaking of that, here's my number 2.
Yeah, I could, yeah. That,
It had to happen.
it had to happen. Yeah, for how much you play Total War, and how much
I
you're like,
play
oh my god, I love this game.
way too much of this game. This is another one of those games that I think I have more hours on this than any other game.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas Total War Warhammer 1 was not good.
Yes.
But Warhammer 2 alone is decent.
But plugging more.
But when you put them both together and
Yeah.
you get mortal empires,
Yeah.
holy shit, it's so much fun. it's so huge of a map that like half of the world doesn't matter. It's you try to basically build a like niche for yourself. In that, like, if you survive the first 100 turns and you build that niche, you're like, game's gonna be easy. And then you like start exploring the rest of the world, like, oh no, some
Yeah.
other part of the world has done it better to where they are a fucking powerhouse.
Yeah.
To where it's going to be a war of attrition, to where I need to like slowly just have so many armies building towards them that it's actually a Warhammer game where it's so many, like 3 armies versus 3 armies, to where the game itself is like, no, we only allowed you to have like this many people on the field at one time because there's not a computer alive that can handle that.
handle all that.
My computer at times will go, yeah, you should probably not fight that battle because
Yeah.
you're not gonna be able to handle it.
Yeah.
Like, spec wise.
I'm gonna ship myself and shut down.
Yeah,
so-
like, you can't do that. Like, there's too much going on in this game. Every single faction that from both games and every fucking DLC changes Mortal Empires. So every month there's new free
Yeah.
LC. Every other month there's new DLC. It's just there's constantly some way that the game is new with new mechanics. Skaven just got another update that I need to get because now Skaven started out like I could not make a niche for myself because the Sorens, the fucking lizard people, goddamn I had their DLC, so they're super powerful and like just wiping the floor with me. Then I got one of the DLCs for the Skaven, and the Skaven they're starting to like even out a little bit. Now we got more Skaven shit, so now I got my fucking ultimate assassin. And now I can use assassins that are better, that will stalk behind guys, and just really good 1v1 bitches and can't handle an army. But they will be hidden, and you will stealth assassinate one fucking like general, and then run the fuck away, and it's great. And that's fucking tactics.
Yeah.
It's a good tactic too. Well, oh, I'm just a mage that's like controlling the tide of battle. Haha, I attack you with a fucking stealth assassin dude. Yes, that's so good. It's not just like army tactics to where every fucking army handles the same.
Yeah.
That's a Skaven tactic. How do the Dark Elves handle? Okay, shield wall with archers and then monstrous units to kind of like tear into people. And then, yeah, some flying units. How do lizard folk do things? Well, mostly you just have big old fucking lizards run into things.
Yeah. Dinosaurs.
How do you run with undead? Stacks upon stacks upon stacks of free skeletons because they're undead. They don't cost any upkeep.
Because, yeah.
So they just run into like, oh, how many? How come you don't have more stacks? Well, they have limited number generals because it's balanced. You actually have to progress through the game to unlock more Tomb Kings, so
Yeah.
that way they can control multiple armies of shit stacks, and then you use a few monstrous units and magic,
Yeah.
and they're hero units. It's like, yes, they handle differently every fucking faction, and it makes it to where like every month or so, like, yeah, I'm gonna get good with the faction, and I'm gonna try and on legendary, even though I'm bad at it, try to survive the first 100 turns. That's what it comes down to on Legendary is trying to survive because the fucking bonuses that the enemies get. Like you can't break Skaven. Skaven have super low morale as all their units. So as you're fighting them, they'll run away and come back constantly. They have a better chance to come back. They rally faster. But if they are alone, they just break almost instantly. If they're if undead are fighting, would undead run away? No, they don't run away. When their morale hits 0, they start losing health.
Oh,
they just start losing health because the magical binding is loosened.
Yeah.
That's a great fucking way of doing undead.
Yeah.
It's every armor. Certain lizard men don't break. What happens when they lose morale? Berserk. So they actually get bonuses, but then also they are dumb as fuck. So they're going to get kited by fucking range units that are just running away.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Yes to Total War.
Total War, Mortal Empires.
Yeah.
I can't wait for part 3. I'm gonna wait on part 3 though because it is still made by CA and CA makes mistakes.
Iffy track record.
They're very iffy.
It still is one of those things that everyone was just like when they said Total War Warhammer, everyone's like, finally.
Yeah.
And
then they're like fantasy, and people are like, okay.
Okay.
And then they're like, and then you cast spells, and you're like, ooh, fuck.
Yeah.
Like one fucking vampire lords, them their tactics is you make sure the enemy tries to blob around you. You cast one spell that gets like 500 kills. Because one spell getting 500 kills is basically there goes half your army.
Yeah.
Eat a dick. Because they can't. Because they only suck blood, not dick. Yeah.
Unless you have an army of Richards.
Oh yeah, that's true. They could suck a lot of
They could
dicks
suck a lot of
at that
dicks.
point. Yeah. They'd probably be well nourished.
From the dick meat.
Yes. From biting the necks of the dicks.
From the dick liquid.
The dick liquid.
Yes.
The thing that makes dicks so stand upright.
Yes.
Because without it, they fall.
Yes.
Yeah. Dicklid. Dicklid?
And do you actually have anything else to say about Total War?
I don't think so. Not anymore. Not after we went into Dicklid.
Yeah, Dicklid.
Yeah. The fact that every race is there. Battles are huge with thousands of troops. Yeah, just having both of them run headlong and then having a spellcaster go, no, die.
Yes.
Yeah, no, that's everything. It's just fun to me.
It's just, yeah.
Yeah. And no, these are, at least these, my top 3 seem to be my top 3.
Okay.
I'd definitely put that in my top 3. I'd definitely put The Witcher in my top 3. And the last one, definitely top 3.
Okay. Mine?
Mm-hmm.
My number 1 game.
Oh, your number 1 game!
Of the decade. Fucking Dark Souls. God damn, it has to be Dark Souls.
Wow, I'm amazed you actually separated them.
Oh, to me, they play differently enough. I don't
Okay.
think they're directly iterative of each other enough.
I didn't think that they played differently enough to actually put 2 on my list.
It's one of those things, like, I couldn't stack them together, but I love them both, so they both had to get a spot.
Okay.
So, and again, like I said, my list is based on what I've regretted not playing this shit.
Oh, fuck, yeah.
Yeah, and to me,
That would be the biggest regret of my life.
yes, Dark Souls brought fun difficulty back to gaming. It said, hey, losing can be fun. Pioneered the pseudo-genre that very few can mimic.
Where have I heard that before?
Yeah.
I'm just being a dick.
Yeah,
it's gonna be all stuff that we.
Yeah,
I've
it's
said
mostly
before.
most of the stuff you were saying. It's open playstyle, plus has minor sequence breaking available in it.
Yes, I didn't mention the
multiplayer. Multiplayer, yes.
Yeah.
Hey, play single player, but some asshole will come out of the shadows and stab you. And you don't know where and when that asshole will show up. Have fun.
You know that when they're showing up,
Yes.
just not where from.
Has iconic characters, bosses, music, and just themes in it. There's just almost every moment in Dark Souls, even the shitty moments, are iconic. Blighttown is iconic. Iconic for being shitty, but iconic nonetheless.
Yeah.
Organic storytelling, read into it as much as you want. Interconnected world done realistically and effectively. I never played the DLC, but it looked okay.
Yeah, I never did either.
I've seen some of the stuff of it.
I've heard good things.
Yeah, but it didn't seem like a must-have. And yeah, it's basically what 3D Castlevania should have been. This is why Dark Souls is popular,
Yeah.
I think, is because, yeah, it's Castlevania. It's Castlevania done in 3D and done right. Mm-hmm. It's not fucking Lords of Shadow, Devil May Cry, God of War wannabe.
Yep.
It's not the shitty Nintendo 64 Castlevanias, which were god-awful.
We don't talk about those.
Yes, nobody talks about those. But it's 100% at its core Castlevania, done in the 3D space and done right. Mm-hmm. And yeah, good lord, to me, yes, Dark Souls defined this entire decade in gaming. There's plenty of other things like bring up Witcher, like I said, Witcher and Metal Gear Solid 3 and Breath of the Wild solidified what you should do in open world games, but Dark Souls, like I said, pioneered the subgenre of Souls-like. Everyone's been trying to rip it off or mimic it
Yes.
since then, and very few have done it right. I honestly can't think of anyone outside of FromSoft who really did it right. Outside of Hollow Knight. Hollow Knight's a Souls-like type of game, and then that one does it right.
I got another.
Yeah, because
I've heard good things about the Surge too.
yeah, I've heard. Yeah, I've
I've-
heard good, but never bothered to play Surge 1 or 2.
No.
So-
Lords of Fallen is no. It's like the first Souls-like. The game that like looked like it was trying to directly rip it off.
I don't. Yeah, but yeah, fucking yeah. For me, Dark Souls is a mandatory. You should have played that this decade.
Yes.
Like everyone.
Andrew.
He never finished.
He never finished.
But it's just if you.
He never got good.
He never got good. He did not get good. Yeah, we got. Fucking get good originated. Yeah. But just if you take games seriously, like you're just not a Call of Duty bro, a Madden bro, or you just like puzzle games or something like that. If you like video games as a genre, you should have at least tried Dark Souls.
Yeah.
I think that's it. It's a kind of mandatory thing. Yeah, I hate the idea of gamer identity or anything like that. But if there ever was one, this would be one of the must plays to really say like, yeah, I know video games. Yeah.
That's fair.
Yeah. So that's my number one. Finally, Ryan. What do? Oh yeah, Tranny.
Yeah, that's the best picture I could find after misspelling tyranny. And looking up the wrong images.
Yeah.
Oh, that's on my search history now.
Always include the first Y, everybody.
Yes. You will get different images when searching for. Yes. Okay. CRPG. That's all well and good. You're the bad guy.
Yay! I like bad guy games.
Everybody's the bad guy.
Oh.
It's everything is morally gray, but you are basically an agent to a guy that's almost taken over the entire world. Mm-hmm. You are his agent. He's picked you up out of like whatever your backstory is that creates your character, because there's little bits that add to your character stats. You are his emissary. You were basically there to declare an edict.
Eclair.
Eclair an edict.
Yeah.
I ate it.
Yes.
Yes. And what an edict does is basically you use some of his power to cast a giant fucking spell with conditions. And then you actually fulfill the edict and survive, and people are like, oh, that means you have power. And from there, you can kind of rebel. Mm-hmm. There are two factions that are there that are trying to like win the war of this area and conquer the last landmass of this giant continent that's not under control over this emperor stuff. And you can start gaining enough power to challenge everyone. There is so much stuff to where you can go against everybody. You can be a solo player and make all of your companions die and hate you. I made one hate me so much, but he stuck with me because he was afraid of what I would do to him. Until he was like, okay, we're done here. Like, and he's just out. He's like, I don't care if I die. Like, I don't care if you kill me. And he just like walked away. And I'm like, sweet. I feel so good. And all of that gives you passive bonuses as well as everything else. So the more characters respect you or fear you, those are the two alignment charts. With every faction and every main character, there's a respect meter and there's a fear meter. When you get to so far into it, you either get an active ability that you can put on your bar or a passive ability. Every 10 seconds you pulse with a lower armor because you are really you were feared by you were feared by these military people that are armored. So you're better against them. Oh, you're loved by the people that were the librarians and love the lore. You get an extra 10 to your spellcraft or lore ability. That doesn't sound all that great. Oh wait, the magic system is the best magic system I've ever seen in a fucking game. Every single spell is your creation. You have 2 slots and then in a bunch of augments. First slot is element or style. Is element. Second slot is style. I have a heal spell that is an orb. So I shoot an orb of heal. So I can heal and it travels, or it just creates an orb that pulses. I can then add augments to it. Make it bigger, make it smaller, make it directed, make it do a buff, a time over thing. Some of them can be changed elementally. So a fire spell can also become an ice spell at the same time. So it freezes the enemy and then burns them. Stop calling me. All of the skills that you have, as you use them, that's how you gain experience. Even just dialogue stuff. I know enough about the lore of the world, which I'll get back to the spell stuff on that, to where I can actually, oh, you mean this, and like, oh, you're very knowledgeable. You just got experience through talking.
Yeah.
Experience through just playing a CRPG through speechcraft is possible, and leveling up through it. It's not just that, oh, well, you talked this guy out of it. It's like, no, you know enough stuff to like do these extra things, and you get, oh, there's a cliff. You need athletics to like kind of climb a rope and jump up there. Okay, I can do that. I have a spell also that can like boost up my performance.
Modify.
Like I can just fly up there now, and I can go get items, and then the lore or spellcraft, whatever the fuck it's called, that allows you to create spells at different levels. So at the start, I can only create a fireball, and I can't do any augments to it. Okay, now I can create a fireball because I'm so smart that does a bunch of extra bullshit. Just like, and because I'm really good at magic, people fear me, and people know that I'm good at magic. And I have like 7 different spells, and they're all cooldown. So it's just the more spells you have, you just start going fucking WoW on it. Just like fucking
match the number keys.
1, 2, 7, 1, 2, 7, 1, 2, 7. Okay, 4. Okay, now we need a group heal. Okay, switch my other character, do a group heal, but everyone else handles their stuff really well. You can lock experience so that way you can build your character perfectly. And then you can just become so goddamn overpowered, both mechanically and thematically, that you really do start to kind of challenge all of these guys that were supposed to be bigger badasses than you.
Yeah.
And you can betray anyone at any time. And it just feels good to just because it gives you the option. Like you can try and be good in it, and you kind of can be as you gain enough power, but you have to have power to be good, or else you're gonna get your ass handed to you. Like, it's my favorite CRPG. Yes.
I'm a sheep.
No. My question is why. Oh, tyranny.
So yeah, what would you then say is it's Witcher,
Witcher Total War
and
Tyranny?
In what order?
That's hard. I really like a tyranny.
I mean, my top 10, I was shifting around constantly.
But yeah, I think that I could put these as my top 3, and I'd be fine with that and not move it around for a while.
Yeah.
Tyranny, because of the magic system, gets in my top 3, but I don't think that overall it is number
Best,
1.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. I would probably say Witcher is the best game of the 3. But it's
probably from a technical avenue, but
from a lot of avenue. I think
Yeah.
that like just a lot of the systems and everything else, it's going to be the hardest game to restart right now.
yeah.
I can restart Tyranny and probably go like, yeah, like I can do my magic system over, and like all of this fun, and like rediscovering the game is fun, and like it's going to feel a bit like a slog to get into The Witcher again. So
Yeah.
I don't know if I want to put it at 1 with that feeling kind of looming over me. But then, I mean, Total War I'm probably going to play for the longest. I mean, it's probably the game that I've played the most.
Yeah.
It's definitely the most out of these 3. But quantity doesn't necessarily...
Yeah, exactly.
The Witcher kind of has to be number 1.
Okay.
It has to, like, I don't have a... I just don't like that I'm gonna have to restart it because I've done so much.
I mean, that's what I was saying. You know, Breath of the Wild was the same thing of like, I love the game, I don't want to go back to it, type of thing. Like,
I want to beat it though. That's my
Yeah.
problem. Is I need to beat
Yeah.
it so that way I can play the DLCs that are supposed to be fucking fantastic. Yeah, The Witcher. The Witcher
so
has to be my.
non-committal.
The Witcher has to be my number 1. Even though it will be difficult.
Yeah.
God, there's one of these characters. I think it's the this Spikehead. I think it's Spikehead. No, I don't think it's any of these. There's one guy that actually has 3 different masks that like switch around because
Yeah.
he's so into magic that like, and just wild magic, that he actually has different personalities that he's like enveloped into his brain. Like he's been the interrogator so long that he steals people's memories, so he's not sure which memory is his own. He's just crazy evil
Yeah.
because he's so mad. But he's stolen so much knowledge that he is powerful. Yeah, characters are cool in Tyranny. But The Witcher is still a better game.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I think The Witcher is my number 1. Which I'm sure that's going to be the most generic answer for a lot of people. I'm sure a lot of people will have The Witcher as number 1.
For best game of the decade?
Mm-hmm. I was watching one
I think
the other day where it's like, it's a game that keeps... It's always in my
know.
top 10. It like my top 10 changes every year, but The Witcher always stays in my top 10. Where it's like, that's saying a lot.
Yeah.
Nothing can knock it out of the top 10 because, yeah.
It's because it's a big, long RPG.
It's my.
I don't think it's appealing to the majority of people.
I think for the people that have played it though.
Yes, for the people who played it, yeah.
For the people that it's in their wheelhouse, it's their wheelhouse.
Yes.
Yeah, I think my only... It would be interesting to actually play The Witcher if I wasn't Geralt.
Like Witcher 3 or Witcher 1?
In the Witcher series.
Witcher
yeah,
series.
like if I was
Sure.
like The Witcher 3,
Yeah.
but I wasn't Geralt. I was just another Witcher.
Some schmo.
They like kind of build up. I mean, you are customizing Geralt enough, but
Yeah.
like not
but
having
there's
all
there's
of
the
this
inherent he's a Witcher
backstory.
thing.
Just having the Witcher.
Yeah, if
Like-
you were some schmuck who had to fight things
Yeah.
and figure it out without any magic, any
Anything. Just
lore build up, you just have to kind of. I mean, that's basically what Monster Hunter is.
yes. That's
That's basically
I want
Monster
Hunter.
yeah.
I want more Monster Hunter.
So yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if you want to go through them real quick, just as a like. I don't know.
Kind of look through like what we've
Just
to recap.
Yeah, I'll
Um.
jump through mine real quick. Just as a recap. So, probably shouldn't do everything. Just best. Okay, so yeah, XCOM 1 and 2, yeah. FTL, Hat in Time, Breath of the Wild, Hollow Knight, Smash Ultimate, Dark Souls 3, Splatoon, all of Splatoon. New Vegas and Dark Souls 1 are my top 10 games of the decade. And Ryan, in no real particular order.
Yeah. Battle Chasers, Night War.
Yep.
We have
Bloodstain,
Bloodstain,
Dark
Dark
Souls.
Cells, Dragon's Dogma, Hellblade, Monster Hunter 4, Soul Force 3 Soul Harvest, The Witcher 3, Total War, Warhammer, technically Mortal Empires.
Yeah,
But
it's the whole package.
Tyranny.
Yeah, and Tyranny.
Yeah.
Those are our best games of the decade.
Yeah.
Back to our next little title screen there. And I think that's gonna be pretty much it for the stream.
Oh my God, that
we were
was-
planning on playing Skies of Arcadia after this, but we've been streaming for 5.5 hours, and it's almost 9 o'clock.
It's din time.
Yeah, probably be a good idea to get some dinner. So I think that'll be it for the stream.
Yeah. Which is kind of disappointing. I did want to.
I did want to jump into it, but at
Yeah.
the same time, hey, remember how we were talking about taking a break from Skies of Arcadia? Well, we just did.
Oh, that's
So,
true.
there we go. Yeah, so we can play a couple more weeks of it. But now that we've done
Yeah.
our break week, yeah, I mean, there's plenty of other games I wanted to include. Like Shovel Knight should have been somewhere.
There's my
Yeah, you have a huge ass list.
this is an interesting list because there's a lot of these that are the same, almost the same game,
Yeah.
but are on opposite sides of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and really dumb reason too.
Yeah.
Like, Shadowrun Returns.
Shadowrun Returns, yeah.
is on my bad list, but then I think that I have
I like Shadowrun Returns.
there's one of them that is broken, is why I don't like it, and it's why I didn't include it. And I think it was Returns. I can't play it.
Or maybe, oh wait, it was Dragon, whatever.
Yeah, Dragonfall.
Dragonfall.
Dragonfall is fucking great.
Yeah,
That's on my good
the one
list.
I played. Okay.
That's the one on my good list.
Yeah,
and then
Dragonfall is
Returns
great.
is not.
I really wanted to put Wasteland 2 in the list, but I'm like, if the game got me to stop playing because I got bored and come back to it, does it really?
Several times.
Yeah.
Where the thing with Tyranny for me was it didn't make me bored. I think that I just had life to deal with at the moment, and then now I'm like, I want to go back and play more of that.
Yeah. Yeah, no, there were plenty of other great games that don't make our list, and plenty of great games we never played.
Mm-hmm.
Because, yeah, there's all sorts
The
of...
thing is, I just started playing some.
I mean, it's...
The Epic Store is giving
Yeah.
giving a gay away
Giving a-
every
yes.
day.
Giving a game away every day,
yeah.
and because of that, I now have some.
like a whole bunch of...
I'm now starting to play
Oh,
Hyper Light Drifter because
Okay.
that was on there a few days ago. Shadow Tactics, which I've had on my Steam want list, and like, oh, you're giving it for free?
Yeah.
Sure. Totally Accurate Battle Simulator.
Just
Like,
for the dumb
it
whatever.
was free.
Yeah.
They gave away Celeste.
Exactly. Yeah, Celeste.
And like, I need to play that. Like, I think the Talos Principle was today, and I think they had Soma for free, or they just gave
They
it
did
away
it for free, because I think I have it.
But yeah, just
Mutant Year Zero, yeah.
that was for free a
That was
while
for free,
ago.
Yeah, I missed that one. Yeah.
But yeah,
This was a pretty good decade, I'll say.
it was surprising going back and seeing the list, going like, oh, like Child of Light?
Yeah, no,
Fucking-
surprisingly, Jer played that, and he's really loving it. I'm like, really? Like, that doesn't seem like your kind of game.
No, it doesn't.
But he's totally like, yeah, it's such a great game. And I was like, yeah.
The cool thing, one of the cool things that I like about it is it's constantly rhyming with a lot of its storytelling.
Yeah.
To where it's like other characters get into it, and like, oh damn it, like I'm not supposed to rhyme. But then that would be a rhyme.
But yeah. But the thing to keep in mind for I think both of our lists is we don't buy new games. We generally do not buy.
Generally,
new
do not know.
Like the majority of games that come out new, either we think are shit or just aren't worth paying the full price for. So I'll gladly wait a couple months for it to drop in price.
Yeah, I mean, even on my wish list, I'm like,
Yeah, there's so many
there's so many
older-
old games or games that, yeah,
Yeah, I wanted to put War of the Underworld or whatever it was, War for the Overworld, the Dungeon Keeper game.
Oh,
it's
yeah,
at the
yeah.
top of your list. War for
yeah.
the Overworld, just because fucking again, it's no-name people did the spiritual successor right.
I can.
Of a Dungeon Keeper sequel, and it is so fucking good, and I loved it. Still haven't played Nier Automata.
Neither have I. That probably would be on my list if I did. Devil May Cry 5.
Devil May Cry 5. I've
I
seen
probably-
that. People have been putting that in their top games of the
Yeah.
year list.
Disco Elysium.
Yeah,
looks
that's something I
fucking
knew. Yeah, I'm like,
amazing.
you would definitely enjoy it. I'm questioning if I'd want to play it just because it's more like it's a postmodern RPG.
It very much is.
Yeah, and I'm
Yes.
just like, I don't know if I want to put up with that bullshit.
No, the thing is I know that there's a lot of like full commie
Yeah.
type of like, oh, but the manifesto,
Yeah.
and they're both
Well, I'm just
not
dealing
knocking
like
it and
dealing with the
knocking it.
fact that you have stats of like smarminess +5. Like, do I really want to put like it's funny and it's entertaining, but do I want to put up with okay, that stat goes to this? Like, it's not as direct as magic increases magic damage,
Yes.
like type of stuff.
Well, it's,
so that's my
it's-
only like, yeah.
I
but-
like that it's purely like
but
context
yeah.
driven.
Yes, but I still value that it's trying something different. It's not a RPG we're familiar with. Baba Is You, Wasteland 3 is coming
There's
out.
a game that I want.
Yeah,
that's not, that's
Wasteland 3 is
new.
coming out soon.
Total War 3 Kingdoms,
Yeah.
I kind of want. I'm still waiting for it to be super cheap though. 'Cause,
Sekiro, wait for
um,
that to get a nice discount.
Yeah, there's Octopath Traveler on my list, and like
Yeah.
40% off still won't do it for me.
Nah, I would suggest wait for more.
Remakes of games.
Yeah, we've gotten a lot of remakes and ports that we played
Oh
this
yeah,
year.
We're great at this whole new game
I
thing.
know, we're playing the most popular old-ass games nobody wants to see.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Whatever. Next
Alright.
week, Skies of Arcadia.
Yeah, the newest of games.
The newest of games. We'll be playing that. Yeah. Don't worry, Final Fantasy VII Remake.
Yeah!
We will be playing that when it comes
That's
out.
a new thing that
We
we
will be
will play.
playing a new game. That's just a remake of an old game.
Yes.
But
Remakes.
I gotta take a pee. We gotta get some dinner. Akial there. Thanks for sitting through this. It's almost 6 hours. Fucking hell.
Fuck.
Bye.
Bye now.